hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee's inquiry into the Environment Protection Reform Bill and 6 related bills. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. These are public proceedings being streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. If there are no objections, the committee authorises media recording and photography of the committee's proceedings in accordance with Senate Resolution 3. I remind media that this permission can be revoked at any time, and the media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on the account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, the witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may also request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are reminded that the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. If questions are taken on notice, if answers could be returned by 6 March 2026, that would be most appreciated. I now welcome representatives of the Housing Industry Association and the Urban Development Institute of Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege has been provided to you. Yes. That's right, wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Simon Croft, Chief Executive Industry and Policy from the Housing Industry Association.
Andrew Mino, Head of Policy and Government Relations for the Urban Development Institute of Australia National.
Lucy Shea, Technical Drafting Representative from the Urban Development Institute of Australia National.
Mitch Taylor, Environmental Expert, Urban Development Institute of Australia.
Mr Gordon Morris, an Environmental Expert Representative of the Urban Development Institute of Australia.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of that statement, we'll go to questions.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. The HA welcomes the chance to speak to the committee about the implementation of the new EPBC legislative reforms. That in of itself is an important milestone, rather than debating whether reforming the long overdue and problematic 1999 EPBC laws should occur. At the outset, I want to make one key point. The passage of the EPBC laws is only the beginning, not the job done. The success of these reforms will rest entirely on how effectively they are implemented. In many respects, implementation is as critical, if not more critical, than the policy design itself. To achieve this, the 2026-27 budget must allocate sufficient funding for a comprehensive implementation and education program. The reforms, including the National Environmental Standards and the suite of supporting instruments, are too important to risk poor execution or inconsistencies in application. Implementation also demands transparency, clarity and accountability. We believe there should be a publicly available implementation roadmap with defined milestones and metrics reported to government and industry at 6-month intervals. This is vital for tracking progress, identifying emerging issues early and maintaining stakeholder confidence in the reform process. We remain concerned about the development of the bilateral agreements with the states, as well as the process and progress of strategic assessments and regional plans. These are foundational components of the new system. Everything else hinges on them. Yet to date, there's been little visibility on their status, timelines, or the expected pathway to completion and success. I want to acknowledge the work of the Housing Strike Team. Their efforts to address the backlog of more than 26,000 long-stalled homes has been significant, with one recent project approved in just 64 days. This must not be the exception, but the new benchmark for timely, high-quality decision-making. For this reason, HA recommends the strike team be made permanent and resourced not only to clear historic backlogs, but to ensure the system performs at the pace the community and the economy demands. Finally, improving transparency for proponents is essential. The system would benefit from a real-time approvals dashboard, allowing industry and the public to see where projects are at in the process, a modern, user-centred approach, effectively an Uber for approvals. This would support accountability, help deliver statutory timeframes and reduce reliance on ROIs and stop clock mechanisms. These reforms present a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver an environmental approval system that is credible, timely, trusted and removes the high levels of duplication in the system. Getting the implementation right is essential. We stand ready to support this committee in its work and to provide any further assistance it requires. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, committee. I wanted to make some quick points before I hand over to my experts. It's very hard to overemphasise how critical it is that we get this all right. Net gains are only created if projects are approved, and projects are approved only with net gain. So at the end of the day, industry's success is reliant on the system, and the system's success is reliant on the industry. No projects means no environmental improvement. So it's in everybody's best interest to have this work, and especially the property industry, because of the fact that we need to have this streamlined to be able to move forward and progress. We need predictable, single, clear and efficient EPB assessment processes. And so basically from this entire consultation process and moving forward for not only the legislation but the standards, we need government to frame rules to tell us how to calculate net gain and impact, the documents you want, the information you need and how they impact decision making. And really that whole philosophy permeates through everything that we've been doing. And there are 4 vital factors to this. The first is we need clear environmental definitions on MNES and offset standards and well understood applications. 2, we need well understood offset requirements with an efficient mitigation hierarchy pathway. Third one is we need actual streamlining of assessments, processes and state accreditation, which actually clears the decks for us. And 4, well-defined review processes, metrics and KPIs in order to measure the performance of the EPBC process for both the industry and the government. The legislation's been passed. As has already been pointed out, this is the start of the work. The legislation is wholly reliant on high-quality standards and guidance, and this means as part of the successful consultation on the legislation and the standards, we will need to consider the standards with things such as the draft regulations, which we know have been flagged on key issues, the draft guidance and notes on key processes to support offset and MNES, as well as making sure that we invest the time in complex issues so they're properly assessed and we are able to confirm that the amendments have been made. And 4, we would suggest that we actually need workshops in order to test with worked examples how the offsets and MNES are supposed to work, because at the end of the day this all really comes down to how it's going to function. I'm going to pass on to Lucy in a second for context of the overall changes needed for successful standards. But you know, the reality is going to be it's going to come down to the culture and the ability for everyone to interpret in the same way how to assess things, because it's absolutely crucial that everybody is working off the same page or we end up in endless arguments. Lucy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew, and Senators for having us here today. Offsets is the single biggest issue for property industry when obtaining environmental approvals, commonly giving rise to unpredictable costs and delays. The offset standard is therefore really key to getting the reformed EPBC Act framework right. As a binding statutory instrument, the words used in the standard need to be carefully considered to ensure they are clear and that implementation will be workable and predictable. Lack of clarity leaves too much room for subjectivity in assessments, eroding predictability and increasing the likelihood that assessment officers will adopt the most conservative approach and the requirements will shift over the course of an assessment, which we do see frequently, leading to significant delays and additional costs not justified by or proportionate to environmental impacts. A number of key terms in the draft offset standard lack clarity and workability and will, as currently drafted, increase uncertainty and delays. These include, in particular, the definitions for the terms baseline, measurable improvement, the lack of definition for net gain, and other terms maintenance period and self-sustaining, amongst others. Some kinds of offsets will not be able to achieve consistency with the standard as it's currently drafted, despite offering a net environmental gain, because insufficient consideration has been given to the implementation of the standard in the context of what I'm calling non-standard offsets. So whether that be the advanced restoration action offsets, averted loss offsets, indirect offsets, approved state and territory offsets, or restoration contribution payments. Many of the definitions have been drafted, it would appear, with the perspective of the standard land-based offsets and don't work in the context of these other ones. I'm happy to talk to these and any other examples in more detail if you have questions, but I'll pass now to Mitch to talk briefly to some of the practical implications of these issues.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew and Lucy, and thank you, Senators, for the opportunity for us to speak with you today. The current assessment process is too often being cumbersome, protracted and uncertain, without ultimately delivering outcomes that differ materially from what was originally proposed by a proponent. We therefore welcome the government's commitment to reform of the EPBC Act and introduce new standards that regulate the practical application of its function. These current amendments present a significant opportunity, and it's important we get the detail right to avoid unintended consequences for both the environment and industry. From our perspective, there are three critical elements that will determine whether the new standards are workable, time efficient, and capable of delivering balanced, evidence-based outcomes beyond the clearer definitions which Lucy has just touched on. These are: provide a concise, clear and reasonable information requirements for both proponents and regulators to utilise; ensure further information requests are targeted, limited and non-iterative; and most importantly, deliver a transparent, predictable and simple offsets calculator. These elements are not about lowering standards, they're about ensuring the system operates efficiently, transparently and with integrity. When the rules are clear, industry can invest with confidence, regulators can assess consistently, and environmental outcomes can be achieved more effectively. Thank you for your time today, and we welcome your questions from here.
Thank you very much. Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, I guess at the top, my main question is, what exactly is the biggest barrier to getting housing completions up through the EPBC Act as it stands?
I might go at that one. Thanks, Senator. There's obviously two parts to this one. It's the significant clearing of the backlog of projects that have been stalled for as far back as 2017, and then there's obviously the way forward for under the new laws going forward. So, you know, we've talked about in our opening statement about the housing strike team, and about this one and having that dedicated triaging service for housing, which are often repeatable projects, rather than some other types of ones that get caught by the EPBC, such as mining or clean energy projects. So having that triage service for the housing strike team, we think is really important. We've already seen them do a lot of work in clearing those ones, and I mentioned in my opening statement about a project down in Rosedale in New South Wales, which is cleared 700 homes in 64 days. And we think those sorts of examples need to be the benchmark going forward, not just the exception.
So how many houses are currently held back in the past processes?
Yeah. There's been a number of different quoted statistics around it, but it's generally been cited between 26,000 and 30,000 have been, and some of them as far back as 2017. Our understanding is since August last year and that housing strike team that they've cleared somewhere in the region of 14,000 of those backlog. and they're aiming to have the remaining of those cleared by the end of this year. It does raise an interesting question as to go, why have we been able to do that since August and not previously? So that's why we're saying that this needs to be the new benchmark going forward.
I mean, it strikes me as strange that it even got to that level of houses that were being held back. So, effectively, it sounds like there's the houses that are currently held back in the past regime, trying to clear those through, and then there is the question of what you do going forward, right? And so that's what these draft regulations are all about, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And I think one of the most fundamental ones, and I mentioned in my opening statement, for going forward is the strategic assessments and entering into the bilateral agreements with the states and territories to remove the levels of duplication and complexity around it. The strategic assessments, we've seen some of those projects down in Melbourne in the growth areas where it's saying this area is designed for future housing, and then the EPBC can then work through that much faster rather than trying to...
Okay, so what's the ideal scenario here? Is it the ideal scenario that there is an agreement between the Commonwealth Government and a state which allows for a singular approval?
That's ideally what we would like to see, yes. Yep. Okay.
And what confidence do you have that that's being progressed with each of the 8 states and territories?
I think that's, we couldn't... Obviously, the passage of the laws late last year enables this conversation to happen. But, in past situations where it's been Commonwealth and then getting the 8 different states and territories together to all agree and all agree at the same time has been, we all know, a great challenge around it. That's why we're trying to say that this is where this needs to be happening concurrent to any conversations on the standards and all the other work. This is so foundational to the success of the new EPBC laws, is getting those agreements in place.
In terms of the standards, I assume you're talking about offsets and unacceptable impacts and the like. What's the most important thing there?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. In relation to that, offsets is absolutely crucial. So just to backtrack for 1 second on the question of what's been holding things up, but a 40,000-foot view, what's happened is the rules muddled through for a very long period of time in the old system, because everyone had a rough understanding of what the department wanted and what the industry wanted. So even though the rules didn't quite work, they were very loose, everyone had a working understanding. When that changed, when there was a change in the philosophy, what happened was there was no longer this ability to understand what the government wanted, and there was no guidance and no rules that actually helped anyone focus in. So what you had was a situation on both the side of the industry and the bureaucracy where you could not come to a single view on any one thing, and it ended up in endless debate. And the reason why I do that little bit of a meander is because it goes to your very question. The most important thing is the offsets, and the reason why is because out of all of this process, the bureaucracy was unable to give a firm and clear idea of how a decision was going to be made or what information was needed. And the industry did not know what information it had to give and how that information was going to be processed, because it changed from person to person. So that's the bit we have to eliminate. We have if you would probably say about 60 to 70% of the issues in delays and all of that backlog that we're talking about, the tens of thousands of homes, is caused because we have constant and endless debate on what the impacts are going to be, what the improvements need to be, whether or not the offset actually does it, whether or not it doesn't. And my colleague over here can talk to that in far greater detail.
Yeah, the historical process changed through the mid-teens, and after a number of uplistings, the confidence in the material that was being provided to the department seemed to create a lot of information requests that would be back and forth because the department sort of had these new matters that they're not too au fait with insofar as how to assess the impacts, what the offsets would be. So we found ourselves, every time we put a new referral in, having to provide more and more information, which materially didn't change the outcome. So ultimately, what we're looking for in the new standards is very clear, concise and understandable information requirements, but then equally...
I just want to intercede here because this you get into my point. So basically, this National Environmental Standard Environmental Offsets draft regulation, you've got one in front of you. So what do you make of that?
What we make of that is all the things that we've already said. It is literally the most vital thing. It has to be tried and tested. It is a very complex piece of work, not so much in terms of what's written on paper, but what the implications are of how it works. So we have put in, and it's a matter of record of how many changes we want to see going in relation to that offset standard. All we're really saying is, yes, this is going to be complex. Yes, there's a lot of changes that need to happen. We need to have time to go through it, and we need to be able to test it, which is why we need workshops to be able to see how it works in real time on existing issues.
Okay, well, we're going to need you to take on notice effectively what you think of these standards, because we need the detailed information in order to make our judgments.
Senator, just to kind of help with that. So in the submission that we provided for the 30th of January deadline, we have included in that not only very detailed comments on each aspect, each principle within the offset standard and the MNES standard, but also have provided what we propose could be a marked up version of the draft standard to hopefully give greater clarity on exactly what we think could be a way forward to change. And if you were to look at that markup, you'd see that there are significant changes in there that need further testing as well, because really the terms that are used in there at the moment are not going to provide what we need, which is greater clarity and greater predictability. In fact, they're, in our view, as they're currently drafted, going to go the other way in terms of preventing certain kinds of offsets and not being workable. So we have put forward that detail. There's obviously not enough time. I can talk to some bits of it if you'd like.
I guess this is a public hearing, so I guess I'm just looking for some very brief oral testimony about what exactly an offset should be in the industry's view. I just think we just need it on the record in a kind of plain English way, because it's very complicated.
It is. And I think a part of the issue is just how complicated it is and how many aspects they are. But just to give one example, for example, the meaning of the terms baseline and measurable improvement or net gain are really at the core of the offset standard. They are the tests, they're the basis upon which you determine whether you will pass the net gain test. So the baseline being what it sounds like, essentially what the status of the vegetation is at the start, and then the net gain or measurable improvement being how much you need to achieve. So those terms need to be really clear, otherwise the test doesn't work. And as it's presently stated, it's unclear what time you've got to identify the baseline at. It's also unclear what the scope of the baseline is in terms of what your context, your survey needs to be, the assessment information. Going and looking at the timing, for example, it will say that you've got to do the baseline as at the date of the decision, but if you're relying on an advanced restoration offset, you've already started that offset long beforehand. As it's currently written, the standard will effectively not allow you to rely on any of the work that you've done before the date of the decision. An averted loss offset The policy paper does allow for that in very limited circumstances, but that's a different kind of offset that requires a baseline to be determined at a different time. So these are kinds of things that this offset standard needs to be really carefully tested against examples of offsets that industry and the department and government will want to rely on to make sure the words and the drafting actually work. Net gain isn't defined in the offset standard, despite the fact that it's a really core concept of the reform. Instead, it refers to measurable improvement, but there's no indication given as to what the connection between those terms is. There's no single source within the offset standard of indicating where to go to find what net gain is. These are really tangible concepts, and this is just one example. The maintenance period definition is another one. There are lots of these examples we can give where the current drafting doesn't work, and what it doesn't do is it doesn't provide the clarity both for proponents but also for assessing officers. And I think that's one of the other, in terms of what we need here, one of the other approaches I think we need to really concentrate on. The standards aren't just to bind proponents. The Samuels review is very clear in terms of the different pillars. The standards are supposed to be binding all decisions. That means also binding decisions within department as well. And proponents cannot have clarity and predictability if they don't know that assessing officers are going to apply the rules as well.
Okay, we take your evidence that clear definitions are required. Thank you very much.
There are, Senator, I do actually have 6 things that we've specifically provided on offsets. If you want me to say the headlines of those, I can do that if that would help you.
Yes, just briefly, and I'm conscious of time.
Okay, so basically we need clearer instructions in the offset on how and when the principles are going to be applied, including how they're going to do non-standard offsets. We need to amend or include clearer key definitions on the standards which we've already gone through. We need to clarify the offsets can be deemed capable of commencement prior to the action, because that's absolutely critical for making sure that you have the offsets in place. Need to clarify the operation of the 100-year management rule to allow decisions if outcomes will be self-sustaining, because there's no idea as to whether or not you can actually, it's very, very difficult to say that something is self-sustaining because there's just no clear guidance on how to do that. Establish a new offset calculator. Now, that is something that is absolutely critical because that's where you're going to figure out how the net gain works. And then clarify the circumstances in which an offset can be in something other than a like-for-like offset. Those are in short form.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Could we just go back to what engagement you've had with the department since the bill itself passed and on these draft regs? Has there been, obviously there's been this submission process and you've fed into that, you've included that in your submission to us, but has there been any back and forth with officers?
We've been putting through submissions, and we have been invited and involved in technical committees to talk about these issues. Where we are in the process, if I can, in a typical process, you would go, here's the draft, give us your comments on the draft, what needs to change. You then have a meeting in relation to that, which is the bit that we've done. And then they go away, they amend, and then they should come back with it, and then we test it with workshops, etc. That's the bit we haven't got to yet. But yes, we have actually been involved in the process, but as you can imagine, it's working at a pace.
And you've referenced a few times that under existing offset programs, there's been both learned experience, but also, some frustrations, it sounds like, Mr. Taylor. Can I just clarify, is that the state-based schemes? Like, were you referring specifically to New South Wales there, or no. just it's still under the existing EPBC?
Under the existing EPBC process, yeah. There's a lot of back and forth negotiating with the department on metrics that sit within the initial survey data. that's empirical information that gets put into the Commonwealth's calculator, but then there's extreme amount of subjectivity with a lot of the elements in that calculator, and each of those little levers within the calculator, the minutiae that changes in the negotiations, that's what causes the delay, because as a practitioner we will fill it out as best we can. The department will have their position, they'll come back to us, and then we'll sort of go through this process. And it's just not being on the same page, and there's a lot of elements in that calculator now that are irrelevant because the department have moved to a position of this part of the calculator is now just fixed. So there's no point actually having it in there. So a much more simplistic calculator, it still has a lot of science behind it, but something that is more simple for applicants to use from the get-go. So for instance, if we were able to look at a site before it was purchased, and this goes back to the hierarchy of mitigation, if we look at a site and say a proponent wanted to pick up a 100-hectare site, if they could work out what their offset obligation would be, both as a proponent-driven, an advanced offset or a financial offset into the fund, straight away they'll be able to put that into their feasibility, and that has that flow-on effect on being able to deliver to market quicker, because we'll have all the information we need up front to give to the department. If the department then are able to have clear and concise rules and definitions, they can approve the application quicker. And the flow-on effect would be housing to the market quicker, but also cheaper.
So what would need to... I mean, I understand that logic, and especially if the purchase of that land is specifically for, X number of, dwellings. You'd want to know what the what the possibility is, and this is all about triaging, right? How do we get more things built in faster time with limited impact on the environment? I mean, we're trying to do both.
Yeah, it's balanced.
So, what do you think would be needed to enable that to happen up front?
So a calculator that we can work through that has very simplistic metrics. So if we were able to go out and get the baseline, as Lucy was talking about, and collect that data and be able to accurately put it into a calculator before acquisition of a property, that would be the panacea of the calculator, so to speak.
And what's standing in the way of that calculation being done beforehand? Can you just unpack that for me?
Yeah, we can do it roughly.
Yeah.
But because the metrics change from officer to officer, so it's a departmental issue that we find often we might have. On one project, I've had 7 different assessment officers over the course of the application, and every time a new officer were to come in, they've quite rightly put their own opinion on how the data should be assessed.
So it's more subjective.
It is very subjective at the moment, so taking the subjectivity out of it and making it more objective would be my personal goal as a practitioner, and I think that would avoid the numerous iterations through information requests, which is, from my perspective, the biggest hurdle in getting these approvals quickly.
And in order to allow that to happen, do you think that needs to be set out under the regulations?
Yes. Yeah, and that needs to tie into how the calculator works. We haven't seen the calculator yet. I understand it's being developed as we speak. But my concern is if we put too much effort into making it extremely multifaceted, because the Act deals with thousands of MNES, right? It's fairly antiquated because it's 27 years or 26 years old since ascension. And it's a one-stop shop. We're representing urban development. We're sort of nibbling away at the fringes of cities. The proportionality of how it's applied to that versus a gas project or a coal project, it's one act assessing significant.
All of those things.
So we as an industry get caught up in that space where we're having much less complex impacts. So we understand what our impacts are very acutely, and there's only a very small matter of protected matters that we regularly come across. Sure, there's outliers there, and they should go through a more thorough process. But if we could have clear, concise, and expedited processes that.
So, for example, one of the I guess the headline issues is critical koala habitat, right? And particularly on the eastern seaboard.
Yep.
So, I mean, what I'm hearing from you is you want faster, simpler, clearer conditions, or regulations that make it easier for you to see up front whether something is worth it or not.
Correct, yeah.
And so, I mean, you may not be happy about this, but, if we said, well, critical koala habitat is a no-go zone, you'd know.
Yep.
You wouldn't, and those in the industry would, you wouldn't purchase land that was.
Correct, yeah. And equally, that I practitioner in Queensland, koala dispersal habitat is cleared paddocks. So we're offsetting cleared paddocks. So there's a balance there. Like, we're not going to run off and try and get clearly unacceptable bits of land and bring that into the process, but we also need to see the proportionality of what we're dealing with.
Yes, yes.
Senator, just
yes.
quickly, in clarification on that statement as well, and probably quite helpful to think about it in terms, when we're talking about the property industry, we're a very highly regulated industry. We're an industry that gets told what to build, where to build it, when to build it, and how to build it. So you're absolutely 100% on the money that if it is something that is protected, and we know it's protected, we're not going to go in and have a fight about it. We're not trying to say, oh, there is something in that particular area that we need, because we can put housing where it's zoned, and that's a government decision. So in an ideal world, if everyone had perfect information across governments and bureaucracies, we wouldn't have a problem in most cases. It would be simply a question of, yes, you can build here, no, you can't build here in those areas. This is the information we need. This is the documents you need to give. These are the decisions we're making on that information, and this is how you do it. And that's it.
Mr. Taylor, you said you were from Queensland, so you may not have had as much to do with the New South Wales system, but has anybody at the table had to do with the New South Wales offset system? Not much.
No,
I just know, Senator, from we do a lot of regional roundtables and go around the country, and without prompting, they raise with me about the New South Wales biodiversity offset scheme and its challenges and its complications and its disconnect also with the federal system as well.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, I think, if I'm really honest with you, my nervousness about making sure that this offset regulation is correct and robust is because I don't want it to turn into the New South Wales system. I think it is highly flawed. I mean, it's not just my view. The Auditor General has said this more than once. So I guess I'm coming from I hear the argument around the need for clarity and that this needs to be, everybody needs to be on the same page so that you can make decisions whether this is even going to be an option, whether offsetting is even an option. So I understand that, and I guess the balance to that is that I think sometimes these rules are going to have to be very clear that this can't happen, so don't ask. This is obviously, this is an okay, this is okay, go for it, and here's some grey areas where we might have to work out, how we make it work. But I think we probably need some more clarity around what's not acceptable to help facilitate this.
Just quickly, that I think that's because obviously there's multiple layers to this in terms of all the different instruments. I think that's where the protection statements can come in, which are specific to MNES, and then ideally they will be the source of having really clear guidelines of what information you need to provide, but also give a clear indication of what's not going to be acceptable. But I think what we're missing, so that detail obviously isn't going to be in the offset standard itself because it can't deal with all of them.
But it relates, obviously, because if it's not acceptable under the matters of national environmental significance, then it shouldn't. You shouldn't be getting an offset for it.
And I think what we can do is there could be a clearer link between the offset standard and where that information is to be found, so that everyone knows if there is a protection statement for that MNES, that will be the source of the information about what information you need and what is going to be an acceptable for an offset. But we should be able to look at the offset and that should be clear. It shouldn't be a case of not knowing where to look to find this information.
Thank you. I just have one other point of clarification, and it's broader. It's on your, it's the end of your recommendation, so it's kind of overarching on page 22. You say that projects that are in the queue awaiting approval under the 1999 laws should have a pathway and choice to transition to the new laws without the need to resubmit a new approval for assessment. I mean, I must say, I think if we want to be able to clear up the backlog and the fact that housing projects have been allowed to be, you know, they're in the fast lane, my understanding is that you can withdraw the current application and resubmit it under the new system. I don't see why that's a problem. You know, if
Senator, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're just having a bit of difficulty. Which submission are you referring to?
I think it was the HIA submission.
Oh, it's HIA's, yeah.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Yes. Sorry. So sorry, but this is the. You understand the point that they're making here, and I think. I'm wondering if that's an industry-wide view that you shouldn't have to resubmit, because I don't necessarily agree with that.
Do you want me to talk to it since
Yes.
our submission?
Yes,
Senator?
please.
So we did write this one as the legislation was going through. So it was about in that limbo, limbo time about which system will you use in the period where it's going through the implementation. Was to say, okay, if you've got all the bells and whistles for the new system and it's going well and you're still waiting for your approvals, can you, where are you? Do you stay with the old system that was cumbersome, or do you go with the new system that might, if it's all operational and working well? So that was where that point was to be made in that context. But with the work that's being done with the housing strike team in clearing the backlog, we are hopeful that those ones that are in that time period between now and when the new laws take full effect, that it hopefully resolves itself. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I just thought I went in batting for this, so then I thought, well, hang on a minute. Is it happening or not happening? So good. That's my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. May I just at the outset say, in relation, I appreciate the additional work that's gone into appearing today, and if there are any additional details that you are able to provide, I'm conscious both in terms of the ideas from HIA and the 6 points and the additional submission from UDIA, I think they'd be greatly appreciated. So if those can be submitted rather than done orally, I think that would be very helpful to get perspectives on those. Now, Mr Croft, you indicated that you have some concern about bilaterals and regional planning arrangements, and as I understood the articulation of that concern, it was to do with the lack of visibility as to what's in it. If I might ask, what are the things or priorities for you in terms of what you would like to see in relation to bilateral agreements and regional planning?
Yeah. First, thank you, Chair. I think it goes to our point about having a very dedicated implementation plan for the rollout of this as a collective. Because what we're seeing, I think when it was leading up to the passage of the laws, we're all just getting bits of legislation coming like this. We've now had the 2 standards sort of dropped. There's 6 pieces of legislation and acts. There's got regulations. We then need to also ensure we get the states working, there's obviously there's work going behind the scenes on this one, but we're not sure what's happening there. So where's the visibility on those things? We know how hard it is to get any COAG type of agreement in place for things where you have the federal and the states together. And this is where a lot of everybody's support for the package of the laws hinged on these things as well as the definitions and stuff like this. So I think it probably comes back to my first point about we want to see this budget really put a lot of money and time and effort into this implementation, and we have it as a collective package rather than probably the piecemeal approach that we potentially could see in trying to get this bit done and then get this bit done. But how does it actually all come together, and what does success look like? And therefore, over that implementation phase, if we're seeing that, okay, Queensland's going to do it, but New South Wales isn't, then that starts to break down the success of the system. So how do we ensure that we have all states on board with this one? Are planning ministers' meetings having this and their front and centre as their agenda item? It's just probably the lack of what we probably can see in a clear roadmap for its implementation.
And to my point just before, if you are able to flesh out or elaborate on what would be in such a roadmap, and then also potentially, I think conceptually the real-time approvals dashboard, but if there's any further detail to add to that in terms of what would be on it, that would be helpful. It might already been.
It was in our earlier submission. We've been talking about this one with the Housing Minister's Office about this one. South Australia has a land supply dashboard, which you can see then of to where the new land releases are going to come. Where's the infrastructure on these ones, but we'd also like to see that land supply dashboard or approvals dashboard, or the Uber for approvals as I talked about it, not just looking at it from the here and now, but with the future linked to ABS and future housing growth and population out at a longer term about where these new land releases will be. That enables planning for proper growth rather than reactionary approaches.
Thank you. And thank you very much to the UDIA for the, I think there is quite a bit of detail in a relatively short further submission, so I appreciate that, but any further detail on that would be great. Mr Taylor, you said something that I think goes to the heart of one of the challenges we've got in relation to the next stage of implementing this legislation, about it being a one-stop shop and then thus needing to apply to a really diverse range of circumstances. There's a need at once to be capable of that breadth, but also sufficiently specific to the particular proposals under consideration. The proposition that we need more detail in some aspects of the standards, I think I've understood. Mm-hmm. What do you think the best way in light of that challenge is to balance the need for flexibility and prescription in the standards?
It's an interesting concept. I think the prescription needs to come down to things that can be definable and readily applied. The flexibility, I think, then needs to come into the standards where, if I could say, put it in a different lens, in Queensland with our koala policy, we've got areas that are called koala priority areas. And then within those priority areas, there's mapped koala habitat, and then there's prohibitions on touching that. Whilst that works really well in protecting koala habitat, it doesn't have necessarily the foresight that it can see every circumstance, because it's antiquated the minute it was sort of written. So you might find that the policy doesn't go far enough to, it might protect that little patch, but then that patch gets completely surrounded by houses or infrastructure, and then it's lost all utility to koala. So that's where the flexibility needs to come in, to be able to provide that through the assessment process, and on a proponent by proponent basis is around how we've gone through that mitigation hierarchy. Yes, the site might be zoned, but it's gone through the state process. The state have put all their conservation advice and planning into it. Then the local government comes in and does even more refined planning. And that's where I think the flexibility needs to be from the department's perspective, is understanding that there has been an extreme amount of planning go into this. So those impacts that we're now proposing, we need to work through in a design perspective and have that iterative process. And then the flexibility comes from the species...
The protection
statements.
I think that would, just to clarify that last point, because it is obviously a tension always with these regulatory frameworks, you need to have an element of the discretion and flexibility in there to make it workable, given it's a very big country. But that's where I think the standard needs to be very clear about what other documents will be necessary to be relied on so that people know the source. The protection statements being MNES specific, the bioregional planning documents can also include the information specific to an area, specific to a species, that then ensures you're not trying to, put round pegs into square holes, etc. But I think it's that layer of the regulation that we need to get right. The standard needs to be able to provide the clarity without tying to things that won't work.
And the only concern I have with some of the bioregional planning is I think it's good that we're getting more refinement in that respect. But in my opinion, bioregional planning can be too coarse. For instance, if we just, sorry to keep using Queensland examples, but if you take South East Queensland as a bioregion, you have almost the full slate of MNES across there. But from our perspective, we're only developing in areas that are very concise, that have been defined. So if we plan for South East Queensland hypothetically, it'll be too coarse, and we're not going to actually get any refinement in what the intention of the bioregional planning is. So I just think that there probably needs to be a little bit more consideration of what a bioregion is, and maybe if there's an ability to have sub-regions which have a bit more specificity in them.
Thank you. Mr Croft.
I was just going to add, it's a good question, Chair. We want prescription to give certainty, but we don't want too much prescription, so then we'd have the flexibility. I think, particularly talking from a housing perspective, with the work of the housing strike team, I think we could have a number of really well developed and documented case studies and worked examples that have come out of this work. I talked about that Rosedale one, which was in 62 days, which was high quality information, well set out, well thought out and well planned. Hence, it was an easier one to put through. So when we appeared last time around about this hearing, we talked worked examples, case studies to underpin the standards and the new definitions and things like that. I think would be very worthwhile and specific to the different segments that interact with this one, be it either forestry, be it either energy, infrastructure projects, housing, which are more tailored rather than one-size-fits-all sort of examples. Yeah.
To change tack slightly, at the outset, I think both institutions outlined some of the frustrations with the current or the earlier Act and where that's at. I'd like to go to the role of the Restoration Fund and the Restoration Contribution Holder and ask if you have any observations or thoughts on its role in resolving some of the challenges we faced under the older Act. That is to say, getting approvals through in the housing and urban development space, but also its role in producing better environmental outcomes.
I'll make an overview statement. I know, Mitch, you probably got a couple of things you want to say on a more technical level, but from 40,000 foot view, as part of offsets, the Restoration Fund is critical. And the reason for that is, and we've given testimony to this before in the previous one, what you want is experts doing the best job they can for the most effective price in the most effective way. So when you have offsets and you work out what the impact is and you work up how the offset's done, rather than trying to turn a developer into an ecologist, you are far better off getting the right people to do the job in the most effective way. And so it's just simply axiomatic that if you're going to do that, the easiest way to do that is to have a group that is in fact charged with doing that. And that's why when it comes down to it, you go, all right, well then you need to put money into that and you have to work out what the offset converts into in terms of project funds to be able to do that. In many respects, I mean, we're talking about an industry where, it's not like some of the very large other industries where there are all major players. We have mum and dad who are running businesses, right? So we've got small business owners, you've got medium-sized, large, and then you've got institutional. We're not worried about the institutional. They're going to be able to do that. They'll have the resources. If you've got people doing other or further down the list, the expertise varies massively. And environment, quite frankly, is really important for us to get right from everyone's perspective. It does not help the industry if there are examples where things go wrong. And in those cases, those people will welcome the idea that they, rather than having to become an ecologist, they can actually go and pay some money to do that. But did you want to say something?
Look, it works quite well in my jurisdiction at a state level. I'll go back to my earlier point around being able to have those clear definitions and metrics that we can work out what that fund cost would be. So we can go into a feasibility on project acquisition and delivery, knowing full well what we've got to put into the fund at the back end. Too many times, many proponents have sort of gone in blind and not realised how extensive and how hard it is to first source a property that could be purchased or leased for an offset, and then how much it costs to deliver that offset over the course of 10 to 20 years on ground, with all the risks that come from bushfire and flooding and things like that. Paying into a fund, and my idea around it, how it could work, is with the bioregional planning, is that there could be a board that's appointed that's, I suppose, effectively serviced by a number of experts, be that agribusiness, town planning, species experts in that bioregion, and DQ officials, and they're obviously able to use government powers to either acquire or purchase land in that bioregion. That's actually the best spot for an offset, as opposed to the current process whereby individual proponents will find an offset randomly throughout that matter's range, and then we just end up with a patchwork of offsets that aren't doing much in the way of cumulative offsets or outcomes. They're just randomly putting some vegetation in odd spots.
Can I just add to that? One of the other, I think the fund is a really great opportunity, as long as it's done right and we ensure it's practically workable. But one of the, in addition to that, having that regional view to really ensure better environmental outcomes, one of the other issues with the requirements under the current offset standard is around the 100-year maintenance period, which is really problematic in the context of a property developer coming in, wanting to develop and sell on the land, to then be subject to, and we've seen one of these in WA with under the current system, a condition requiring 100 years of maintenance to ensure that the offset outcomes remain for that length of time. And I know in our state we've got a situation where the best person to undertake that maintenance would be your Department of Biodiversity and Conservation, and they're refusing to take that on. So it's practically unworkable. If you've got the fund, you don't need to worry about that, because you've got the people in the best position to be taking on that management and maintenance. But in terms of making sure it practically works, as Mitch said, having clarity around the financial side of it and how much of we know there's going to be an uplift over and above what the cost would be on the land, but how substantial that uplift is as to whether it's practically something that's available is really important. And then the practical side, we've seen with some of the offset funds the difficulty around the obligations about what that fund can do with the money being so inflexible that the money just sits there and can't be used. So it's really important that those obligations are flexible enough, tied to environmental outcomes, rather than being too prescriptive in terms of like for like and relevant area, which aren't necessarily always the best environmental outcome.
And just from that HA's perspective, onto your question, Senator, about when, for the old system, about when is it paid? If you have to pay it up front rather than, over when you're actually getting close to approval or at a different time, has been a part of the question. Also about it changing through the system of, some of those ones back in 2017, you're having different new things being applied in terms of the offsets while you're going through the approval. And then the ability to look at it from doing it as a portfolio approach to offsets, rather than just at a single project where you might have a number going, and that one might be really hard to achieve the offset, but you could look at it when you've got a portfolio of different projects. Could you do it as a bit more of a holistic approach? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate both the submissions and the thoughtfulness of the evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, which I think you have certainly, I've put one up at the top, but I think from other senators as well, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible, but no later than 6 March. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move directly along because Mr Jacoby is online, so I would now welcome Mr Jacoby from the Tasmanian Government via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you, Secretary?
That's correct. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Jason Jacoby. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources and Environment on behalf of the Tasmanian State Government.
Wonderful, thank you. I'd invite you to make a short opening statement if you have one, and at the conclusion of remarks we'll go to questions.
Great, thank you. First, I'd like to thank the committee for enabling me to appear this morning on behalf of the State of Tasmania, and I'd also like to thank you for the extension that was afforded to us. We are a small jurisdiction with limited resources, and our ability to respond in the timeframes required is sometimes challenged, so thank you again. I'd like the committee just to note that as the Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources and Environment, I'll largely be speaking on environmental matters today. I'm also prepared to take questions in relation to energy and forestry, noting that I may have to take some of those specifics though on notice. Firstly, Tasmania acknowledges the scale and the significance of the EPBC reforms, and we're very keen to engage closely with the Australian Government to understand how these changes will interact with existing regulatory settings and impact key industries and communities. And the reason that I'm appearing before the committee today is just to reinforce our significant investment in this process and the work that the committee is doing. We're strongly committed to protecting Tasmania's natural environment. We have long supported an overhaul of the national environmental laws, and we note the potential for the reforms to deliver strong environmental protections, whilst also enhancing the efficiency and reducing approval times and fostering investment certainty. As an island state, Tasmania has a very unique community and cultural dynamics, and it is, as many of you know, ecologically and geographically distinct from other Australian jurisdictions with high levels of endemism, and over 50% of the state's landmass is protected in reserves or under conservation covenants. So we are quite unique in that sense. Our CAR system, Comprehensive Adequate and Representative Reserve System, is one of the most extensive in Australia, and as I mentioned before, protects over half of the state's land area. It secures a wide diversity of native forest communities, old growth forests, biodiversity, geodiversity, water values, and also cultural heritage across both public and private land. So this is a critically important context as it presents significant benefits and opportunities, but also raises extraordinary challenges for proponents. For example, securing land-based offsets to support sustainable development in Tasmania is incredibly difficult. And a one-size-fits-all approach to the reforms, in my view, and that of the Tasmanian Government is not appropriate, nor will it be effective. I'd also just like to note on the record that we welcome the Federal Environment Minister's statement that the reforms do not signal an end to native forestry, and that day-to-day forestry approvals will continue to be made by states with stronger national oversight. This is a really important reassurance for industry and workers and regional communities, particularly in Tasmania. Our forest management system delivers very strong environmental outcomes, and the state is well positioned to demonstrate how our system aligns with the forthcoming national environmental standards once the Australian Government finalises the standards and supporting guidance. I'd also like to note that we're investing significantly as a state in multiple energy projects that underpin Australian Government's energy transformation goals and Tasmania's net zero agenda. Several of those projects recently and are currently under consideration, and they are of national significance and underpin the investment in major projects like the Marinus Link. They are critical to the energy future and demands expected in coming years by other states, not just Tasmania. And if we do not deliver timely approvals for these projects, then we as a state and as a nation face significant energy supply challenges. So these reforms are critical to certainty of those projects, and without immediate reform, they pose the risk to the achievement of both state and Australian government renewable energy targets. To date, our experience with the existing EPBC environmental assessment bilateral agreement is one of duplicative assessments, variable levels of local government and environmental knowledge and input, and a significant extension of the time required for assessments. The reforms therefore represent a real and significant opportunity to improve current processes and ensure that the Australian government and state regimes complement one another rather than duplicate or even contradict one another. Importantly, they are an opportunity to deliver better conservation outcomes. And as mentioned above, many proponents in Tasmania are actually unable to meet the fundamental land-based offsets expected under the EPBC Act due to the significant amount of land already protected. This is a fundamental impediment to Tasmanian projects and compliance under the Act. And as I mentioned before, a one-size-fits-all approach to the reforms, in my view, is not appropriate, nor will it be effective. And Senator Chock's comments earlier before, I think, were spot on, that there needs to be more flexibility, that these reforms present a unique opportunity to better secure and protect Tasmania's existing protected areas through a more flexible approach. So in an ever-changing climate with increased risks from fire, from flood, biosecurity risks from native and endemic species, including risks to our premium agriculture here in Tasmania, we should be looking at alternative ways to deliver offsets through enhanced land covenant programs, funding security for research projects, species protection programs in and off protected areas, and also things like fire response capability. Imagine if an offset funding and payments program could be used to uplift the condition of our existing protected areas state and World Heritage values, or deliver enhanced science and research, or risk mitigation on and off protected areas. So the conversation that I heard earlier about, a restoration fund or an MES or offsets fund, the state could leverage off through a prospectus, and that we as a state can draw on to support protection initiatives would be an ideal outcome. So in summary, focusing land on land-based or species offsets in the traditional sense is not the answer and puts both Tasmania's natural state and important energy and forestry industry programs at risk. We need a more flexible approach consistent with policy settings under the national reforms, and we believe that is key to achieving effective and pragmatic outcomes with regulatory certainty. So I look forward to answering the questions you have today, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Senator Hanson.
Go to Senator Bragg.
Okay. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much for being there. So I guess my first question is, what type of consultation have you had with the federal department in threading together the MOU that's going to be required between Tasmania and the Commonwealth?
We've initiated a number of discussions with my federal colleagues about the urgency with which we would like to develop a new bilateral agreement. The advice that I've received is that fundamentally we need to redraft and establish a new bilateral agreement with the Commonwealth. We have not been directly engaged yet. We eagerly await the opportunity to commence those discussions and to understand what is expected of us and what the framework will be to the bilateral. But to date, no, we haven't had any further conversations.
But what do you mean you haven't been formally engaged? You haven't. What do you mean?
Well, we've written to it. I've written to my colleagues through my department, expressing our interest in having meetings to progress what a bilateral agreement would look like, but we haven't been responded to yet.
Okay. Well, that's not good because the legislation passed last year, and there's a real urgency here to get moving. Do you have a sense of how many houses are currently ensnarled in Tasmania because of the EPBC Act?
I don't have a sense of that specific, but I know for a fact that there are multiple projects that are challenged by the continuing backwards and forwards of advice requests. So, the time delays that occur through the existing process would no doubt be having an impact on a number of different projects, not just housing-related projects. I can even cite some projects in my department that we're seeking approval on, and notwithstanding the fact that the questions that are raised are legitimate and genuine in terms of needing to reaffirm the expectations under the current EPBC process, they do result in significant time delays. We've got I know a proponent who has been waiting on 6 years for an EPBC decision.
So yeah, I appreciate you don't have the exact numbers, but you do have some large housing projects in Tasmania that are currently ensnared in Canberra's green tape.
I can't talk specifically to that.
Okay, but well, do you have any?
I don't manage housing in the state, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were some housing projects that have triggered MNES.
Okay, but just so I understand your evidence, so your evidence is that there are major projects or there are potential major developments in Tasmania that are currently held up.
That sounds very
A number of energy projects, both historical and currently under consideration, that are being delayed because of the backwards and forwards between my department and the Tasmanian State Government and the Q. We need to find a faster way to reconcile differences in opinion. A good example is the Robbins Island project. There was significant difference of opinion between my departmental scientists and the Q scientists about, for example, how Tasmanian devil offsets would be delivered. And that debate, or that the uncertainty between scientists has translated to a delay, particularly for that proponent.
Okay. So how long do you think, I mean, I understand you haven't had your correspondence responded to, but I mean, in a reasonable kind of way, I mean, how long do you think it should take to get the bilateral agreement done?
Well, I don't know how long it will take. I don't know yet or understand what is the framework under which that bilateral agreement would need to be negotiated or prepared. So that is what we eagerly are awaiting advice on. We responded to the draft National Environmental Standards that were recently published, but that is just a part of the bigger picture puzzle and framework that we're seeking clarity about. I would like to think that we could get a bilateral agreement for the state drafted within 6 months, but I don't have any certainty about that.
Within 6 months, okay. And do you have any way of giving any assurance that you think we can avoid duplication if there's going to be your state process plus this additional EPA? Is there any assurance you can give that we can avoid duplication? Well,
at all costs, we would be seeking to avoid duplication. So I can give the committee assurance that the state government has no interest in having processes that require both Commonwealth and state assessment. We would like to be in a position where the Commonwealth have absolute confidence and certainty in the state assessment processes, and we can proceed with assessing projects knowing that the Commonwealth will not then need to or feel the need to intervene or overrule a decision.
Okay. Well, just finally, if you could just take on notice any further information you might be able to supply the committee on any housing proposals that have been held up there in Tasmania, that would be very grateful.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. So I'm hearing that you haven't had any formal conversations in relation to the MOU, but what type of consultation have you had over the standards themselves?
We received the draft National Environmental Standards and we've provided our feedback on those.
Okay. Could I just ask, what was the Tasmanian Government's view of those standards put forward by Graham Samuels in his review?
I don't have any specific detail on or able to comment on the Samuels review.
Was the Tasmanian Government part of the Samuels review consultation?
I can't recall. That was before my time. I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you as to whether we provided some response to that.
Yeah, okay. It'd be helpful, I think, to know what the Tasmanian Government's engagement was with Samuels at the time. You said that perhaps the offset standard was going to be problematic for Tasmania, given the limited amount of space of area to be restored or protected. Could I get you to unpack what you think the alternative should be, or what would you like to be able to see as available under that offset standard that would work for Tasmania? Given the whole point of this is to be increasing protection, not decreasing protection.
Yeah, so I'm happy to respond to that. I think this is an extraordinary opportunity that we should unpack, so I thank the Senator for the question. Given the extent and the significance of our existing protected area state, which I mentioned before is over half of Tasmania, and the challenges that that estate is likely to experience in the future through changing climates, we know for a fact that the incidence of wildfire, for example, across Tasmania is likely to significantly increase. We had a circumstance only last year where we had a dry lightning storm across Tasmania with, I think, if memory serves me correctly, over 1,200 lightning strikes directly to the ground. So at one point in time, we had hundreds of outbreaks of fire. Now, the ability for the state to respond to and extinguish those fires is very challenged. We've developed bushfire winch capabilities, so we have helicopters on immediate deployment to send firefighters in to put those fires out. But when you're experiencing fires of that sort of significance and volume, it's next to near impossible, and we have to triage which fires we respond to. The review that was conducted following that particular wildfire event was very glowing in terms of the Tasmanian government's response, but identified that with climate risks in the future, we need to increase our capability. To increase our capability comes with a significant funding cost. You know, we need at least another helicopter with additional staff with bushfire winch capability. That is an annual, ongoing and recurring cost to the Tasmanian state government. There is, at this point in time, insufficient Commonwealth funding for the World Heritage Area to deliver that sort of response. And that would be an ideal way in which we could use offsets funding to mitigate and enhance our response capability, which in turn has a direct impact on the protection of MNES. You know, the sooner we can get crews on the ground to extinguish wildfires, particularly in alpine or sensitive ecosystems, the better long-term protections we can afford. Because some of those fires, as you know, Senator, can have hundreds of years impact and take endless decades to recover. So I suppose what I'm suggesting is that this is an opportunity, you know, rather than look always for a land-based offset or a species-based offset, if we were able to convert an offset into a fund that we could use for mitigation measures to protect and enhance and uplift the protections of our existing protected area state, if we could use the fund to commission specific science and research into threats to existing species, so further research around orange-bellied parrot migration routes, better understanding about the patterns of movement of that particular bird species, increased understanding or research into devil facial tumour. These are all areas where an investment would have a long-term benefit, not only to the species, but to conservation in Tasmania as a whole. And it would deliver a much faster and swifter solution for proponents who at the moment, as we heard in the previous evidence provided, are having an impossible time finding the required land-based offsets, particularly in Tasmania, because most of it is already protected under a protected area tender in a 90% category.
All right. Thank you. The matters of national environmental significance standards include the object of protecting, conserving and restoring habitat that is irreplaceable and necessary for threatened species, obviously to remain viable in the wild. Has your government mapped the critical habitat for the Maugean skate?
We certainly have a good understanding through our research partners at IMAS about what are the preferred habitats for Maugean skate in Macquarie Harbour, yes.
So you do have that mapped. And have you...
Well, we have I wouldn't say necessarily that it's been mapped, but we know what areas of the harbour they prefer to live in and the depths that they inhabit.
And have you received any advice about these standards in relation to fish farming in Macquarie Harbour?
No, I haven't received any advice about that.
So, and you haven't sought that in terms of how these standards might impact on that critical habitat?
No, I haven't sought that to date, but we have a program underway in partnership with the Commonwealth Conservation Program and Initiative, which is seeking to secure the long-term viability of the Maugean skate. And as you know, Senator, we have a comprehensive program underway at IMAS at the moment, which is proving incredibly successful in a captive breeding sense. And the committee that is responsible for the conservation of the Maugean skate is actively considering how we might now start to transition those captive bred Maugean skate back into Macquarie Harbour as part of a repopulation program.
Mm-hmm. Where is the annual report from the National Recovery Team for the Maugean skate up to?
I don't know where that is at this point in time, but I can certainly take that on notice and provide that to you.
Is it your understanding that it's been completed?
I don't believe it. I believe it's still... the committee only met this week in Strawn, and I have to seek an update from the committee. So
there's nothing that you're sitting on that hasn't been released?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I wouldn't say, I don't know what your line of questions in terms of sitting on. I'm actively prepared to get any information out about Maugean skate as soon as it's presented to me, but nothing has been formally presented to me by the committee at this point.
But isn't this something, a report and a progress report that is meant to be being updated and progress shown over the last few years, and nothing's been released since 2023?
I don't believe that's correct. I think the recovery team have in fact been providing regular updates through the DQ and the recovery team process.
So could you take on notice what has been released since the team was established in 2023?
I'm going to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not sure how this is relevant to my appearance before the committee.
Well, it's highly relevant. It's highly relevant because these laws are about protecting endangered species, and one of the most endangered species and those that are at threat is the Maugean skate in your great state of Tasmania. So it's highly relevant, and you're the Secretary of the Environment Department. So, let's be not too cute here. I'd like an update on what has been released since 2023 from this team. And are there any timeframes by which information and progress reports will be forthcoming? Do you have any idea of are there any benchmarks of dates when the public will see the work of this team?
It's a national recovery team. I'll start to seek advice from the team chair about what the status is of any recommendations. So I'm happy to provide that to you.
My understanding is that the last communique from the recovery team was July 2025, which they said they were finalising the recovery team's annual report, and we still haven't. That was in July. It was just an update to say they were finalising it. Have you seen any draft of that annual report?
No, I haven't seen the draft. And just to be clear, the National Recovery Team doesn't report to me. But like I said, I'm happy to make contact with the recovery team and see what information is available and has or should be provided, but they don't report to me.
Okay. Could I ask you about what advice you've been given in relation to the sunsetting of the RFAs?
I haven't received any advice on that matter, and that's not within my department's purview.
Okay, so you haven't, there's been, because that's looked after by Department of Forestry, is that right?
Well, forest policy sits in the Department of State Growth.
Yeah. And so that is totally out of the realms of what you do, although you did say that you would take on notice questions about forestry.
Yes, I'm happy to again take the question on notice and come back to that. Would you mind just repeating the question again for my benefit?
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
Would you mind just repeating the question? I think it was in relation to what is the sunset?
Yeah, I'm wondering what type of advice the department has on being in relation to the sunsetting of the RFAs and where the conversation is up to, what consultation, briefing papers, etc., are available for the Tasmanian government given the sunsetting of the RFAs in the legislation. Thank you. I think that's probably it, Chair, unless you...
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. On that note, I say thank you for your evidence today, Mr Jacoby. If you have taken questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible, but no later than 6th of March. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, everybody, for the time today. I really do appreciate the opportunity to be the opportunity.
No, our pleasure. I would now welcome representatives from the Australian Forest Products Association, Timber New South Wales via video conference, and the National Farmers Federation. Also okay. I'll just wait for the witnesses in the room to come to the table. Timber New South Wales, can I just check that your microphone's working online?
Hello. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Stuart Copper, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Wonderful. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, I see nodding at the table, and online I see nodding as well. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names of the capacity in which you appear today? I will go to the people in the room first, just right to left, and then the people from Timber New South Wales online. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Gordon Neal from Australian Forest Products Association.
Richard Hyatt from Australian Forest Products Association.
Diana Hallam, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Forest Products Association.
Warwick Ragg, General Manager, Natural Resource Management, National Farmers Federation.
Thank you. And
Marie McCaskill, CEO, Timber New South Wales.
Stuart Coppock, Consultant, Timber New South Wales.
Thank you very much. I'll just invite each of you in that same order if there's a short opening statement to make that statement, and at the conclusion we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, the Australian Forest Products Association supports the intent of the changes to the EPBC Act, including the introduction of standards. We support the application of environmental standards to regional forest agreements, including the standards for matters of national environmental significance, which replicate the regulatory approach under existing regional forest agreements. The transition to the new arrangements must be managed carefully and delivered within the very tight timeframes, or else risks major impacts to the industry that is best placed to help Australia meet its net zero ambitions. The absence of a stable regulatory framework after the sunsetting date of 1 July 2027 is likely to result in the disruption of Australia's sustainable forestry practices and duplicative regulation that will challenge the industry's viability. Ensuring this does not occur must be a key priority for government. We support the stated intention of the Australian Government to develop bilateral agreements or bioregional plans or regional assessments under the EPBC Act with both RFA and non-RFA states. This will be critical to provide certainty, stop duplicative federal and state regulation, and limit unreasonable disruptions from interest groups. AFPA notes that an expanded plantation forest estate will play an important role in our net zero ambitions by actively sequestering carbon and providing low carbon intensive products in the construction industries and elsewhere. Plantation estates can also provide a supportive environment for native flora and fauna. It is important that the implementation of the new reforms is done in a way that does not impede plantation development or impact on the primary role of forest plantations. Certainty is a key issue for our industry, and a number of issues remain unresolved as a result of the changes. These include the extremely tight timeframes to negotiate the new agreements, release of the remaining standards and the finalisation of workable standards to allow states to develop those bilateral agreements.
Can't do it.
Resourcing of the states to meet these tight timeframes and workload that's been imposed on them, the unclear role of the Commonwealth EPA in the new arrangements of forestry, ensuring it does not duplicate the role of the state EPAs, unacceptable impacts, and the recognition that no offsets or net gain is required as 2.9 million hectares was added to the reserve system when RFAs were formed. We look forward to providing a solid and stable foundation for the future success of Australia's forest industries under the EPBC Act reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators, for the opportunity. So just some quick points from National Farmers Federation. We've clearly provided submissions and given evidence to this inquiry before. In relation to standards, standards must provide clear parameters to operate within. Professor Samuel said in his evidence to the committee that certainty in standards are fundamental, and I guess our clarion call in this context is that clarity is what we're needing now. The standards need further refinement, including more clarity on how ESD is integrated into decision making and clarifying whether obligations apply at the individual property or the landscape scale. We also note that the Minister's commitment to us is that draft standards will clarify farm-scale activities such as routine clearing, regrowth management and fence line maintenance. In relation to continuing use, we have serious concerns about how the recent reforms will operate in practice. There is significant confusion and concern. We seek clarity on interpretations and scope around routine agricultural activities and whether they are exempt from self-assessment or not. EPBC interaction with state vegetation planning and land use legislation and how permits and approvals will be treated. Advice received thus far is that uncertain matters should be deferred to self-assessment, which is not an adequate solution. This is complex legislation. Clarity of interpretation and process is vital. Evidence from our members shows self-assessment pathways can take upward of 70 hours per assessment, and there is an acknowledged shortage of qualified consultants should they be required. Fees are likely to approach $25,000. What do we need? Confidence that if landowners follow official tools and approved processes, they will not be penalised later. Also need accurate and up-to-date mapping with accessible correction pathways. And finally, we need clarity and certainty. We continue to engage in good faith to progress this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Timber, New South Wales.
Mine will be far shorter because most of the issues have already been covered. I think it's probably by way of explanation. Timber New South Wales is the peak representative body for the native forest industry primarily in New South Wales, and it's been in existence since 1906, and before that more loosely formed for 10 years before that. So we have long experience, long standing in the management and operation of native forestry in New South Wales, and we felt we needed to have some established communication because our industry is one of the bigger native forest industries in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions. Now, I understand Senator McDonald has some questions, so you can kick us off.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today. Could I start with the NFF? What I want to understand is the implementation of this new legislation. You've raised the issue about the cost of self-assessment, the shortage of technical expertise, but really we want to get clarity, I would assume, on what the rules are and what the rules of engagement are. Could you speak to what is the issues that you would like to see the standards narrowed to, so that this is a workable tool for industry and, of course, Australian consumers who want to continue enjoying Australian timber and not having to import it?
Thank you, Senator. So I guess in short, we want to remove doubt and in doing so provide clarity into what the scope of the coverage of these adjusted legislation is. So one of the things we're seeing, particularly in your state, is a high level of confusion and lack of understanding about what they need, what is required and what is not required. So we've got two problems. So there's quite a broad scope of issues out there that need to be narrowed, and we're working through that with the department as we speak now. Once we, I guess, triage those issues into the sort of, these are the ones we need to focus on and these are the ones that are otherwise okay, then we need to work out what sort of assessment protocols are in place that are efficient, able to be adopted by small and medium scale landowners in particular. And as you correctly noted, I have pointed out that there's not a lot of environmental consultants out there, and if they're out there, getting access to them and the cost of them is quite high. So the first step is the degree to which the self-assessment can be done in a desktop way within, a farmer's own business, because there's also a lag phase if you have to get in a queue for a consultant. Now, the second difficulty is once you've done that, if you then need to undertake a referral, then there's a whole other layer of complexity that's not really as clear as it could be, remembering these are landscape scale discussions rather than designated developments. So we need to just work through this and are with the department. And I think it probably needs putting on record that this wasn't something that the department had prepared for. This wasn't, the implementation phase of this wasn't discussed in the lead up to the legislation being passed. So I have to be honest and say the department have reached out to us and been very keen to engage us. These are quite complex and difficult issues. We are getting feedback that talks about, this looks like it's okay. That's fine at the moment, but we're going to have to get to a point in a not too distant future where that greyness of that type of commentary becomes much more clear that, this is all right or this is subject to a self-assessment and maybe further referral. So we just need to get that balance right about what the issues are we're trying to solve and then go forward with how we solve those. I think if I could just venture, I think there's going to be an opportunity to develop some decision support tools that rely on public mapping when as it's appropriately corrected, so that we can have more confidence in what decisions we're making. Thank you.
So to that point of accurate mapping, I mean, we know that there are issues with the accuracy of the mapping, and the corrections are something that's a very expensive process for landholders to work through. Who is going to take responsibility for that? Is it going to be the federal government? Are they going to now step in and fund the states for more accurate satellite imaging and mapping? Who's going to do that?
So our expectation, Senator, is that's the role of Environmental Information Australia, which formally comes into being on the 1st of July, already operating. And the problem is that not all states are created equal. They've all got different levels of mapping. Some of it is interoperable with federal mapping processes, some of it's not. So we need to get some clarity in that. There's a whole range of interoperability, governance and correction issues that need to be addressed there. Just one example, we've had a member who accessed the Commonwealth mapping, was told that he had a paddock tree, went out and had a look and it was a water tank. So those sorts of corrections need to be able to be dealt with in a pretty efficient manner. There will be more complex issues that need more complex solutions, but if we can't quickly resolve that, sorry, that's a water tank, not a tree, then we're in a bit of pain.
That's exactly right. And it means that all farming operations and other land management operations are on hold while government sorts this out. What will it mean for the extensive mapping and the PMAV system in Queensland? Yeah, is that still got standing?
So, yes, as I understand it, it still has standing. I think the challenge is understanding, and for the 20 years I've been involved in EPBC, this has been a problem, understanding the difficulty of the state and federal disconnect, if I could put it that way. And so I've seen, how the state PMAP system operates in terms of, if you like, tree pushing, where they're leaving buffer zones. How that's recognised in the federal assessment process is not yet clear. So there does need to be some work done between the jurisdictions to clarify that. Now, I'm an optimist, Senator. I'm hopeful that a well-designed set of standards and negotiated bilaterals will seek to resolve that. That's the pathway we're on. Let's try and make sure we can get that to work.
Well, and in what time frame? I'm being contacted by land managers who had no idea this was coming, who thought that they'd work through this wet season and then they would, undertake the next round of land development, and instead they've got no idea, how long this will take, how much it will cost. Can I ask you too, just before I turn to forestry, Mr. Ragg, I want to talk to you about this 15-year threshold, this blanket number. I'm aware of studies that shows that there is a massive variation across bioregions for appropriate settings of time for regrowth and sorry, I've just completely lost my words this morning, canopy cover and development of that timber. Do you have any recommendations about how we better reflect rainfall, productivity gradients, regional production, tropical versus semi-arid regions? What are we going to do here?
Yeah, I think we need to think carefully about that, Senator. The opportunity may be to refocus or redesign the regional planning process. So as I understand it, the piloting process is being done on IBRA regions, which are quite significant and cross state borders. We've said repeatedly that it would make more sense to do it on NRM regions. They're well defined, they're all within state boundaries, so you don't have that state jurisdictional issue to also deal with. Were you to do that, then that would take account of the variations in landscape more precisely than trying to do it at a state or national level would do. But I would say in the context of regional planning that the initial pilots were not done in the context of needing to assess agriculture performance. It was more about development, so I think we need to revisit the scope of the regional planning process to make sure that it integrates different statuses for ag land within that process. Now, I think that's going to be extraordinarily complicated, but if we're going to ever get clarity, then we need to make sure that we've got the tools in place that are applied appropriately to progress that.
Thank you. If I could turn to Australian Forest Products Association. Given that we saw during the most recent estimates that the ABARES data shows an additional 17 million hectares of arable grazing land being converted to timber or to vegetation, how do you see this legislation intersecting with, I don't know, 7 times Tasmania's being introduced back into tree cover, but with uncertain management guidelines?
Thank you, Senator. As I think we've indicated in our opening statement and in our submission, providing a certain regulatory environment is absolutely essential, and for those states particularly where regional forest agreements are in place and are providing that certainty, I think there will be concern about investment in forestry until those new regulations are settled post the sunsetting environment. There was an industry meeting earlier this week whereby someone advised that he had put on hold all investment in forestry activities until there is confidence about the new regulatory environment. So providing that certainty, answering those questions, I think is absolutely vital. If there is to be new or expanded forestry activities, Whether 17 million hectares, 7 million hectares is viable, I'm afraid I'm not able to comment.
So are you aware if imported timber will be subject to equivalent net gain requirements from the jurisdictions they come from?
No, we've certainly not had advice on that, and I imagine it would be difficult to apply Australian domestic legislation to foreign countries, but certainly you make a good point in that demand for timber is increasing. As we decarbonise, we are seeing increasing demand for timber and timber products. And so if Australia is not able to supply that timber under our incredibly rigorous and rigid environmental standards, then people are going to look to source that elsewhere. And as the Choice Consumer Advocacy Group identified in the last couple of weeks, we are seeing increasing volumes of timber from countries like Malaysia in circumstances which arguably are applying nowhere near the same level of environmental standards that we are here or we are subject to here.
It seems crazy, doesn't it, that Australia, with its high level of expertise and professionalism to select and harvest appropriate timber for use in 1,000 different ways in Australia, will be restricted, and we will instead see more timber come from countries which have little or no environmental requirements for management of their forestry. And so we could be seeing species in other regions wiped out because of our own reluctance to well manage our own plantations.
Yes, while I was on holiday on the south coast of New South Wales, I took the opportunity to visit a very famous tree, which I had read on social media sites was under threat. I'm pleased to advise it's not under threat, it's in a permanent reserve system. The nearest harvesting will be 2.5 kilometres away, and the area in which it resides has been harvested at least 5 times previously. But you wouldn't know that because the environment looks fantastic and quite the opposite of the new housing development that is occurring about 50 kilometres away from it, where they have clear-felled some beautiful pristine forest and razed it to the ground for housing.
Well, and that's the crazy piece here, isn't it? That we were happy to clear timber for housing, for wind and solar renewable projects, but we're not happy to appropriately manage timber where it exists. So anyway, that's a comment, I guess, from me. May I turn to Timber New South Wales? Ms McCaskill, is it your understanding that the bills alter the practical operation of the New South Wales RFA?
I might defer to Stuart from a legal perspective.
Not at the moment, but as soon as the legislation kicks in, at this stage, yes, because the RFAs will disappear and there's nothing on the table to replace them with. And there is a major problem with this because the way the constitutional powers work under the legislation, and I'm sorry this is a legal answer, but we are in a statutory regime which has been legislated. The states control the land. All the Commonwealth's got is protected species. So you've got a really mismatch between how this is going to work. You end up with a situation under the federal constitution. Will the Commonwealth laws override the states? We don't know. You won't know till you see what's in writing to work out what will take priority. So we're heading into a literary maelstrom of legal nonsense. There is in place a very good system under the RFAs. They weren't invented yesterday. They've been around for a long time. The full federal court's got a very solid judgment which sets out the procedure and why they work. They deal with the constitutional federalism of Australia, and they do work. The only comment you might make is the fact they do not cover all forest areas in Australia. They are selected areas, and that's an issue that should be talked about. But where we're heading is literally no man's land, and there's been no communication in terms of New South Wales hardwood forests.
So Then you don't have any confidence that the national environmental standards will or won't override state forestry rules. This is all going to be decided in the courts, which is a long way from environmental outcomes, much less forestry outcomes.
Senator, you've asked a complex question. It's got about 3 different parts to it. I'll try and be very, very quick. The way the legislation is drafted around the environment, we all know the objective, it is based upon a process of decision making. And so the way you've got to start in the legislation and work through to what we know currently on the standards. And there are 2 problems with that. One is the executive on the 27th of November last year gave from the Prime Minister and the Minister statements about how business friendly this legislation was. That's fine. You go back to the legislation and try and find that in the legislation. It's not there. It's implicit. It's not explicit. The implicit bit refers to codes and standards of a profession or a business, which industry, which may be put into the consent conditions around an action. And then it's full stop. You then come forward to the main standard we've been looking at. It under the principles, refers to decision making. So where you land is that this legislation is about a decision-making process, brackets, of business, close brackets. The problem is the legislation does not refer to business. It uses the word economic. And you've got to be very careful as statutory interpretations. You actually deal with what is in the legislation. Economic is not commercial or business. You can try and squeeze it in there, but with respect, I think you've got a problem doing that. You're in the area of what a judge may think about the language, and therefore you could end up with no recognition of business or a distorted recognition of business. And so our submission tries to deal with this very high-level issue, because when you go to decision-making and look at the standards, and we haven't got the stand on data or information yet, which is a serious problem, frankly, you end up with this provisional principle under data and information. If you read that very carefully, it's also about consultation. I'll leave that to one side. But what is data and information in terms of environmental regulation? It's about science. Where you land is in the area of science. So in timber, the science is highly contestable. I'm not going to talk about agriculture because that's what I'm not representing, but in timber, there's lots of different views about wildfires, about how you harvest the timber, why you shouldn't. And there's been plenty of papers out there, but you end up in the area of contestability of science. And that's where you end up in what we've been seeing through lawfare, the arguments of scientific papers versus other scientific papers. Do we really want that? I don't think we want that in the way this timber industry works. And so the way to do it is to look around to other legislative examples where they've tried to deal with this same problem. And there's 2 examples. One is the work health and safety legislation around Australia where the phrase reasonably practicable is used, and that's in that definition. I'm not going to go and talk to that large because it's in the submission. And the other one is the one they put into the corporations legislation for directors around the business judgment rule, which talks about good faith. Now, what those 2 things do is they put up a defence structure and a compliance standard or a professional standard, how the decision maker has to work through the material before them. It's not a shield. It doesn't stop actions. It's a defence. So if you do the best job you can on the known scientific and commercial material in front of you, then at least you can say you did the best you can. So where we end up with is we have a business structure which is doing the best they can. You've got a high performance compliance measure, and you're actually starting to meet what's in the decision-making criteria, in the standards, in the legislation, and you end up in a sweeter spot. But I listened to some of the comments before. I could see where this very legal solution to the statutory drafting actually deals with some of the very practical problems which have been outlined in this session this morning. I'm sorry for the long answer, but there it is.
No, I think that's an important point to make, though, because For those people who think that the changes to the EPBC legislation is going to result in more biodiversity and great outcomes for the environment, and that timber forestry workers will still keep their jobs and farmers will still be able to grow food and fibre for Australians and our neighbours, you've just explained that that is not the case, that we will have legal analysis and interpretation that may well end up with really perverse outcomes that don't result in better environmental outcomes. And we're already seeing that through the offsets mechanism right around Australia, where we see land unmanaged, weeds and pests and in fact, real monocultures of diversity. So can I just ask Ms. Hallam, can you tell me, you talked before about the lack of investment or the drying up of investment in forestry. For all the existing forestry jobs, workers, families who are supported by this industry, who I'm assuming the government thinks will be able to go and reskill, what sort of numbers are we talking about across Australia?
Well, the industry currently directly employs 80,000 Australians, and I think, as we've articulated in our submission, it is our hope that regulatory stability can be provided over the course of the next, 16 months now, so that is not impacted. We certainly have ambition for Australian forestry. We have discussed several times in the past the opportunities for timber to play more of a role in the built environment. In fact, I noted at the new one of the new metro stations in Melbourne only this week that the timber had been imported from Europe. Germany, and at the Sydney fish markets, the timber for that new beautiful roof had been imported from Europe as well. There is absolutely no reason why, under a secure, stable regulatory environment, that those 80,000 Australians can't grow to be a greater number. But providing that regulatory stability for all types of timber production in Australia must be the focus over the next 16 months. And we note the regional forest agreements originally took up to 4 years to negotiate. So hence our call for urgency and supply of support, particularly for those states that were unprepared for it. The thought of anyone losing their jobs in this industry is incredibly distressing.
It absolutely is. Chair, my final question, if I could, to each of the witness groups. There is a rumour that the EU free trade agreement impacts. We're still unclear about that, but what are you seeing that impact on forestry agreements in Australia?
Yes, thanks, Senator. Thanks for the question. So, Australian industry is facing a confluence of issues at the moment. Cheap imports from LVL from China, potentially using Russian timber to avoid the tariffs, and a number of other issues, the cost recovery being added to our exports, increases in costs and increases in energy costs. And our understanding is that the EU FTA would remove the 5% tariffs for timber coming in from Europe. And as you see, we've already had timber, a number of our major projects are using timber in preference to using the Australian manufacturing. So that extra costs makes it difficult for us to compete with the viability. So that is a very significant concern.
I'm speechless that such an iconic other Australian industry of fishing would have ended up with German timber in the fish market. So it's a pretty sad day, isn't it? Mr. Ragg, can I ask you about the impacts of the EU FTA with relation to the EPBC?
Thank you, Senator. I think I need to be careful because this is above my pay grade. I don't do trade. But can I just generally say that we've been very clear that this needs to be a good deal for Australia in all of its guises, and we'll continue to look to that. But the layers of detail that you're probably interested in are probably on someone else's desk. I'm sorry.
No, fair enough, fair enough. Chair, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. I've just got a couple of quick questions to the NFF. Mr Ag, can I just ask, would you say there was a lack of understanding about the obligations under the EPBC Act pre-reform in the agricultural sector?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, and I've ongoingly referred to the frustration that we've had having that communication of which are basically two compliance regimes, and the poor understanding that a lot of people have had in what the requirements are under the EPBC Act. And there's certainly a level of greyness about, if you're compliant with state laws, it varies what the state laws cover. And where it separates from EPBC, we've seen some cases where people have been compliant with state laws, demonstrably compliant with state laws, and still found themselves in breach of that. So a pragmatic view is we need to resolve that, and now is the time. I wrote submissions to 2 previous statutory inquiries for EPBC and made the same point. So if we can fix that now, we will have made some progress, acknowledging that there's a whole lot of uncertainty and distress out there that we need to work through with our constituency.
And while I obviously don't speak for the executive, I think from my perspective that's a goal that I would certainly share in terms of how the reforms get implemented. How do you think Commonwealth and industry bodies and people within particularly the agricultural sector can work together to build that understanding and that greater clarity?
Yeah, thank you. I think there needs to be some mutual recognition, and I'm not saying it's not there, that there are issues we need to resolve and work through. I talked earlier about making sure we get the scope right, because as I sit here today, there's a whole range of issues on the table that my sense is are probably outside what we need to resolve. So narrowing the scope and then going deep on those things that are narrowed is really important. We are talking very often, particularly with the department and various parts of the department, to try and work through this. Complicated by the fact that each state has different drivers. There's a lot of focus on Queensland at the moment. I'm starting to see some questions being asked in other jurisdictions. The underlying uncertainty about what we need to do is what's important, and what we think we probably need to figure out how to avoid is that we don't want to have everyone who wants to do a standard agricultural practice going through either a self-assessment or a referral, because I think that'll just about crash the department.
Thank you. Ms Hallam, I heard you, I can see you nodding rather. Did you want to add anything to that line of inquiry?
No, I would just say we've been very reassured by the Minister for the Environment and the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, both of whom have been prepared to address industry forums and supply bureaucrats to alert and make aware of the interest in resolving issues which are currently, not supplying the answers required. So I think there is an interest in getting back to regulatory certainty, even where some didn't exist beforehand, as my colleague from the National Farmers Federation's articulated. There's a desire to ensure that happens so we can all continue making the contribution we need to the Australian economy.
Thank you very much. And I thank everyone present and online today for your evidence. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please provide the answers as soon as possible, but certainly no later than the 6th of March. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would now welcome representatives from the Environment Institute of the University of Adelaide, joining us via video conference, the Australian Conservation Foundation and the Australian Climate and Biodiversity Foundation. welcome. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
It has.
Wonderful. I also see nodding on the table and a thumbs up online, so thank you very much. I'd invite each of you to make a short statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. I'll just do this in an arbitrary way, which is right to left in the room and then online.
Me?
Yes.
Thanks for the opportunity to present again today on this important issue. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge traditional owners of the country in which we are meeting today.
I'm sorry, sir. I've skipped a step here. If you wouldn't mind just stating
saying
your
my name, my title,
name
my
and
organisation.
capacity in which you
would think I would know that.
No, well, I missed it, so I do this plenty of times too. So.
Thank you. Lyndon Snyder's Executive Director, Australian Climate and Biodiversity Foundation. Take previous acknowledgements as given. Look, there's a few things to say. Firstly, I guess it's important to acknowledge and sort of celebrate the fact that after more than 2 decades of rank and debate, the Parliament managed to pass some very substantial and long overdue reforms to Australia's national environment laws, and that is no small thing, let me tell you. So I think that's a very important thing to acknowledge up front. Obviously, the passage of legislation in itself does not change the world. And what changes the world is what practically happens in the community, in decisions that are made on the ground, particularly when it comes to protection of matters of national environmental significance, which is the primary and priority role of this legislation and the sort of heads of power it's been given through the various treaties that Australia has entered into over the last 40-odd years. There's also obviously a very important economic development, economic growth agenda and dimension to these reforms as well, and so we always have to acknowledge the interrelationship between these two things, but it is important to once again remember the point of the national environment laws is to protect these matters of national environmental significance in this beautiful continent of ours. Thinking forward, which is really what I wanted to address in my opening statement, the real job here is to enable the reforms to occur in a timely, transparent and well-resourced fashion. Thinking about the decisions that this government has to make and the considerations that this place needs to give coming up in the May budget, it is incredibly important that the resources are going to be available to enable the key reforms to happen. In no particular order, the establishment of Environment Information Australia, as outlined by previous submissions, is enormously important. High quality data, the best data that we can possibly generate, is critical to consistent, reliable and trusted decision making when it comes to the protection of matters of national environmental significance. Graham Samuel, back in 2019, now 2020, in the phases of the independent inquiry, spoke in chapter and verse about the need for, as much as possible, the development of a single source of truth, about reliable information that decision makers can draw on and the public and the community can have faith in. That when decisions are being made in respect to the management of the environment, protection of the environment, we've got the very best data available. Australia has fantastic research institutions, fantastic scientists, fantastic knowledge base developed over many, many decades, and many trusted institutions that develop that data. Drawing on that and bringing that into the heart of government decision making is absolutely essential. So the EIA is up and running, which is fantastic news, but making sure it's got the data, it's got the capabilities, and it's got the cooperation from the states and territories and also from industry to do its centrally important job is going to be a key test for success. Equally, the establishment of Environment Protection Australia, or the National Environment Protection Agency, is a game-changing reform if well-resourced and set up in the best possible way, bringing on the independent cop on the beat, the strong cop on the beat, as Samuel talked about, that we can all, both industry and the community, can have faith in as an independent decision maker to manage the really challenging balance between protecting the environment and supporting economic activity is absolutely essential. And so we cannot delay getting that organisation established, doing the transition of government from the department into the national EPA is incredibly important. Equally important is the resourcing and the promotion of regional plans. One of the key features of the reforms that were passed in this place or in the Parliament in November, December last year was the establishment of new processes to promote regional planning. And regional planning is extremely important in terms of being able to enable decision makers and proponents and the community to not just look at development at the site level, but look at it in the landscape in which these developments are occurring. There has been a number of trials have been put in place between states, the territories and the Australian government over the last several years to get these regional plans in place, and real resourcing to bring the states, the territories, the local communities and the Australian government together to prioritise the development of these regional plans, to understand the impacts of cumulative development and understand the key priorities for protection and restoration is absolutely essential. Look, there's much more I could say, but I won't because there's other people here and you've got a busy day. But I guess my opening statement is it's great the reforms have been passed. The real work now starts, and the real work requires a significant investment in the capabilities of these reforms and the rollout of these reforms over the next 12, 18 months.
Mr. Sides.
Thank you. Brendan Sides, National Biodiversity Policy Advisor with the Australian Conservation Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to appear again before this committee. We also welcomed the passage of the bills late last year, and we were particularly pleased to see some considerable strengthening of the bills secured through Senate negotiations. The reforms create a framework or a scaffold for the long overdue and critically important step change that's required to nature protection in Australia. But it's the detail now, it's the implementation that follows that's going to be really critical in determining whether or not that step change in nature protection is actually delivered. And the instruments, such as the standards and a whole range of other regulations, will be critically important in determining whether or not the promised improvements in nature protection are actually delivered. So we welcome the committee's focus on those standards and the continuation of the committee beyond the passage of the bills. The responsibility for a lot of those instruments now rests squarely with Minister Watt and the Albanese government. There's a whole plethora of subordinate instruments under this legislative framework, not just the standards, but other regulations that'll do critically important things like define net gain. The drafts of the standards that we've seen so far, the two of them, the ones for matters of national environmental significance and the ones for offsets, need improvement. They won't, in our view, deliver the step change in nature protection that's required and that's been promised. They're not, in their current form, a foundation for accountability for the environmental outcomes. They're not drafted in a way that lends them to measurement or to, as I said, accountability for the outcomes that they're intended to deliver. And they risk, in their current form, particularly the M&ES standard, I would say, becoming simply a framework for a rush to accreditation of state and territory governments under the EPBC Act. And for locking in business as usual under those state and territory regimes rather than lifting our national nature protection game here in Australia. As everyone has agreed, as was very clear through the Samuel Review, the first 20, 25 years now of the EPBC Act have been a failure. That needs to change, and this next phase of implementation will be critical in ensuring that that actually occurs. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Professor McCormick.
Thank you. I am an associate professor, actually, although I do appreciate the promotion. Thank you so much. I'm an associate professor in the Environment Institute at the New Adelaide University, and I just have a couple of things that I want to note. So first of all, the Environment Institute represents a whole suite of disciplines. So we come from across ecology and biology and sort of hard sciences, through to psychology and anthropology, and my colleagues in the Adelaide Law School. And we've been really actively together in an interdisciplinary way following the reform process at the national level and in South Australia, where a new Biodiversity Act really ambitious, was passed by Parliament last year. So like my learned friends in the room, I think there's some things to celebrate about this reform to the EPBC Act, but lots of work still to do. And the work that we've seen so far, I support Brendan's comment that we haven't seen yet examples of instruments that will actually turn things around. So just two things that I want to highlight. The first is about discretion. So we noted in the Environment Institute submission that there remain hundreds of instances of ministerial discretion in the Act. The Minister simply needs to be satisfied rather than ensuring, for example, that decisions are actually consistent with national standards or actually achieve protection of the environment. And this committee, of course, is very well aware of the detail of Graham Samuel's review and report on the EPBC Act. And that report specifically pointed to excessive discretion as a driver of both litigation, which is one of the only mechanisms that are available to clarify vague requirements after instruments are put into place, but also a driver of the failure to implement and achieve the Act's purposes, including protecting the environment. So the statutory reform process, it proceeded slowly and then all at once. But this committee process is a really important opportunity to ensure that these standards, as they are drafted and refined and progressed, meet the tasks that are designed to hold in this legal framework. There's no point in supplementing legislation that hangs on the minister's satisfaction or the delegate's satisfaction with standards that are also in vague terms. And the draft that we've seen of matters of national environmental significance include terminology like aims to ensure that decisions provide for protection, conservation and recovery, aim to promote and enhance diversity and abundance and so on. These objectives could be 100% successful and have zero effect on actual environmental outcomes. Given the kinds of reports we've seen in the last few years, including Graham Samuel's report, but also the State of the Environment report and the National Climate Risk Assessment, replicating shortfall of discretion, excessive discretion in the Act, where there's such a promising instrument as national environmental standards is unacceptable. And so the Environment Institute really urges this committee to make strong recommendations about managing this discretion in this and in future standards to ensure they do their job, contributing clear, coherent, specific expectations so that everyone, proponents, governments at the state level too, if they're responsible for some of the assessment and approval processes, industry, communities, can understand what is required and help to ensure that the Act works. The other thing that I briefly want to mention in this opening statement is actually not the focus of any of the standards that have been released so far, but Graham Samuel pointed to a suite of standards in his report as core contributions to the legal framework, and the whole suite of those standards really needs to be put in place straight away to understand how they connect together, how they help to achieve the purposes of the Act. And I want to point to one in particular because it relates to an area of expertise that the Environment Institute has at the at Adelaide University, and that's about the compliance and enforcement regime. So some of the penalties in place have been lifted in the reforms, but the Wildlife Crime Research Hub, which is based at Adelaide University, has demonstrated that wildlife and environmental crime in particular is a really important, really hidden, under-recognised and increasing source of biodiversity harm across our continent. It's growing 2 or 3 times faster than the global economy. These forms of crime, and they include illegal habitat clearing and wildlife trafficking, at the moment are very under-regulated. They can be perceived as low risk and high reward. And illegal wildlife trafficking in particular is the 4th largest transnational organised crime type, alongside drugs, weapons and human trafficking. And researchers in the Wildlife Crime Research Hub have identified a really large number of Australian endemic species turning up in these global markets. And so the legal contribution to that research has recognised that laws at the state and territory level are just completely inconsistent, poorly enforced and in some cases ineffective. Achieving a coherent cross-border regulatory framework is a brilliant opportunity through a national environmental standard for compliance and enforcement, bringing together the obligations under the EPBC Act, biosecurity controls and other protections from illegal wildlife trafficking and other forms of environmental crime. So we at the Environment Institute really look forward to seeing drafts of that standard and the others and to contributing to them, but hope that the committee might take up the task of recommending that the full suite of standards needs to be in place and that they might be really ambitious and do some great things for biodiversity and for the environment. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here again today and acknowledging that while we've got the architecture in place, what we now need to do is put in the details. I guess from at first blush, I just want to understand what are the key differences between these draft standards as outlined, as put forward by the government, and what the department's negotiating and consulting on, versus what Graham Samuel's proposed?
I can have a quick go at that.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the specificity in terms of outcomes, rather than as Associate Professor McCormack was just describing, the sort of framing in terms of objectives and more process-oriented matters, is one key difference.
Mm-hmm.
The language as well, I would say, is somewhere between the consultation on various policy proposals from the Department for Standards and the actual drafting of a legislative instrument. There seems to have been a lot of discretionary language that slipped in. I don't know whether that's deliberate and a result of instruction to drafters or just a sort of natural tendency for drafters to draft legislative instruments in a way that maximises executive discretion, but it's not, I would say, an appropriate way to develop these standards consistent with the recommendations from the Samuel Review. I think there's some key things missing as well from our perspective. The idea that climate change and climate change impacts in the context of different climate change scenarios doesn't come up at all in the core standard for matters of national environmental significance. Climate's not mentioned at all in that standard. I think that's a problem. Professor Samuel also recommended some important things that would supplement or deal with some of the existing limitations of the EPBC Act, providing clarity around the need to consider cumulative impacts or to consider the impacts on key threatening processes in the version of the standard that he prepared, and those things have fallen out of the standard that we've seen. But the principal one is really, I think there's been a move away to something that's framed in terms of what decisions should aim to do, rather than specifying with clarity the outcomes that are expected for the matters of national environmental significance that the Act is intended to protect.
I'm not sure, were you here for the housing panel this morning?
No, sorry, I missed it.
Because the industry's pitch, as I took it, to us was they want the rules to be very clear, so clear that they can, as an industry representing various different developers, can look at a block of land before they purchase it and know whether it's going to get approved, whether development on that particular 100 acres would get approved or not. In order to do that, these regulations would need to do what you've just suggested. They need to be specific, they need to be outcome orientated, and the language needs to be less discretionary and more black and white. Is that, have I interpreted what you've said properly?
Yes, that's correct. And I think, that's the win-win, I guess, that was envisaged by Professor Samuel in putting so much emphasis on these standards in the first place. That clarity as to the outcomes that the Act is intended to deliver in terms of protecting matters of national environmental significance is critical to turning around the failure of the Act to actually protect those matters of national environmental significance. But that clarity also obviously benefits the users of the system, rather than having a very process-oriented system where you're sort of brought into an ongoing environmental impact assessment system without any real clarity around where you're supposed to end up at the end. You have that clarity set out as much as possible from the start, so that you can cite your projects, design the projects, navigate your way through the environmental inquiries and so forth necessary to develop the design in a way that's informed by standards and clarity about what's expected of you at the end. I suspect where we part company is that the form of clarity in terms of environmental protection particularly. And my concern is that there'll be a lot of pressure from industry and groups saying we want clarity, but not necessarily that sort of clarity, or we don't actually acknowledge the need for a significant increase, step change as I described it, in nature protection. But we're equally adamant that that is core to the Samuel recommendations. It's one of the pillars that Minister Watt put forward as sort of the key objective of the reform, strengthening nature protection, and that needs to be delivered through the detail of the standards.
Just a couple of things to add, probably. I think, so I concur with all of that. There's certainly room for improvement to the standards that have gone out for public consultation, both in terms of a sort of assessment against what Samuel was trying to recommend, together with the changes that actually came to the legislation after the standards were put out for consultation. So I think if we all recall, the standards were put out for public consultation before the final passage of the bills, and some important changes that were negotiated by the Parliament therefore changed the nature of the standards. You know, there's more specificity, some terms that, you know, on one level seem not important are incredibly important, such as the term consistent, you know, which really reflect on the role of the decision maker, giving the decision maker the positive ability to apply rules. So I think whether or not things apply and are consistent with Samuel's recommendations, there are just changes that need to be made to the standards so that it's going to be consistent with the new legislative regime. That's just really important. The points that both Brendan and Philippa have previously made around minimising discretion are incredibly important for everyone, including industry, as well as the conservation community. You know, there is this basic reality that nature is dynamic and changing, and it is changing in the face of climate change, and so the certainty, particularly that industry wants, is going to be a little bit difficult even with the clearest rules possible, because we're just living in a changing world in which the natural world is changing before our very eyes. One important reform, I think, that deviates a little from what Samuel was recommending in terms of the standards was the incorporation of the concept of unacceptable impacts into the primary legislation. So Professor Samuel was talking about that being a concept that needed to be embedded in the standards, but that has been moved over to the primary legislation, and I think that's a really important reform. So just in terms of being sort of fair to the direct comparison of Samuel's standards versus what's in front of us, there have been some improvements to the original idea that I think are really important to acknowledge. But yes, you know, clearly more work on the standards is needed to make it as clear as humanly possible.
And have you got a... and I'm sorry if it's in your submission and I've just missed it, but have you put forward a kind of marked up changes that you would like to see the government adopt?
Not in the submission, but you'll probably hear from various people throughout today that there's consideration being given to priority changes that could be easily done within the architecture of the existing proposals, and that if it's helpful to the committee and the department, can be easily translated into a marked up version.
I think that would be helpful, to be honest, because I feel as though since the even during the negotiations of the legislation, and you know, Mr. Snyders is right, like we put some things that were going to just be left in the standards into the bill so that it's a higher level, obviously, which is good. But the whole way through, there has been this kind of tension between how specific the standards are going to be. And I think, you know, Samuel's kept using the word, you know, how granular it is going to be. I think I understand that, but without some red marker, it's very hard to kind of pin down how far we need to go.
I will take that on notice.
And it's the decision maker test, right? You've got to look at these documents and go, if you were the decision maker,
Yes.
whether you're a minister or the CEO of the soon to be the EPA, what do these words mean at a practical level in the real life? And that's what's really important. To the department's credit, they have reconvened the technical consultation process, for industry, and Brendan and I happy enough to sit on that process. So there is ongoing work too, which is great.
I'd just add to that point about the decision maker. The other key thing I think this committee should be keen to investigate as part of this inquiry is the degree to which the standards lend themselves to accountability, in the sense of, as you will inevitably do in 2, 3, 5 years' time, coming back and saying, how are we tracking in terms of implementing these reforms? Did the standards deliver? You need something in the standards to actually say, this is what was intended. This was the outcome that was set up with clarity. Yes. Are we achieving it or not? And if it's in vague and flexible language, then we'll simply have something like the findings from the Samuel Review saying, well, can't really tell whether the Act is achieving its objectives or not, because it's really unclear what the Act is trying to achieve.
And that really goes to the importance of the EIA again, doesn't it?
Agreed.
Some of those roles the EIA have been given to actually create a baseline, to give us some actual database that tells us whether things are getting better or not. You sort of think about all the incredibly depressing state of environment reports that have been published regularly since the mid-1990s. And one of the features of those environment reports, despite being often brilliant pieces of work, is there's not a consistency. You can't actually track against a series of criteria whether things are getting better or not. Things clearly have been getting worse on many degrees, but having the ability now through EIA to say, these are the matters of national environmental significance, this is the baseline of where their health is right now, and being able to monitor that on a regular basis through, the 2 yearly reformed state of environment reports is going to be incredibly important, because that's going to be the ultimate test. More reviews, as Brendan said, will tell us something, but the actual test is what's going to happen in the natural world.
Well, and we know that the legislation itself requires a statutory review in 5 years' time now. So, yes, what are going to be the things to make that worthwhile?
100%.
I'm just conscious, Philippa, did you have... I saw you looking up. Did you want to add to some of that?
Thank you so much, Senator. Just very briefly, the idea of bioregional planning has been pitched as an idea that would offer a solution for the housing comments that you mentioned earlier. But I wanted to mention the fact that if we want the certainty to look at a particular parcel of land and say, I can in fact develop on that land, we also have to accommodate the possibility that it might be, I absolutely definitely can't, even though it would be convenient and desirable for me to do so. So the certainty of a yes comes alongside the certainty of occasional no's, which is a really important test for these legal reforms, and an important way to see whether they are in fact working. Do they ever say no? But I think the other thing is, when we look at planning at that granularity, as you said, like when we think about looking across a landscape and identifying with certainty whether an area can be developed or whether an area can be the subject of restoration, we know from past experience that that requires enormous investments of money and time and effort. And the folks working within Environment Information Australia already are probably working extremely hard with a great deal of difficulty to define what it might look like to understand what areas must under every circumstance be protected, particularly as the background context is changing with climate change and other drivers of change, including bushfires and droughts and floods and storms and so on. So I think that as part of the process of meeting that submission, of addressing that submission, tools like bioregional planning might play a role in that, but the Australian government does need to recognise that that level of certainty requires resourcing, quite a lot of resourcing, quite a lot of information, and the opportunity to say no in some circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to be clear, because I think you mentioned some of the things that are missing. There's the issue about the lack of clarity of the wording, the discretionary language, lack of specificity around the outcomes. But then you said there's some things that have that aren't even in there. you've said the cumulative impacts have kind of fallen away, and that was, I guess, this goes to Philippa's point. But the climate impacts, I think, can we just be clear what you're saying, what you're talking about there, so we don't get we don't allow it to be used against I think the point you're trying to make. We're not asking for climate considerations of a project. It's the climate considerations, the impacts on the animals and the species we're trying to protect.
Great. Not seeking to rehash
Yes.
arguments that were
Yes.
run thoroughly through the legislative
Yeah.
reform process. The starting point for what I was suggesting was what Professor Samuel recommended, was that at the very least, when you're considering, I think, avoidance and mitigation, you should be doing it in the context of different climate scenarios.
Yes.
There is some mention of that in the offset standard, but I just think it's striking that we've got a standard for matters of national environmental significance that doesn't mention climate change, including that very specific recommendation from Professor Samuel. So I'd include, probably, if it is broadening it out, include something slightly broader, saying when you are considering impacts, you just need to be aware that we are in a dynamic and changing situation in relation to climate, with climate change and potentially catastrophic events, different scenarios, different possibilities for the very near future and the distant future need to be considered when you're considering impacts. I would also add, if we're sort of persisting with this model of setting out high-level objectives in the standards as well, that an objective needs to be to ensure that to use the language that's currently in the standard, decision-making promotes resilience in the face of climate change. So there are, I think, two things that are squarely within the kind of impact assessment, management of impacts kind of framework that the impact assessment and approval regime of the EPBC Act deals with, that are responsive to climate change, without, as I said, straying into that territory of saying there's a whole range of other broader climate considerations that should be at the heart of our national environmental laws. I still think they should be, but I am recognising that the standards are being developed within the framework of the legislation as reformed by the Parliament last year.
Yes. So just to be clear, so you've been involved in some consultation with the department about these two standards that have been released in draft form. They've reconvened this consultation group. Is that...
Senator, Lyndon has been involved in this as well. There's obviously all the discussion around the standard that Professor Samuel produced now more than 5 years ago. So there's
been a lot of
discussion about that. There was, after the government in its last term under Environment Minister Blibisek committed to reform of the EPBC Act, a standards working group in early 2023, the lockups, other consultations, last term roundtables, and through all of that we've been considering different proposals for standards and what should be in them and so forth, not necessarily the final legislative instrument which was only released late last year. And as Lyndon has pointed out, there's now, and we welcome this, a continuing commitment to at least some targeted consultation with groups and interesting industry bodies that have been heavily involved in the process throughout. So the discussion is continuing.
Which isn't a surrogate for a public process.
Absolutely.
There's public processes that are going to have to be rolled out under the new regime as well. But it's, a bunch of the people that are before you today are all sitting around on the same Zoom call once a week talking about these same technical matters. So,
What we're lacking at the moment, I'd say, if I could extend on my answer, is clarity about the kind of total package and how that's being pulled together. It was very useful for the government to exhibit some proposed standards in conjunction with the legislation last year so we could get a bit of an insight as to what was proposed. There's been a departmental-led consultation process on those exposure drafts, but as Lyndon's just indicated, there's a statutory process for developing these, and I think at least 3 other standards that are proposed that'll play out sometime in the next few months. That also needs to be considered in the context of a whole range of other regulatory instruments that need to be prepared, including, critically, regulations that specify which decisions the standards all apply to.
Yes.
That is really important to our understanding of the total system, what the government is prioritising in terms of the rollout and so forth. That's in the works, I understand, but getting that information would be really useful as well.
And this really highlights the pitch, to the committee and, of course, to the government and the executive and the ERC for the funding to make this stuff real, because the reforms are substantive, and to be effective they're going to have to be substantive, and they're going to need to be resourced, and they're not going to be perfect. And to the public services in their defence, particularly the environment section of the queue, has not been necessarily the flavour of the month for a number of governments over the past 25 years and has not been invested in the way in which it should have been in terms of building up the expertise, the data and the standing which really it should have. And so there's a big job to rebuild the capacity and the expertise and the breadth of knowledge required inside the department. And so, you know, money doesn't buy everything, but boy, it helps. If you systematically underfund an environment department for a generation, it's pretty hard for anyone from outside to point the finger and say, oh, the public service is useless. It's actually a design feature by underfunding it.
Yeah.
And it's about time we start to fund these, this department and these roles with the way in which the community would expect.
Could I ask you about and the thinking about the decision maker and how the decision maker uses these standards? I'd like you to reflect on the language that's currently in there, that the decision makers, that the standards require decision makers to use, quote, best available information rather than appropriate and suitable information, which was what Samuels had proposed. Are you worried about that? Is that an example of the kind of discretionary or not tight enough language that allows proponents to kind of get off the hook in terms of being clear about what the impacts will be?
I'm sorry, I'm just looking to see whether Associate Professor McCormack wants to lead us off on that.
That's very generous, thank you. Look, I do think that a standard on data and the information that underpins decisions might be really useful in defining what best available evidence or best available information might mean in any given context. I don't feel, perhaps this is my ignorance, but I don't feel like that is a deal breaker for great decision making, because a person who seeks out the best available information to them and then uses that information to underpin their decision making will be using great information, and so that could be done well. Look, I think in many cases the decisions fall over in terms of their capacity to protect the environment, not because great information isn't available. Quite a lot of the time, it's because the Act doesn't require a decision that protects the environment. So to the extent that we can fix that as the starting point, that will be really, really profoundly valuable.
Yes.
So
it is more about the outcome.
Yeah.
It is more about the outcome than the process.
And without,
absolutely about the outcome.
Yeah.
Without, I mean, there are other examples in the drafting that really, I think, do create a risk that there's a sort of level of flexibility and discretion built into the standard, and there's another layer on top of that in the sense that the decision-making will be, helpfully now, I guess, required to be consistent, but still to the satisfaction of. And so there's a risk there, I guess, that there is just so much variation possible in the system that it's not delivering that clarity and certainty that this new standards-based approach is intended to deliver.
And without being a broken record, it is remarkable what sort of information can be gained when the investment and the political will is put in place.
Yeah.
You know, we hear all the time about the remarkable advances in technology and remote sensing and the use of satellite data and LiDAR and things like that. But, you know, like during the sort of 24-25, I was quite closely involved in the advisory group that was considering the establishment of the Great Koala National Park in the north coast of New South Wales. And, you know, in that instance, when the New South Wales government got serious about really trying to understand the three dimensions of sustainability, which were, in particular, in that instance, it was both the economic impacts of change and then the environmental values that were being sought to be protected for that process. A proper investment in resourcing yielded extraordinary results within 12 months, you know, actually getting the technology out into the forests to go and find the animals, establish their health, their condition, their numbers, their status, was quite incredible. You know, it's not like the ability to accumulate the information isn't there.
Yes.
It's about the resourcing and the political will to make it happen, which is, again...
Yes, and the will to use the information.
100%. You know.
Yeah. Could I just... I guess going to a more real-world example, we've seen, this legislation's passed. We're now in discussions about how we put in place standards that realise those outcomes properly. And perhaps this is for ACF. Are you concerned at the some of the decisions that have been made by the minister since the legislation passed at the end of last year?
Yes. So there's two that I can specifically mention. One is that the recent decision around Alcoa in Southwest Australia. I was shocked to see the national interest exemption used in that way. It hasn't been used to sort of create a grace period in that way in the past, particularly it hasn't been used to provide that facility in the mining sector. So it was on the back of the explanation by the minister around the purpose of that exemption in the debates last year, and although he was later clear that it wasn't restricted to national security and national disasters, it was the flavour, I guess, of when it would be available. So using it in that way I thought was quite extraordinary, particularly, I should say, on the back of, by the sounds of it, 15 years of the department pestering Alcoa to comply, and Alcoa saying, well, we don't think we need to, and the department doing nothing about it. So an outcome that then saw the minister granting that exemption, I thought was quite extraordinary. I'm keen to find out more about the background of the decision and what the alternatives might have been. The other decision, which I think was made under delegation, so I'm not quite sure the degree to which the minister was involved in, is a recent decision in the Northern Territory to allow some thousands of hectares of bushland to be cleared for agricultural development there without it needing to be assessed under the EPBC Act. Once again, without knowing the details, and we don't have reasons for that decision yet. It just seemed to me, particularly against the background of non-compliance and community, including traditional owner concern about the proposal, it just seemed extraordinary to me that the department would say we can be satisfied at the referral stage that this is something that doesn't need to be assessed under the EPBC Act.
To clear savanna woodland to put in place cotton.
Correct, yes. It's an agricultural development project to establish a cotton enterprise.
I mean, I'm quite shocked by the NT that decision in the Northern Territory as well. And
it's not an awesome precedent.
It's not what?
It's not an awesome precedent.
No, it's not an awesome precedent.
I think the only, what I'm trying to satisfy myself with, because it's a bad decision, I reckon, and I agree with Brendan and the ACF position, it just strikes me as almost barking mad not to at least be doing a proper assessment of it. The only thing I can sort of try to draw some hope from is, a lot of the components of the reform package aren't being turned on properly until the end of this year. That's the nature of the size and the scale of the reforms. We don't actually have an EPA until at least July 1. I think the statutory independence of EIA doesn't kick in until a similar time. And then a lot of the really important provisions inside the legislation don't occur until, I think, about December 1 this year. And so, the optimist in me is hoping we are living in a sort of hinterland where we're moving from one reality to a different reality. But yeah, they're not awesome decisions, that's for sure.
I also hope there's not. I also hope there's not a desire within department ministers' offices to get bad decisions made in this, twilight period, because that is totally out of step with what these new laws say, and I would argue well outside the spirit of what the Parliament has put forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's a phenomenon here or not, and as I said, keen to see the reasons. But another concern that we have is that is this kind of general trend towards front loading, dealing with referrals at the sort of referral stage before they kind of hit the public system, and then providing proponents with reassurance that they can get an approval very quickly under the system. that may be appropriate in some cases, and the standards-based approach is intended to encourage that, but there will always be circumstances where a level of scrutiny and public consultation is appropriate, which is why a commitment to the public consultation standard, I think, is really important, because it's going to be one of the ways, I imagine, to ensure that that occurs properly under this new regime.
Yes. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a few quick questions for witnesses. I'm happy for contributions from anyone that has something to add. I'm wondering how you think the standards can balance prescription and flexibility to prevent them becoming sort of these inflexible rules that could override like local ecological or planning contexts.
Well, I think in the original conception from Professor Samuel that we've been talking about, an outcomes-based approach, you do create the opportunity to do that. You provide clarity as to the outcomes without necessarily being prescriptive about exactly how you get there. So there is that level of flexibility built into it, while also being very clear about the outcomes. The flexibility that I am concerned about is the flexibility that means that whether an approval should be granted or an accreditation made, it becomes a sort of a case-by-case negotiation. It's, as it is now, heavily dependent upon who the decision maker is and, frankly, who the Environment Minister is at any particular point in time. So that's the sort of, I guess, negative aspect of flexibility that I think the standards should avoid. But clarity as to the outcomes, I think, is which we've been advocating for, is the key to ensuring that, as I said, there are maybe multiple paths to reaching the outcome, but the outcome itself is very clear.
Yeah, I've got a response, but I don't know, Philippa, you're on the machine, so, if you want to jump in rather than letting the middle-aged man jump in, please do.
Thank you. Just a very brief comment from me. I think that the flexibility question is a really, really important one, and it's really difficult because as the climate changes, some things that we might want to protect as they have been for decades, hundreds of years, won't be possible in the way that they used to be possible. But we do have examples of legal instruments that protect things that change, and I would point, for example, to fisheries law. We talk about sustainable catch, and there are ways that we use the data to kind of tighten controls on catch limits until new data is available. And it's a context where there's the opportunity to shift the boundaries of some protected zones in ways that are consistent with the movement of species, but different on land, of course. But it's not beyond the law to accommodate flexibility and nevertheless hold high standards for protection and high levels of certainty for proponents. We just might need to be a little bit more creative and a little bit braver than we have in the past as we set up these kinds of instruments. Thanks, Lyndon, you go.
No worries, mate. Yeah, thanks, Senator. So, regional plans, I reckon, very difficult to achieve because, the regime that we have existed under for EPBC for almost its entire history has been site-by-site battles, right? Development approvals or development proposals will be put into the system. They will be looked at through the context of the impacts of the individual development on an individual MNES. There will be no rules and guidance, there will be unreliable data, and then there will be mass contestation. And that's kind of been the reality. And because that's been the reality, trying to do proactive conservation planning or landscape conservation planning never happens because the department's always under-resourced and it's always punch-drunk because it's dealing constantly with developments, and that's scary stuff between economics versus environment, right? So that's been our reality for the last 25 years, is site-by-site pitch battles, lawyers at 5 yards and contested data. Regional planning, if it is done properly and if we can find the mechanisms to ensure the cooperation between the jurisdictions of government and the landholders and affected interests, including the First Nations interests, offers such a better way of thinking about environmental protection, restoration and economic development. The ability to take move from the individual specific development, look at the ecological features and the cultural features of a region, understand where their values are, understand the extent of the values, the opportunities for restoration, the opportunities to make offsetting actually work, as distinct from perhaps buying helicopters, which was interesting. All of those things come if you take a view that goes higher than the individual development proposal. You know, so I've been banging on about this, as have many others, for like 20 years now. Incredible opportunity, needs to be resourced, particularly by the Australian government. Bring the states along. The states want to do it, they say, but resources is always the answer. You've got two new reforms sitting inside the package, both around the bioregional guidance plans and also the more binding statutory plans. Many of the roadblocks, the legislative policy roadblocks that have existed previously, have been smoothed over by the new reforms. It really should be our focus into the medium long term, is getting the regional planning systems in place and finding those genuine win-wins that everyone talks about.
Thank you. My next question, I know it's already been touched on a little bit today, but in your view, what arrangements do we need institutionally to make sure standards are being applied consistently and credibly over time?
Well, the new National Environmental Protection Agency, I think, is a really important reform and will play a really important role here, in the sense that not only will it, provided it's delegated the powers by the Minister, which is, I understand, the intention, it'll be responsible for the bulk of assessments and approvals in the way that the department is now. So it will be at the front line of applying those standards at the project level. So that's a critically important role that they have in terms of bringing the standards to life and ensuring that they're meeting their intended objectives. But the EPA will also have important assurance functions. So where regional plans are in place or accreditation arrangements are in place, then the EPA will have a standing assurance role in terms of providing, I think, 5-yearly assurance reviews, but also the ability to actually conduct those reviews at other times if it determines that it's necessary. So they become really the custodian of the standards, I guess, from that point of view, both in terms of their application at the project level, but their sort of more systematic application at the level of those accredited regimes. So a strong, well-resourced, politically supported NEPA, National Environmental Protection Agency, I think, is the critical institutional reform, partnered with the Environment Information Australia reform, which is already operating within the department, but gets a sort of extra statutory kind of foundation, I guess, with the commencement of the Environment Information Australia legislation in the middle of the year as well. So those two complementary institutional reforms, I think, are game changers if they're done well, if they're properly resourced.
And that real focus on protecting, you know, like I think this idea that like the Australian government has a particular responsibility both for its treaties powers and which drive the head of power to create this legislation, but making sure that there is someone who is defending the federal responsibility around the protection and management of these matters of national environmental significance is absolutely critical, and that's where those institutions become really important. Now, obviously, the Parliament has a really important check and balance and a sort of democratic role, obviously, in always trying to keep an eye on institutions, but we need these institutions to work because, you know, governments come and go, but we need institutions that the community can trust into the long term.
All right, just one last question. In your view, what would success look like in 5 years after the introduction of the new standards?
Very good question. So I think we're turning around habitat destruction. There's still extensive habitat destruction occurring across Australia. That's not entirely within the Commonwealth remit under the way that the EPBC Act works, but it is central to it. And so effective regulation of habitat destruction, particularly in the agricultural sector, I think there's now a foundation for that with the changes that have been made and the changes that are to come with these reforms. I think we need to see some threatened species with their trajectories being turned around. That happens through more effective protection through the impact assessment and approval system, but it also happens through hopefully better implementation of some of the conservation planning aspects of the EPBC Act as well, and funding recovery and so forth. So we've just got used to this continued decline of threatened species and continued additions to the threatened species list under the EPBC Act. I'd like to see us getting to the point where we're saying, well, we can actually see that species are recovering and getting off the list, and that number is growing because efforts to protect and also restore habitat for those species is proving effective.
Yeah. So there's the measurable environment, which is partly what Brendan's talking about there, the measurability of change and improvement. And, look, and even though there's a lot of bad news in Australia about the environment from time to time, there have been some very notable examples of success. The impact of the ending of whaling, for example, is an extraordinary conservation achievement, not just here but around the world. Cleaning up of the cities has been an extraordinary achievement. We know that it's possible, but those real markers and having confidence that the health of the environment is improving is going to be really important. But I think also, and Samuel really did talk about this, as did Alan Hawke 10 years previous to that, trust and faith in the system from all stakeholders is really essential, I think. The nature of politics, as you all know better than us, is that politics thrives off contestation. If we get to a point where industry, community, the states are all in a position where they respect that the system's working and it's demonstrably working both on an series of economic criteria together with the improvement in the environmental health of M&ES, then that's success.
All right. If there's nothing else, that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Bragg.
Look, thanks very much for being there. I guess my main question is, what type of development do you think would be appropriate at this point in time when we are living through a massive housing crisis? I'm happy to open these questions to anyone who wants to field them.
Always happy to have a crack. Thanks, Senator. Well, there's a whole bunch of legislative requirements now around the guardrails for future economic development, whether it's housing, whether it's mining, whether it's agricultural, whether it's any form of development. And they are around making sure that we're going to have consistency with outcomes-based national environmental standards. So I think the first answer is get the standards in place. There's now a legislative and statutory requirement that decision makers, whether they're a minister or they're a CEO of the EPA for a delegated power, have to apply decisions consistent with the national environmental standards. So I think number one is get the standards in place, get them through the Parliament and start implementing them, 100%. The second one is get in place a trusted offsets regime. That's been one of the biggest issues for housing, as you know, is contestation over the offsets regime, the inability to find like for like. There's been pretty well documented cases of offset schemes that look frankly disastrous in terms of Western Sydney and elsewhere, where, rubbish dumps and various other things have been claimed as biodiversity offsets. So rebuilding some faith and integrity into the offsetting scheme when development is going to happen to ensure that there is actually an offset scheme that works. Consistency with those standards. And, I think that's the answer. Like, if we're going to go back to a regime where we basically go, there is a crisis, whether it's be a housing crisis, a defence crisis, a climate crisis, whatever the crisis is, which means we have to bend the rules, then we haven't really done anything that Samuel said we should be doing. Because what Samuel was telling us to do, and I think that's fair, and this is what Hawke said before, it was we need a rules-based order where there is consistency and transparency around decision-making and there's clear outcomes both for the environment and also for the economy. I think that's the most important thing. And if we can get those standards in place, we can get those regional planning and strategic assessment processes in place, and we can have an offset system that has integrity, then we're halfway there. Anyway,
okay, so do you think that the definitions are sufficiently clear in terms of unacceptable impacts and the offsets regime?
Yeah, look, we thanks for that, Senator. We did advocate really hard for quite a lot of detail around the meaning of unacceptable impacts and the interpretation of unacceptable impacts against the matters of national environmental significance, and to ensure that they were actually in the primary legislation. That subsequently was the case. Industry didn't love that. They thought that they needed a bit more flexibility and what have you, but I still stand by the advocacy that and the approach we took there, because I think that is how you actually get the clarity and the replication of decision making. But, you know, one thing I will say is this is the importance of this technical group process that the Q has re-established, is that it does genuinely enable people with expertise and background in conservation, environmental law and policy, plus projects themselves, whether they be miners or property developers or whatever, to reality test the words on paper into a real life setting. And I think that is the power of doing a genuinely consultative process, is to go and test what a bunch of words on a piece of paper say and what they look like in real life, and then what the outcomes are that you're going to get as a country through going through this reformed regime.
And so we strongly supported defining unacceptable impacts in the legislation. The final wording is not the final wording that we would have necessarily put forward. It does introduce some new concepts usefully, but also adds to some lack of clarity and uncertainty in the conventional understanding of unacceptable impacts because of some of that wording. But it is what it is. It's been passed by the Parliament now. It was diluted somewhat with the passage of the bills through the Senate, I will note, as a result of some amendments put forward by the government. The point I would make in relation to unacceptable impacts, though, is that as useful as it is, I think it's actually really important to have those red lines really clear in the legislation. Defining unacceptable impacts, it really just is something that screens out the worst of the worst. As Minister Watt was explaining the concept of unacceptable impacts, it stops people doing things like proposing to mine under Uluru. It's not a substitute for being clear about the outcomes that the system is supposed to deliver. It shouldn't be taken to suggest that anything that's not unacceptable ought automatically then be thought of as something that can be offset, because that's just simply not the case. And there are actually ecological experts that will follow this session that will be, I'm sure, happy to elaborate on that.
So what about in relation to the offsets? I mean, and the other component parts which are still in draft instruments. I mean, what do you make of the definitions there?
So the offset standard as it is at the moment is, I think, a useful starting point, but there's some specific areas that will need improvement. We had highlighted in our submission, just been really clear that the baseline needs to be an absolute one rather than a declining one, because if you're just continuing to assess things against a declining baseline, you're just locking in decline. And we do have some significant concerns around just being crystal clear around what security is required for offsets as well, because that's been a big problem with the legislation. Others to follow, I'm sure, will be happy to elaborate on the offsets questions. You've got some international experts on that coming up. But the other point I'd make around the offset standard is that that's just one part of a broader framework around offsets in this new system, and we haven't seen the detail of a lot of that other material yet. So, for instance, the legislation says that the Minister can, in regulations, define net gain. That's critical to understanding how this offset regime is going to work. The Minister can also use various things to determine what can and can't go into the payment in lieu, the restorations fund system. So that also will be a critical determinant as to the success or otherwise of the system. So there's quite a few moving parts to the offset system. The standard itself, as I said, I think is a useful starting point, but it does need improvement. But we also need to have a clear understanding around the rest of that subordinate regulatory framework that's just essential to understanding how that whole system is going to work. I mean, offsets are never, in my view, an optimal answer to a biodiversity impact. They are there to try and resolve or compromise, I guess, on environmental outcomes to allow development to proceed in a defined set of circumstances. And there's always challenges in designing that system in a way that delivers integrity and doesn't see you slipping into a situation where the answer ought to be no. I mean, we can't find an offset, or it's difficult to find an offset here because we have basically lost most of this habitat already. The answer in those circumstances should be protection rather than an offset.
I guess, the point here is, though, that we do have a housing crisis, and I guess I'm keen on trying to elicit your views on what would be the best way to facilitate home construction, balanced against the need to protect the environment. And I guess what I'm hearing is that there's, some principal matters dealt with in legislation. Then we've got these draft regulations. I guess my question is, if you wanted to try and move housing supply forward whilst protecting the environment, what would be the best standard to have in the regs which would facilitate that?
In the regime in which in the reality in which we exist, I reckon the number one answer always is the best data. You know, like if the Property Council knew the IEA, and I also missed their presentation earlier today, but we have been hearing their perspectives through the various consultations and the technical processes. If what they really want up front is knowledge about is it a yes or a no, then the primary determinant through EPBC is the question of the impact on matters of national environmental significance and then the available remedies, you know, and obviously there's the decision tree that sits under the way the legislation's been created, which is there is a primary decision, is it an unacceptable impact? If it's an unacceptable impact, it's an unacceptable impact, right? And you've got to find a different way of doing that development. If it's got a significant impact but it's manageable, then you're really going down the system of making sure you can get the offset regime in place, you can get the reliability and the consistency around the decision making, and the decision making can be expedited in the right process. But it's the reliability of the information up front, right? Like going back to all the reviews, it's all been the same. If there isn't a source of truth that can be tied to the outcome sitting under the legislation, then it's almost impossible for a decision maker to make decisions, and it's almost impossible for a developer to anticipate whether or not to proceed.
So what happens in the... So that was helpful. So what happens in the new world where does this EPA make material judgments?
In terms of the first step is having EIA developing the data sets that are available for proponents and community. You know, that is the number one imperative here, so that whether it's a developer or it's a landholder or whoever, when they are considering the development process and entering into the EPBC process, having reliable data up front that says, you know what, this place here is crawling with koalas and crawling with gliders and crawling with endangered pieces of vegetation community. Maybe it's a good idea to consider that in terms of A, proceeding, or B, in the design of the proposal you're doing. Like, that's got to be always the starting point, you know, and that's where all the different pathways around the level of assessment come into play. So do you even have to do a major EIS? Do you have a self-referral process? Is it do you just rely on a state process that's been accredited? Like, all of those opportunities are now sitting there under the new reforms, but they start with that first most important piece of decision making, which is what are the impacts on M&ES in this region and in the development footprint of this new proposal.
So what's your expectation about what this EPA will do?
Ultimately, well, it's been given a series of roles, right? And so when Samuel, there was a lot of commentary over the last 4 years about Samuel not recommending an EPA. But he was really clear from the outset. He recommended 3 different roles, right, based on drawing on all the experiences that were put in front of him over an 18-month period of consultation. So one was enforcement and compliance, so 2 different concepts, but the same, you know, like they're related on the idea that if a project is approved, got to make sure someone's actually ensuring that the conditions are being carried out. And, that's one of his main findings of the first review was there was no faith in the system because there was no compliance or enforcement because there was no resources sitting inside the department to actually do it, right? So enforcement and compliance are really important roles. That builds community interest. It also puts an obligation, obviously, on the other layers of government and also on the developers to make sure they are actually implementing the conditions that are attached to development. Conditions are a gift, not a, as the saying goes. But then the second part is assurance, Sorry?
So the EPA would operate at the behest of the elected government, or would it be independent?
No, that's the point of it being independent, right? And that's one of the functions that has retained its independence. A number of us were advocating for an independent decision maker around individual projects, and that subsequently wasn't the position of the Parliament that would be supported. But it will be an independent decision maker once it gets set up in terms of compliance and enforcement powers. The other important role, but it's got, is assurance, right? And so the benefits that industry, as you know, have been seeking through the reforms is the idea that potentially they can get to a point where there's a single decision maker, whether that was at a federal level or it's a state and a territory level. Now, that has been the holy grail for industry now for 30-odd years. And one of the reasons it hasn't occurred is we haven't had a bunch of other safeguards in place like the environmental standards, which, again, was one of the reasons why Samuel recommended them. He said, it's impossible for example, the federal government to delegate powers that have been given to it through the Constitution to a state unless it could be satisfied that, in fact, those responsibilities were being transferred to another layer of government. So that's why the standards have been so important and why they're hardwired into the legislation and the new regime and were central to Samuel's proposition. But the second important thing that Samuel's recommending was that there still needs to be some sort of oversight by an independent body to make sure that if state regimes are accredited, that those responsibilities and those powers that are being transferred to the state are actually being enforced. And so that's where assurance becomes incredibly important. It
does sound it sounds very bureaucratic. I mean,
it sounds like the law. It sounds like the law.
So what about the reduction of the regulatory burden between the Commonwealth and the states? I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying. We could easily get to a situation with the EPA. We could easily get to a position, Senator, with the EPA where there is a single development approval process. Like, it is actually a safeguard. The reason why you haven't had single touch approvals for the last 25 years has been the inability of the Australian government to demonstrate that it could delegate those powers, the approval powers, to a state. The ability to do that, if that's an outcome that is being pursued so that there is one single decision maker, is entirely dependent on having an assurance body like an EPA maintaining scrutiny of the state.
Okay, so just so I get this on the record, so your view is that the more that Canberra does, sort of the better?
No, I didn't say that at all. My view was constitutionally, if industry wants a single decision-making pathway, there is no reality under the law where the feds can just walk away, but they can empower an independent body such as an EPA to stand in the shoes to ensure the national interest in terms of the protection of matters of national environmental significance, which only the federal government has, can be protected.
But ultimately, it would be a Canberra-appointed bureaucracy and you want it to be, with statutory appointees, and they would be able to make material judgments along the way, if not at the approval stage, but perhaps later on. Can you see the risk that this might actually stymie development?
May I just very briefly jump in? Would you mind, Lyndon? Is that all right?
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead.
I'm mindful of the fact that we have run out of time, but I just very quickly wanted to say, Senator, I really appreciate the fact that you're concerned about the housing crisis. Really important. And two things about that. The first is that the purpose of the national environmental standards, when drafted effectively and working effectively, their precise purpose is to ensure that state government decision-making can be lifted to a standard where it meets both national and state obligations and requirements, so that we might improve the process at one scale of government and minimise all of that bureaucratic oversight. I mean, that is the purpose of these, that everyone does a really good job, that we meet great standards, that we would expect a good decision making, and it could be done by one group with the assurance role provided by the independent EPA. But the other point that I really quickly wanted to make is that environmental law has a really important role to play in housing. But the housing crisis is not an environmental law crisis. The environmental law doesn't exist in a vacuum, and the housing crisis may be addressed in part by really clear standards for environmental law operating but at state government scale with the assurance role, but it is also a tax question, and it's a transport question, and it's an investment question. So there is a role to be played here, but environmental law is not an absolute barrier to housing. Perversities and incentives play, I would suggest, a much more significant role in how those things progress and the extent of damage and or the extent of the solution that they provide and how that plays out. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. I understand there's a clarifying question from Senator McLaughlin, and then we are going to go to a slightly shortened break. We're running a little bit behind schedule.
Thank you. I'm trying to get my video to work. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Senator.
Just following on from Senator Bragg, one of the things Samuel was concerned about is cumulative decision making. So you have a series of decisions being made on a variety of projects, and then the accumulation of those is we're going backwards in relation to the environmental protection. When the new legislation applying, do I as a senator get assurance on an annual report from the new regulator? You know, that holistically across the country we're in credit with the environment? Or, you know, where does that get captured if all the standards are working well and the legislation is operating smoothly? That's to anybody who wants to jump in.
So maybe a couple of things to point to in response to that. One is that, I mean, the EPA will be a listed Commonwealth entity, will be required to report to Parliament on its performance. I don't know that that necessarily covers the detail that you're talking about. Environment Information Australia will have an important role in terms of that data and monitoring and more regular state of the environment report, so that's perhaps partly responsive to what you're pointing to as well, I would say. Cumulative impacts, I agree, are important, and in pointing out one of the problems I thought with the current M&ES standard, I pointed out that they're not mentioned. They are sort of gestured at, I guess, in the sense that there's some discussion about context and the need to consider context in the standard, but making it clear that there's a specific requirement to consider cumulative impacts, and that avoiding cumulative impacts is one of the outcomes, would then create the foundation for that monitoring and evaluation about how successful the system is doing that as well, I would suggest.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a contribution? Otherwise, I'll hand back to the chair.
Thanks, Senator. Worth talking to DQ about that as well, to Savo, in terms of their proposed reporting mechanisms. But yeah, the setup of EIA has involved a whole bunch of new reporting to first create a baseline and then to actually measure whether or not that baseline's being met in terms of an improvement in the health of M&ES, which again goes to the primary point of the legislation is the protection, management, and restoration of matters of national environmental significance. So that is one of their first jobs, is to start to establish the baseline for each of the, I think it's 8 or 9 M&ES that are relevant. I think only X number of them can be measured because some of them are about processes rather than about specific things like World Heritage, National Heritage, endangered species, what have you. And then the second component of this is building into the state of environment reporting that measurement, because it hasn't always been the case. Each state of environment report often has quite different methodologies and describers around what's happening out there in the environment, some of which haven't been always matters that are the primary responsibility of the Australian government. So I think they'll have a long answer for you, but they are the two reforms that have been proposed in terms of developing trend lines.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator McLaughlin. On that note, I would like to thank the witnesses for the evidence today and the obvious preparation that's gone into both the submissions and the evidence that's been given. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible, but in all events no later than 6 March. We'll take a short break now. We'll reduce the length of that break, so we'll be back at 11:50, and I apologise to the witnesses who are waiting for running a little bit behind schedule. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Broadcasting. We'll make a start on this next session. I welcome representatives from Gunditj Mirring Traditional Owners Aboriginal Corporation. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, I see nodding on this. Oh, yep, and you've affirmed orally. Thank you. For the Hansard record today, will you please state your full names, the capacity in which you appear? And I'm sorry to do this, but because you're all in the same room, if it's possible just to indicate who's speaking when you speak, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Sure. I'll start off. I'm Erin Rose. I'm a Gunditj Mara woman, but also the CEO at Gunditj Mirring Traditional Owners Aboriginal Corporation. I'm in the green top for reference. Denise Lovett, the Cultural Heritage Officer at Gunditj Mirring.
And I'm Shauna Brown. I'm a Gunditj Mara woman, and I'm the Namit Mirring Senior Project Officer. So, black top.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have an opening statement before we go to questions?
We do.
Thank you.
Erin will read it out. So, we acknowledge traditional owners of country throughout Australia, including the Ngunnawal, on whose country this Senate inquiry is taking place. I also acknowledge Gunditj Mara country, where we are joining from today. We represent Gunditj Mirring Traditional Owners Aboriginal Corporation. We're here today to speak to our submission on the National Environmental Standards and the Environment Protection Reform Act 2025. Caring for country is a cultural obligation we have carried for thousands of years. For example, the Budgeon cultural landscape, which was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2019 after a 30-year Gunditj Mara-led journey to protect it. Environmental decision-making cannot be separated from our obligations, which is why Gunditj Mirring made the submission to this inquiry and to the Department's consultation on the first two draft National Environmental Standards. We were disappointed by how rushed the process was. We believe the National Environmental Standards need clearer detail and less discretionary language to ensure consistent application by decision makers.
Thank you very much. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I'm interested to hear you reflect on some of the concerns that I understand you have, and so do other traditional owner groups, in relation to the NOPSEMA pathway and leaving the Minister for Resources in charge of assessing the impacts of projects on environmental and, of course, cultural heritage. Could I get you to reflect on those concerns specifically? And then I want to talk about what this means for the consultation standards.
I guess to answer the first question, I guess our concerns largely is what you mentioned, is the Minister has decision, and we feel like it weakens the process and not seen as requirements through that. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and I got a little bit lost. Can you repeat that question one more time? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Look, I'm really wanting you to flesh out your concerns in relation to how NOPSEMA engages and the role of the Minister for Resources being in charge of assessing the impacts of projects on the environment and cultural heritage.
We've been actively involved with NOPSEMA and the process, especially the EP process, for over 2 years now. So actively involved as Gunditj Mara and bringing Gunditj Mara to the table to discuss that. We've been led with legal assistance in trying to understand this process, and we're really frustrated by it because it doesn't consider us as First Nations, but it doesn't even consider Commonwealth legislation or Commonwealth
projects like the right to protect the whales. And it doesn't consider that when they're looking at the EPs. And we have to go through all the EPs as a collective and then respond and actually inform, not NOPSEMA, of what their responsibility is. It feels like we're doing the job of NOPSEMA sometimes, but we don't have a decision-making role in it. It's really, it's of great concern to us about what's going to happen in sea country, mirroring.
What has been, we have got some examples of some challenges we have experienced through the consultation process over the last few years, and I guess the proposed changes and with the Minister having final decision, we feel that it increases discretion around the standard of practice, so we believe that it's left open to interpretation, so therefore proponents may be able to write in the way that they want, and the Minister can use discretion to accept however they like. So we believe that it doesn't really uphold the standards of the environmental or the EPBC Act, and also the standards. We feel like the language used is not strong enough to support First Nations people in the consultation process, and then decisions made to that are becoming even there's the opportunity for them, the decisions to be less based on the weakened language through the process, which we don't believe matches up to what the standard should be in environmental protection and also cultural heritage protection.
I'm sorry to interrupt your line of questioning, Senator Hanson-Young. Apologies to the witnesses. We're just having a little bit of difficulty, particularly online, hearing your answers. Is it possible for the speakers to be a bit more proximate to the microphone? I'm not sure where that is in your room, but that might help. We're just getting a little bit of an echo and it's a little bit difficult to pick up.
That's okay. We'll move closer to the screen. Sorry for technologies.
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Hopefully you heard the last response, which would probably be good for you to say it again, Eric. Yeah.
We were able to ascertain what that answer was, but it was with just a little bit of difficulty. So I don't think you need to repeat the answer, but I'll turn the call back over to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Could I get you to reflect on the concerns around using the offset standards in relation to damage that could be done through a project to irreplaceable cultural heritage sites? I mean, just I understand the concern. Many of these cultural heritage sites are unique, one of a kind. They can't be, the damage of them can't be offset because they can't be replaced. You can't, which is, it's not the same as being able to say this particular piece of habitat could be recreated somewhere else. If you believed that, I'm not sure I believe that either. But anyway, can we just unpack that particular concern, because I'm worried that unless we are very clear in the standards for matters of national environmental significance and the offset standards, if we aren't clear about what is actually irreplaceable when it comes to cultural heritage, it's going to be too late.
I guess from our point of view, what we were trying to be really clear about through our submission too was there is no trade-off. Avoidance to cultural heritage and the environment is really critical. I think impact assessment and stuff like that, so avoidance rather than trade-off is the outcome we should be expecting, because the damage that some of these activities do have on the environment, plus also Kunditjmara connection to country and protecting places and cultural heritage, It's irreplaceable. So that whole trade-off, or the pay by, what it was called, pay to destroy, is what we used is because that's what you're doing. It feels like I guess a sell-off, and it's not an option. Reducing the impact to environment and cultural heritage, avoiding harm even better, should be the expectation. It also doesn't really include or doesn't consider also cumulative harm that we see happen on country. There's industry everywhere you look, and particularly in sea country, it's hidden. We don't see the impacts, but they are there. There's a lot of activity in sea country, and we've got to start protecting it. And I think that these standards don't really give good, clear direction, which then will how do you apply a compliance sort of framework, I guess, if you've got terminology such as should rather than must. And that's kind of where we're saying that I think these standards could do a lot better for those decision makers to make sure that they're making good decisions to avoid and or minimise impact to country.
Yes.
The payoff really shouldn't be a consideration.
And damages to particular places on our country that hold strong cultural significance. We can't recreate that.
Yes, exactly. I like the simplicity of what you've said, that it's avoidance rather than just offsetting the damage. First and foremost.
It's been enough offset. We've done, our country's been damaged and sites destroyed, and if we don't have an act that protects country, and that's the purpose of the act, then what is the purpose? Why have it? If we can't protect our country, it's the legislation, government's legislation to protect country, then it needs to work. It needs to protect country.
Yes. There's been a number of decisions that have been made by the minister or the minister's delegate in recent times that have decisions that have been made despite concerns from traditional owners. Northwest Shelf project approved despite significant concerns from local traditional owners. The Alcoa project in WA being given an exemption despite the fact that the company has behaved appallingly and and the activities are not supported by local traditional owners. Fracking in the Beetaloo is not being called in for assessment despite concerns from local traditional owners. The clearing at Claravale Station won't be assessed despite concerns from traditional owners. It feels to me that there's some big projects and big cases out there where traditional owners, you say you're concerned, your concerns are heard but not listened to. I would like to know what you think needs to be done as we go through these drafting these standards to make sure it's not just about being given an opportunity to have your say, but to have your concerns actually actioned and listened to.
That will never, unless we're the decision makers, then we will only be just people sitting on the ground advising and calling out our concerns. Unless we're the decision makers, then the concern, the things that you just listed, talk to the failure of the act.
To add on to that, I think also a stronger mandate. So we've been through we've got 11 activities where we've been listed as relevant persons to it. So it's resource intensive for us, but the importance of consultation with us is there for better protection and progression through that, the challenge we do find ourselves is with proponents who sometimes don't want to listen to what we have to say also. So we're constantly having to report to NOPSEMA as the regulator. And like you said, some of these projects are still going ahead through ministerial approval. So it can get a bit repetitive. It can get really tiring. And why, again, are we sort of sitting here trying to mandate the process there and what the regulator, who has the responsibility, plus also the minister? I guess that's where we find the challenge. And I think the consistency, we engage with proponents at different life cycles of the project, which can present its own challenges and expectation from them to us around demanding our time and our input. If we miss that opportunity, or refer to it as an opportunity now, we shouldn't be calling it an opportunity. If we miss that point, sometimes these projects are already being approved before we even have a chance to consult. There's no respect for our time and our contribution.
And authentic consultations as well. We've had proponents Googling us and they're seeking that as information. And we've got our own cultural protocols of how to engage with us for consultation. And that's actually having meetings and having a conversation face to face. It's not them Google searching us. So best available information is also concerning because it's open to interpretation. Whilst it is good to seek best available information, for us, a consultation, we have our own, protocols.
Yeah.
Goodrich mirroring facilitated throughout in our native title space, developed in response to some of the pressures around the consultation requirements over the last couple of years, did develop up a consultation and negotiation protocol specifically for this that puts our rights first, and it outlines what our consultation requirements are. Even sort of getting people to understand, or proponents to understand that, has been really quite a challenge. So while we've tried to support the process better, it's not necessarily reciprocated. And we're not sort of seeing a huge role from the government making sure that these documents are also being enforced.
To that point, have you, obviously the one of the standards that is meant to be coming forward is the First Nations engagement standard, to try and provide some guardrails and guidelines for not just how government and decision makers make decisions as they impact on traditional owners, but that proponents of these projects know how to do it properly, and as you say, genuinely. Have you had any consultation with the department or the federal government specifically about the First Nations engagement standards?
No. And we're concerned that at least yet. And we're making submissions on matters of national environmental significance and offsets. And we're talking about traditional owner authority and the First Nations standards and something.
Yeah.
Nor have we been consulted for this to answer the question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, we will be asking the department about that later on today, so I'll hand back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Bragg. No questions from Senator Bragg. Then I've got some questions. From your perspective, may I just ask, what are the most significant gaps in how current environmental frameworks recognise and utilise First Nations knowledge?
At the moment, there's the absence of the First Nations engagement. That's how do you get a legislation through to protect the talks of environment and protection, and First Nations don't even have a place to put their knowledge in relation to that. It's again being left off and things progress past us again. Again, this happens to us all the time.
As we understand it, there's no such standard or no such standard, if you like, in the general sense, that says that the principles of free, prior and informed consent, there's nothing to say that people must abide by, you know, through decision-making processes. So I think the absence of a First Nations engagement standard is first and foremost. You've got these other standards where it still can't take the moment to include some of those principles. So it puts us in an even less position of trying to support these processes forward to try and prevent harm to country and minimise impact. But you've got no level of, there's no equal footing, I guess, in that. Use that term. Yeah.
Well, how do we see ourselves in a environmental protection legislation when you've made no provision for us? And it's gone through December, past it, and there was nothing there for us. First Nations of this country just left to the side again.
So I appreciate this overlaps with some of the answer that was given to Senator Hanson-Young's question earlier, but in relation to the additional standards that are currently under consideration, and particularly First Nations engagement and data and information, are you able to outline what are those principles? I think you've outlined some of them, but if there are any additional ones that you think are important to include in that First Nations engagement standard more generally, and then in relation to data and information as well.
In terms of data and information, it's also our cultural and intellectual property. And there are some, I guess this is the point of why were we not consulted with to develop these First Nations engagement standards, so we can actually start to talk about some of those issues that we do face, such as data and Aboriginal intellectual property. I think these are some of the challenges that we face with proponents on a day-to-day basis around who owns the material. They think if they can support us to do it, they become owners of that information. They think that they could dictate who gets access to that information and stuff like that. So I guess it doesn't safeguard our processes, nor does it safeguard theirs. I'm not sure that really answered the question, but that's probably one of the challenges is around who owns the data, who owns the information, because that's our Gunditjmara information that we're giving, but there's an expectation also to receive it to make other people's jobs easier. Not sure that really answers the question, but
No, I think it did. I mean, the First Nations engagement standard hasn't been developed yet. Expect a process will follow in terms of both informed, hopefully, by this committee's work, as well as then a process of a draft and consultation after that. So we don't have one yet. It's really just trying to inform what would go into it. And I think your answer is very apposite to that, because that's one of the challenges, particularly around information, that you've identified that will need to be grappled with. Was there anything else that, starting with effectively, if you're starting with a blank sheet of paper, which at this stage we are on a community engagement standard, what are the principles or what are the key things that you think should be included? And I appreciate I've put you on the spot as well, so if it's something you'd like to take on notice and come back to us on, that would be something we'd be eager to receive.
I think we have some points that we can point out now, but we definitely welcome the ongoing dialogue around how those standards would be developed, because we've got lots of experiences too. But I'll pass over to Annie Denise to...
Yeah, probably just firstly the concern that the national First Nations engagement was raised in the Samuel Review back in 2020. And yeah, we sit here in 2026 and still an empty basket. That we hadn't been engaged on it at all. And the first thing we want to make sure is that all standards that reference First Nations engagement must incorporate the principle of free, prior and informed consent.
Should also consider cumulative harm and impact. I guess that won't be an easy one to address, but for example, we've got lots of examples, but I mentioned before, we've got 11 proponents actively seeking consultation with Footage Mara around activities within our sea country area. It's a prime example of how much work is involved in that, but it's all isolated. So it's this project, it's that project, it's that project. It actually doesn't look at the bigger picture of that cumulative impact, whether it relates back to consultation, decision making, providing relevant information, harm to country and all those other things, the impact on the environment. So there is a lot for a little pocket of this area. I mean, it's a prime example of where these standards are required. Like we just mentioned, there was an outcome in 2020, still nothing. We've gone through consultation processes in the last, at least I'd say it started about 3 years ago, with proponents knocking on our door, and it's not slowing down. The activity is not slowing down either. So there's a lot of work ahead.
Yeah, which then even doesn't give us a decision-making role in this. And that's probably the first concern, is that if First Nations don't have a decision-making authority within this about country, then we've gained nothing. We've gained nothing.
Okay. Thank you. And yes, I think we would very much appreciate any additional thoughts that you also put on notice, but that's very helpful. If there are no other questions from the committee, and I'm just pausing for a moment because we have a number of people online, I will say...
do you mind if I just quickly ask a couple?
Yes, of course, Senator Bragg.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I just quickly wanted to get you on the record on whether or not you think that the intent of the Samuel review is going to be delivered through these reforms. I mean, he basically said that he thought that the consultation with Indigenous people had been ineffective and tokenistic.
So you asked, yes, do we think that his report is going to be provide anything for us as First Nations?
Well, the question is the sentiment that Mr Samuel expressed, do you feel that is going to be delivered as part of these changes?
We hope not. We hope that the consultation with First Nations and the place for First Nations within this this process gives us a better place than where we were sitting.
The Indigenous engagement and participation in decision making, it should be adopted in full and it needs to be prioritised. And it goes back to our point before around this was released in 2020 and it's now 2026 and we still don't have a standard even that talks to us as First Nations. So I don't know if that does answer your question, but what we are saying is that there is a need for it and it should be implemented and it needs to be strong. Yes.
Well, I mean, I guess the Samuel was quite clear that he thought that the engagement had not been good, and he obviously made recommendations that it be done in a way which was more reflective of the input of Indigenous Australians. So I guess, maybe then the only other question I have is, do you feel as if this process of law reform and now these regulations has given you the right opportunities that you are seeking to provide input about how the law should be run in the future?
Well, just with the legislation that's been passed, we weren't fully involved in the consultation for that. And the in First Nations engagement is late. So we can't comment on something that's not even there, unfortunately, but it does reflect what's previously happened and how First Nations have been treated, that they're just left to the sideline while, government processes.
I think our submissions too on both accounts, we provided one to the reform of the EPBC Act, plus also in response to the two standards that were released. And we've provided open and honest feedback for the right reasons for country. And probably what we hope is that they've been heard, they've been noted, they've been listened to and will improve, whether that be standards or at least acknowledge us into the future. But we do feel through that process, and back to the original opening statement, it was rushed. We didn't have enough time to truly understand it. We didn't have enough time to truly respond. We had to pick apart what we needed to respond to. We didn't get the luxury of having the time behind us to provide a really honest submission for feedback, for contribution to have best practice to manage the environment. It's pretty grim with some of the expected outcomes in sort of the environmental landscape. It's got to do better, and we didn't get a huge sense of confidence that it will completely do better. I guess that's probably our feedback.
Okay, so were you consulted on the draft national environmental standards for matters of national environmental significance and environmental offsets?
They were released, and we've had the chance to be able to provide a response.
Okay.
Yeah, we weren't consulted by them. We sat down with the legal team and provided a submission. So we weren't consulted. We seen the release, and we sat with our legal team, and they assisted us in trying to understand it and provide a submission so that our voice is in there. So we weren't consulted.
Okay, and now you've had an opportunity to make a submission. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, in a short time frame. So we're trying to bring mob together to sit down and understand the government process again, and then out of it trying to put forward our voice.
Yeah. Do you ever have any thoughts about how in your area there could be more housing built, or whether there's does any of this EPBC Act stuff, does that hold back your area from getting more housing that you might need?
No, it doesn't, and it should never do that. And we shouldn't compromise the EPB Act for housing. There's a lot of cleared land out there, lots of cleared land that could be used for housing. For anyone to be considering to going into country that has significant environmental significance for the country is of great concern. The whole act is about protection, and it just seems to be failing in that. And if it's not development that's getting for development, now it's housing. We need to protect the country.
We might need to consider our cultural landscape.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for being there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. I'd also like to thank our witnesses from Gunditj Mirring Traditional Owners Aboriginal Corporation for your evidence and for the work that goes into both submission and to preparing for this hearing. We appreciate that. And if you've taken any questions on notice, including we have to a degree in terms of the one I asked, if you could provide answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible, that would be wonderful, and no later than 6th March, please, if that's possible. I will now welcome our next panel of witnesses. We welcome representatives from the Biodiversity Council, the Invasive Species Council via video conference, and very shortly joining, once we're underway, the Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists via video conference. We may have joined, actually. We may. A bit early. I understand we may have representatives from the Wentworth Group already, so that's wonderful. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, I see nodding in the room. Yes, I see nodding online. Wonderful. Okay, for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and capacity in which you appear today? We'll just go right to left in the room and then we'll go online. So.
I'm Liz Ashby. I'm the Policy and Innovation Lead at the Biodiversity Council.
Brendan Wintle, University of Melbourne and the Biodiversity Council.
Wonderful. Invasive Species Council. Sorry, I think your microphone's not on. Yes.
Classic. Carol Booth, Policy Director, Invasive Species Council.
Claire Bookler, Senior Policy Analyst with the Invasive Species Council.
Thank you. And Wentworth Group.
Hi, Celine Steinfeld, CEO of the Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists.
Justine Bell-James, I'm a member of the Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists.
Martine Marin, member of the Wentworth Group.
Thank you very much. Now I'll invite each of the groups to make a short opening statement in that order: Biodiversity Council, Invasive Species Council and Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists. And at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Senators, for having us here today, this opportunity. The Biodiversity Council was happy to see the changes to the EPBC Act passed last year, particularly the introduction of unacceptable impacts tests and the provision for national environmental standards and the removal of carve-outs for the forestry industry. We just want to quickly remind the committee that since the EPBC Act was established, we've seen on average a 4% decline in populations of species every year. And that last year, this government, current government, Commonwealth government, approved the destruction of 56,000 hectares of endangered species habitat, which was double the amount that was approved in the previous year. So just a bit of context about where we're at in the extinction crisis. To address those failings, Professor Samuel recommended national environmental standards that are clear, specific, legally enforceable and outcomes-based, and also based on data and evidence, and that was for all decisions. The draft standards in front of us fall well short of Professor Samuel's recommendations. They only apply to development approvals, not all decisions, and there's way too much discretion and weak language and vague language. The MNES standard is particularly vague and discretionary. It focuses on process, not outcomes, and it completely fails to address cumulative impacts. I'll say that again, the current MNES standard completely fails to address cumulative impacts, and that was a key area that Professor Samuel was eager to see addressed. The offset standard lacks a clear statement of outcome. It currently lacks a definition of net gain. The restorations contribution holder can essentially steer away from all of the principles, such as like for like, when deciding whether a payment for an offset is suitable. And at the moment, neither standards specify the rigorous monitoring of outcomes. So if we don't require measurement and monitoring, there's no way we can actually know whether we're achieving our outcomes. And finally, we have very poor guardrails about what can be offset and what cannot be offset under the offset standard. We really need to have a clear list of things that are not offsettable because they are either infeasible to restore or there's too little of them to lose. So we've provided marked up changes to the standards that we hope you've been able to have a look at. We can always provide clarifications on that. I'm particularly looking forward to the conversation with Senator Bragg about the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I go to the Invasive Species Council, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. The overarching theme of our message this afternoon is that if Australia's ever going to stop the cycle of biodiversity loss, we need to deal much more systematically with the major threats. And this can't be achieved just by focusing on the EPBC processes for assessing and approving new developments. So we have a different focus from most others that you'll hear from today because we're focused explicitly on one of the biggest threats of all, invasive species. And I'll just make 3 brief points. One is that invasive species have been by far the major cause of animal extinctions to date, including 6 of 7 extinctions since the EPBC Act commenced. Second, that means that under any reform agenda, preventing and mitigating invasive species threats should be a priority focus. And 3, and this means that opportunities to improve the following functions should be a priority, and those 3 are live imports, threat abatement, bioregional planning. So our third point is we ask the committee to make a recommendation that standards be developed for these really vital functions of the EPBC Act. My colleague Claire will make a couple of brief comments on the standards already proposed.
While the Invasive Species Council welcomes the development of the draft matters of national environmental significance and draft offset standards, as they currently stand, they have failed to embrace the opportunity to more effectively address threats such as invasive species, and this risks their ultimate conservation goals. We recommend strengthening both standards by removing weak language and expanding on the MNES scope beyond just simply addressing controlled actions, but also addressing all relevant decisions, plans and policies as well. The draft offset standard also needs to provide clear red lines to prohibit offsets for irreversible impacts on critically endangered species and communities, or where offsets just simply aren't feasible. It must also apply to all offset that includes restoration contribution charges and mandate legal security and require ongoing management funding to ensure genuine, resilient conservation gains against threats such as invasive species. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the Wentworth Group.
Thank you, Senator. The EPBC Act reforms have been a fundamental element of Australia's, the protection of Australia's matters of national environmental significance. And we welcome the reforms that have been passed late last year. However, in the current form, they are just a set of legislation, and the standards that underpin them and the range of work that's needed to deliver the outcomes that are needed under the Act are simply not there right now, not sufficient to achieve what we think is the key fundamental need for reversing the decline of biodiversity in Australia and improving the state of our environment, and in recognition that this has broader benefits for society and for business. So the focus today is on the standards, and we strongly endorse the need for strong outcomes-focused standards as envisaged by Graham Samuel. And that means the standards need to clearly set the measurable limits on environmental harm. They need to provide a pathway to improve environmental outcomes while providing the regulatory certainty and the enforceable guardrails that give us confidence that we're going to be achieving the outcomes that were intended. The proposed standards don't yet meet the legislative requirements of Section 514YD regarding the making of national environmental standards, nor do they fulfil the role envisaged by Professor Samuel. What we need to see in these standards for them to be effective is the clear prescription of the measurable, enforceable net outcomes for affected matters, including an explicit requirement for net gain for matters of national environmental significance. A really important aspect of the standards is to provide the necessary guardrails for the streamlined assessment pathways, particularly the bioregional planning component, which accounts for cumulative impacts of development. And that, as was reiterated by the Biodiversity Council, is a very fundamental challenge that we have in Australia and a key concern raised by Professor Samuels. There is no bioregional planning standard proposed under the suite of standards that we're expecting, and that raises significant concerns around the outcomes that we will get under the regional planning system. We're also very concerned about the discretionary language and a lack of clear wording specifying the outcomes-based obligations. So there was very particular many words that within the standards that reflect the weak or ambiguous terms, and as such, the standards fail to set those clear outcomes that would limit environmental harm and provide the assurance that the net gains for nature will eventuate. This will cumulatively flow through to every decision that's made, every approval, every state and territory accreditation. And so we need to address that if we're to get the outcomes that are intended. Finally, the information base is absolutely critical. With the establishment of Environmental Information Australia last year, that was a very important step forward, but there's still vast scope for improvement in the regular, rigorous and transparent reporting under these standards. We have a crucial moment. This is the key opportunity for the Senate to contribute to informing the standards that are set. And we really need to ensure that the standards act as firm guardrails to ensure that there is no net loss of biodiversity and provide the regulatory certainty that's much needed for industry. Thanks.
Thank you very much. May I go to Senator Hanson-Young?
Thank you. Thanks everyone for your submissions today, and obviously there's a lot of echoing of concerns about making sure these standards actually do what that they're promised to do, and to ensure that there is genuine intent around protecting rather than just approving destruction. I'm interested. I want to know how much you feel that in order to feel satisfied that the national environmental matters of national environmental significance standard and the offset standard, which are the two drafts we've got, how important it is to see those other standards before knowing whether those two are sufficient. I mean, how much does this, is it a jigsaw puzzle that does the whole lot, or is it okay to just do one after the other?
I can start, I guess, and I think the Wentworth Group articulated this pretty nicely. If we are going to look to regional planning, for example, as a solution to some of the significant challenges that we face in identifying where we should and shouldn't develop, then we need to understand very clearly how that regional planning would be done and how that intersects with the offset standard, because clearly the regional planning process would involve potentially significant amounts of planning around offsets. And we also need to understand what kind of requirements there will be for measurement and data collection around the application of all of the standards. So we would really love to see a standard that sets out data and monitoring expectations. At the moment, there's really no clear expectations in either of these standards about the data that would be collected or even the accountability that would be required for us to tell whether or not we're meeting our objectives under the standards and under the Act. So maybe there might be some solace that would come forward in seeing a data standard that specified those things, but I don't want to hold my breath for that. I would much rather see these standards of data monitoring, reporting and accountability brought into these standards in front of us.
I also think it's beyond, the suite of standards, but also the other new instruments that have been brought under the reforms. So we understand that frameworks for protection statements are being developed right now. And there's a risk, I guess, that if the M&ES standard is not brought up to scratch, that the protection statements will provide a higher bar for a select group of species, but that a lot of others for which protection statements may not be made are sort of existing in sort of a limbo or in a very discretionary space. So protection statements have the potential, for instance, to specify areas of critical habitat to be protected, to specify whether the matter can be offset or not. and yet the M&ES standard falls well short of that. So seeing how they intersect is important to understand how they relate to each other and the ambition for how many protection statements will be made. But also there's detail to do with the restoration contributions holder that then has a relationship to the offset standard, because the restoration contributions holder is sort of allowed to vary some of the requirements of the offset standard. And so things like the membership of the committee that will decide whether alternative offset arrangements are acceptable will be interesting. The way that the amount of restoration contributions are calculated, how long the restoration contributions holder has to find a compliant offset, all those things around how that scheme operates has a bearing on understanding how matters will be offset and whether they'll be offset to a standard that is really truly compensating for the impact.
And you've got concerns, obviously, in relation to that, the current draft of the offset standard. You sound like you're pretty worried about that.
Yes.
And is there anything in particular, beyond the discretionary language, is it actually that it is not clear enough that this should be absolute last resort?
Mitigation hierarchy is in there, but I think there's just so much flex in the language and there's so much discretion that we could see significant damage coming forward. There's no clear guardrails around what can and can't be offset. And the principles, I guess, that we would aspire to for offsetting can be waved away by the restoration contributions holder, who doesn't have to adhere to those principles. I'm conscious that Professor Marin's probably got some input that they might like to make on this topic as well.
Thank you for that. Yeah, look, on the first point about how these standards fit together, we've all been involved in this process for some years, so forgive me if I'm remembering this incorrectly, but my recollection is that originally the idea was that the M&ES standard, given that that's what the Act is meant to be protecting and recovering, was like the overarching standard, set out what we needed to achieve for those matters of national environmental significance, the outcomes that we had to achieve. And so then all of the standards around that, around, you know, the data that we needed to track whether that's happening, to where offsets were relevant and how they would need to work to actually achieve that outcome, they would all have relevance back to that M&ES standard. So while, yes, it is frustrating not to be able to see the full suite of standards together and understand how they work, the M&ES one is a really, really key one to look at, because we need that. If that's not clear, then everything else sort of falls over, because we don't understand what we're actually trying to achieve for the M&ES. And I would say, I think everybody here has commented that the outcomes required for M&ES are actually not clear. And on the offset standard, that's exactly right. I actually think there are a lot of good ingredients mentioned in the offset standard, but the language is vague, which means that in most cases you merely have to think about these things rather than do them or achieve particular outcomes, which is obviously doesn't give you much assurance about achieving good environmental outcomes. And secondly, as Professor Wintle has just explained, they don't have to occur. Even if we could tighten the language, the restoration contributions holder doesn't need to achieve an outcome that's aligned with them. So offsets are defined in the offset standard as being the payment, not the outcome that needs to be achieved by the payment. And a payment obviously doesn't do anything at all on its own for the matter that has just had some of its habitat destroyed when it's already on the brink of extinction. So these are the issues that we need to see tightened up.
Yep.
We could probably go on about offsets for quite a while, so you just tell me when you've had enough. But at the moment, we don't even, there's no language in there that sets the baseline against what we would be measuring our performance. So we would like to see a fixed baseline so that all decisions and actions lead to a net gain against that fixed baseline, ideally the day these things are signed off. And at the moment, that is not there. So there's no real, I guess, expectation or aspiration against which we can measure the performance and the outcomes of the offset standard. That's a loose and dangerous place to be. We've already had previous groups, the Gunditsch-Mirren group, talking about how they feel the offsets are just completely failing to protect country, and I think there's a lot of other evidence to indicate that offsets and offset programs have in themselves brought about a lot of damage, including the review by Professor Henry, I think recently, about Ken Henry's review of the New South Wales BCT program.
Yes, I mean, whether it's Ken Henry or the Auditor General, there's been a long list of problems highlighted and on the public record with the New South Wales system. And I think we do really have to stop, protect against implementing anything that looks quite like that.
Yeah.
Could I ask you about forests and forestry, and whether you've got any concerns with the approach that we've heard from the forestry industry in Tasmania, given we've got getting rid of the RFA exemption is so important if we're actually serious about protecting critical habitat.
Yeah, I mean, we are concerned that there is a play, and perhaps that's even being fueled by some words by the Minister, that forestry will be able to essentially continue as is. Our expectation is that all actions that potentially impact on matters of national environmental significance would come under and be assessed equally across the spectrum of actions, and forestry should not be exempt from that. I was disturbed to hear the Secretary of the Tasmanian State Environment Department talking about the idea that perhaps they could use offsets to cover the cost of firefighting helicopters and research in Tasmania.
It did strike me as quite odd.
And that's a huge concern. We need to make sure that those kind of perversions of the use of the offset system are avoided by having tight language in the offset standard that precludes those kinds of things actions being considered offsets. They are not offsets by any measure of scientific credibility. So we really need to tighten the language to eliminate any misconception that you can destroy 100 hectares of habitat and you can offset that by paying for some firefighting equipment that's going to try and prevent.
I think one of the helpful things about that evidence is that it belled the cat. I thought it was an extraordinary admission that they want to find other ways to make use of the offsets program.
Well, can I be clear though, that comes with a lot of precedent, and we've seen that a lot in Western Australia already, that offsets is essentially underwriting a lot of the research and development programs in WA, with the notion that if we learn more, we can actually do better for species.
How about we just stop destroying species habitat, and then you wouldn't have to spend all the money.
That's right. It's a pathway to net loss if we allow that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Bragg. If not, Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a question for the Invasive Species Council. Thank you for your submission. My understanding of dealing with invasive species, it takes time, an ongoing process of unrelenting programs to not only eradicate invasive species but also to ensure they don't return. So if your recommendations are not incorporated, what is likely to occur under the new regime, given that invasive species control is a little bit different from, say, the other discussions we've had this morning in relation to just habitat?
Thanks, Senator. Yes, you're absolutely right. It is a very different type of threat, and the assessments and approvals regime can have very little influence over that massive threat. So if we don't get standards on live imports and threat abatement provisions in particular, and if we assume that that means perpetuation of the status quo, what we could see, are likely to see, is more and more new invaders, those that are permitted as imports, and the pathogens and the parasites that they can bring. We're likely to see more threats that lack effective threat abatement programs and continued expansion and intensification of many well-established threats. And I'll just highlight a couple of things that could be improved by standards. So, one scenario that should keep everyone awake at night is more and more diseases arriving in Australia, including those that arrive with live permitted imports, such as fish. And currently, the Australian government is contemplating allowing the import of parrots from more countries, which just seems crazy with the risk of bird flu already hanging over our native birds. Currently, the Environment Minister relies on assessments conducted under another piece of legislation for disease risk. And there's no requirement for the objectives and the principles of the EPBC Act to apply to those assessments. And there's been a recent critique by the Inspector General of Biosecurity about that. And so one of the options for a standard would be to require the application of principles and standards under the EPBC Act to all decisions relevant to live imports. With another deficiency with live imports is that an awful lot of species on that live import list have never been assessed for risk under the EPBC Act or, in fact, under the preceding legislation. And that includes something like 90% of the hundreds of freshwater aquarium fish on that list. And that's because they were already permitted when the EPBC Act commenced. So one thing you could do under a standard is to require reviews of the species already on the list to be sure that we're not allowing the import of high-risk species. And with the threat abatement, we've currently got major gaps in the threat listings, and also there's not a focus on new and emerging threats, which is when you can really make a difference to a new threat. So we would want to see processes under the proposed standard to ensure there's a systematic identification of threats and a prioritisation of those threats so that we're focusing our limited resources on the most important threats. There are many other things that you could improve with a standard, a threat standard, a live import standard, and also a bioregional planning standard, which could make much more efficient and effective our focus in Australia on threats.
Can I have another question, Chair?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. It's just difficult because my screen's full of all our guests. If you take that approach, and I'm sort of opening up to the sort of panel, and this is probably very much a lawyer's question, the standards then become less passive. And I'm not coming from an approach of against this, I'm just trying to understand how the best these standards can be drafted, but to become quite forward-leaning and take a very active regulatory role. And I'm just interested if anyone reflected on that, because most Commonwealth drafting is somewhat in a responsive tone. I'm happy to clarify that. But, you know, if you're going for invasive species, if you're going for other things that you need to positively address, is there any thought from the panel about how we approach what's in the standards more generally, or how we express it, rather than the usual regulatory approach of saying do and don't?
Happy to start on that one.
Or have I completely taken the whole panel the wrong direction?
No, you've asked a really good question, and I think it speaks to the Invasive Species Council's last contribution. At present, the M&ES standard is really just reacting to development approval applications, and it's not using the language of addressing all of the policies and programs of the government that it should be addressing. So, for example, the objectives under the current draft of the M&ES standard for threatened species just talk about habitat critical to survival, irreplaceable habitat, when in fact it should be talking about the outcomes for the species in terms of the species abundance and distribution, of which habitat is one contribution. If you only focus on habitat, you actually forget all about invasive species and the role that they can have. You forget all about the activities that actually catch and destroy threatened species, including fishing. So there's a whole bunch of reasons why the M&ES standard should take a broader view to focus on beyond just development approvals into all policies and programs that influence threatened species and ecosystems, and expand the objectives to be beyond just focusing on habitat for species.
So, and if I may just
sure.
add to that, thank you for the question, Senator. Certainly, I think that there is a lot of room for improvement in the standards as they're currently drafted, the ones that have been released, and a role for proactively setting goals and outcomes that we actually want to achieve for all of our matters of national environmental significance. In terms of our spatially defined matters of national environmental significance, such as World Heritage Areas, Ramsar wetlands, National Heritage listed places, a lot of the actions may have an impact on these places, undoubtedly, but some of the most, I suppose, pervasive and important threats to these places are things like invasive species and changes in climate and fire regimes, etc. They need to be managed at a landscape scale, and that does require proactive and not reactive management. And certainly I think that these standards, in just focusing solely on controlled actions, have really missed that opportunity to set the standard of what we'd like to see in terms of the management of these places. So our submission does recommend that, consistent with the Samuel review, the standards address not only controlled actions but all relevant decisions, plans and policies, so that they're all directed towards the same outcome and goal, and really set a national standard and seek to achieve, I suppose, both our national and international obligations to these places and species.
This is for the whole panel, when we debated the bill, it was very much, and this is not a criticism of anyone's contribution to the debate, it was very much around the decision-making time, development on one side of the ledger, environment protection. Where in the ecosystem this bill creates is the aspiration to improve the biodiversity from the current position? Does that come in as government policy and is injected into the standards? Because you could have a situation where this whole thing is working perfectly, but we stay the same and we don't seek to redress past behaviours. I'm not addressing that question to anyone in particular, so I'm not in the room, so I'll leave it to the chair to direct the traffic.
So can I just start out on that? So with invasive species, for example, we've got something like more than 30,000 introduced species. 5,000 to 6,000 of them are out there in the wild. A lot of them are very newly established and only at the start of their life having an impact on native species. So if you're thinking about how we actually improve the trajectory of biodiversity in Australia, then you have to be really focused on all the different threats out there and either preventing new ones or mitigating those that are on the start of their journey or well established. So it does require both that focus on new developments, but in reality, the majority of extinctions to date have been those other types of threats that can't be mitigated by regulation.
Does anyone else want to have a go? That's my last question. So,
yeah, if I may add on that, Senator, one of the fundamental concerns is around the fact that the standards don't set and clarify what that outcome looks like. And as you'll know, the real focus of Professor Samuel's review was outcome-based standards to guarantee outcomes and not process. So that is where he expected to see clarified and injected that environmental value. And so what we think is really crucial here is absolute clarity on the outcome, on-ground outcome that's going to be achieved through the standards. And in our expression of that, it is a net gain, an improvement based on a baseline from where we are now. And we've had, the many international agreements that we can draw upon to help, further define and articulate what that looks like. For example, the Global Biodiversity Framework that sets out ambitions for a 30 by 30 outcome. And we have our Ramsar outcomes. We have migratory bird agreements. There are many ways to enshrine the outcomes of what those agreements set into the standards. And that's what needs to be clarified in writing in those standards.
And if I could just add, I think this has gotten incredibly complicated over the 5 years we've been talking around this. And Senator, I think you encapsulated it really well with what you said, which is that, isn't this really just about reversing this trajectory of decline that we've got? It honestly should be as simple as that. And that's the outcome, right? To not have biodiversity declining, what was it you said, Brendan, 4% year on year, new extinctions. That's an outcome. And what the Reform Act now asks for the standards to have is to have an outcome. And what we see in the standards as drafted, they're not outcomes, they're processes, which is exactly what the critique of the Samuel Review was, this just focus on processes and ticking the boxes. The things that are drafted in the standard, they're not outcomes in the way that we're talking about it here. It's just more process.
Chair, can I have another question?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, but that's my last, because I know you have other questions. But where in the whole of this process I always look at it from life in the chamber, and where do I go each year when this is all working to know that not only have we arrested from a Australia-wide perspective biodiversity decline, but also gone the other way? And who's pushing to go the other way in the system? Is that the government? Do I hold the government to account for policy settings? Do I hold the regulator and their oversight in estimates over the whole system? Because it seems to me it's an interesting system with a whole lot of delegated legislation, if I can call it like that, regulation standards. And they've all got to work in unison to produce an outcome. So is that, how much is government ambition, or we set this thing up, it rolls, and then we hold the regulator to account?
I think it's really...
Too hard a question.
No, I don't think it's too... I think the answer of where the data is too hard to answer right now. But I think that regulation, the way it's currently drafted, is only going to be one portion of the story. So that's only going to be looking at reducing harm, or at least, resulting, in the best case, at a neutral outcome related to, if we appropriately compensate for impacts. But it's the overarching policy settings and all those other instruments that exist in the EPBC Act, like recovery plans, that are meant to be delivering those recovery actions that take us from, a species in decline to one that is, at least maintaining or improving its status. I think that it's very important to think of the standard as something that I don't think was ever intended to be just in the regular, managing harm context based on what Samuel's ambition was. And that's actually really important for us to have that standard that sets an expectation and an ambition, because I think that then it's able to help navigate those spaces between when we're regulating or when we're writing recovery plans, and how these things change when there's changes to the environment. So Philippa talked about environmental disasters. We know that the 2019-20 bushfires changed areas of habitat that we expected to be really important for species because they burnt, and then secondary areas became much more important. We know that certain things that we'll be doing for a species might not be effective and we might have to change it. We may have different expectations of how harmful an activity is. And when we go to a regulatory environment where it's sort of very static and very much framed as minimum requirements, we're not establishing a situation where we can really navigate the dynamism that exists here and how the different pieces fit together. But when we have an overarching outcome, then we can go to the policymakers and we can say what's making a contribution to the outcome where we are right now and what aspects of that need to be improved. So is it the fact that we're doing our very best to recovery plans but we're seeing these cumulative impacts, or are we in a net neutral space for a regulatory outcome but it's just we're not doing enough for recovery? But without that sort of overarching outcome and that ambition, we can't then sort of look at the pieces individually to see where improvements need to be made in the action that's being taken by government.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator McLaughlin. Senator Bragg.
Look, thanks very much. I've got some questions for the Wentworth Group. I thought your opening statement was interesting. So effectively you're saying that you don't think that there's enough certainty about the definitions in the draft regulations.
Sorry, what do you mean by draft regulations? The standards or?
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, this is the same point that the housing people make about not being able to get houses built.
Yeah.
I mean, is there a way that we can get something that's going to be providing certainty for everyone who wants it? Or is this beyond the scope of human capacity? We can put someone on the moon, but we can't get the regulations right.
Look, I think we can.
Sorry, you go, Justine.
Oh, okay, thanks, Martin. You can chime in when I'm done. Look, I think this problem of discretion that's just littered throughout the legislation, like the word satisfied appears over 200 times in the Reform Act. You know, the minister must be satisfied that it's consistent with. So we've already got that discretion just absolutely layered in pretty much every obligation or power that's within the Act. And then that's all flowing through into the draft standards as well. So it should do this. You know, there's nothing there that tells you that this is what you need to get to as an outcome. Plus, as I said before, they're not actually outcomes, they're processes. And that's not good for anyone. That's the whole problem with the Act that we've had in place for 25 years, that it's process-based and nobody dealing with it can predict what the outcome will be. And it means you get this really long process that 98% of the time results in an approval, but you can't guarantee that. So I think limiting discretion and having really clear ideas of this habitat is really important and we can't disturb that. It's good for biodiversity, but it's certainly good for the industry you're talking about as well.
So what about this idea of having a calculator? Do you like that idea?
I'll pass to Martine for that.
By a calculator, are you talking about the restoration contributions calculator?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, look, it's hard to know where to start on this topic. This is one of the biggest problems with the changes, with the changes to the Act and with the standards. I'm in Queensland. We already have one of these. Okay, and we have the option for state-based offsets to either pay into this fund based on a calculator or to deliver their own offsets. More than 95% of the time, the payment is the pathway that's selected. And the vast majority of those offset obligations have not been able to be delivered. So the state is accumulating an enormous, largely unfunded liability. The developers who would like to be able, or who have, on the basis of handing over that liability to the state, want to be able to say to their customers, to their shareholders, that we have met environmental outcomes, we have offset the impacts that we have caused, can no longer say that because it's not happening. The amount of money being collected is not enough. But the biggest issue is that the payments are allowed regardless of what the impact is. And in a lot of cases, there are no offsets. It's not possible, even at any cost, because we can't actually recreate what's being destroyed. And when we're already past a key threshold, because we're talking about already threatened species and ecosystems. They're already below where they need to be. We need to recover them. If you destroy more of what is irreplaceable, you can never achieve that, and no amount of offset is going to restore things. And this is not just a problem in Queensland, as we've heard reported again and again. In New South Wales, it's a problem. It's a problem in Western Australia. It's a problem in South Australia. It's a problem in Canada. It is a problem everywhere these funds have been attempted because the calculations and the safeguards have not been in place.
Okay, so sounds like you don't like the calculator idea. I guess then I'm trying to work out how this is going to all work, because effectively what the Parliament has decided to do has been to enact legislation which is leaving open a lot of the key questions to this delegated instruments, these instruments we're talking about here. And there's also this prospect of having another federal agency sort of running a lot of it in a day-to-day sense. So wouldn't it be sort of better for the law to set out what the key definitions are and what the key thresholds are, whatever they might be?
Yeah.
And then you would have effectively one agency rather than having two bodies in different states, or a state and a federal jurisdiction trying to do this. I'm just trying to think what's going to be the most effective and efficient way to give people the certainty that they're looking for, regardless of their perspective.
Thanks, Senator. Can I briefly comment just on the point as it relates to the offsets? But there's a broader question there in terms of how things are handled administratively, which I might leave to my colleagues. We've made many suggestions about how this very, very messy, expensive, problematic system could be made more reliable in terms of offset payments, putting around safeguards. One of the most important ones is we do know a set of things that we can offset, that we can cost, so that we know that we can accept an appropriate amount of funds for that, a list of what is offsettable, and limiting offsets to those things and including accepting liability to deliver those offsets for those things would be a really important step there. If we find that we are starting to accumulate offset liabilities that we can't deliver, then there's a no on further impacts, because we are until we resolve that, until we find a way to address those sorts of impacts. I'll leave the comments on the administrative arrangements to others.
I would like to talk about certainty.
Any comments on that?
Yeah, look, I think that broadly the objective of this whole process is to streamline and create greater certainty, and I think we all support that. That was very much the objective that was articulated by Graham Samuel as a precursor to this process. So what does that look like? To me, it looks like very clear objectives that we set for outcomes for our biodiversity, and very clear guardrails around the sorts of things we know we can't afford to do if we want to achieve those outcomes, and good planning that's resourced properly through regional planning that actually maps whereabouts can a developer go with some certainty to do a development, and where do we know they cannot go. And that kind of clarity is the only way that we're ever going to reach, I think, this situation where you have the prospect of satisfying housing demand, you have the prospect of satisfying the urgent need for us to stop destroying habitats and driving species closer and closer to extinction at the rate of 4% a year in this country. So I think it's the clarity comes from clear objectives and clear guardrails and good planning that's properly resourced, and then the data and the requirement to actually measure those outcomes so that we know we're actually heading towards a place where we want to go.
Are there any comments about the prospect of this EPA and its functions, and that it may be able to do anything and completely undermine that concept of certainty that we've just talked about?
I think certainty really depends on what the rules are, right? So it's one of the things that people talk about, is how long it takes to do development assessment and approvals, that the time results in significant holding costs for developers. But a lot of that is to do with the discretion. So someone who's a regulatory officer who's sitting in the department who has to make recommendations up the line to the minister about whether he approves something or not with what conditions has an easier task if the rules are clearer, if what is an acceptable type of development is clear, if it is clear what is going to be able to be offset and what conditions should be placed on that. The more ambiguity there exists within a standard, the more discretion there is, the harder it is for that person to assess that application and make a reasonable recommendation to the minister. They'll have to go round and round and negotiate things. They might put something up the line, there might be feedback back that no, they should take a different tack. That's not solved by having an EPA because it's the same type of problem, the same type of people sitting there having to look at these rules and make a recommendation about whether something should be approved or not, whether compliance action should be taken or not. It's all dependent on the certainty and clarity of those rules. I guess the thing I'd like to challenge, though, is the notion that everybody within this system, on both sides, on the development side, on the environmental side, is interested in certainty, because I would say one of the reasons we've stepped back from having more certainty in this process is because some interested groups have seen that there's more advantage in having discretion because they perceive that they may get better outcomes through lobbying directly than not. I'm not saying that's everyone. I think there's a lot of people who'd like there to be more certainty, but I think that there's a lot of times when people want certainty when it's a yes, but they don't want certainty when it's a no.
But I mean, isn't the issue here that, if you have a body like an EPA, which is going to be effectively making its own judgments, if the regulations aren't clear, then we end up with an even worse situation because I think most reasonable people would say, even if your position was you don't want to see any more houses built in Australia and you want everyone to live in the bush, right? Under a gum tree, that it's not a good outcome for people to be wasting money on developments that will never go ahead. Like, as you said before, it's better just to know what are the areas that are available for development, what are the areas that are off limits.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's the concept of clear guardrails.
If that's the point, then shouldn't our focus in delivering another Senate report here be on working out, what needs to be in these regulations to ensure that is better known and better understood, rather than leaving it all up to the vagaries of what a future regulator might do, whether its approval rights have been removed, it has an ongoing role. I mean, wouldn't it be better if we had very clear, very simple, very well understood regulations?
Senator, we're in furious agreement about that. Sorry, who did I? I just might say a few words and I'll pass over. That's exactly why the Wentworth Group has been so supportive of the bioregional planning standard to set clarity around where in the landscape would be the best areas to prioritise biodiversity, where would be the best areas to prioritise development, and where would you be able to achieve multiple outcomes together. And at the moment, the legislation provides certainly not that kind of holistic clarity around where you would draw those lines. So, for example, the conservation zones requirements for specifying where you would draw lines on maps is essentially specifying one or more areas. It's not actually about the clarity around what should those lines contain and how you would systematically do that across the landscape. And so, in addition, what kinds of activities are allowed to occur within each of those categories is not well articulated, so that it is also difficult to determine, even if we did go through that process of mapping, what would be in and what would be out of a particular zone. So underpinning all of that is obviously the need to provide for a bioregional planning standard that gives a lot greater clarity on where you would define those areas and make sure that those areas do align with the objectives of the Act. But secondly, ensure that the information base is available to enable that work to be done. And at the moment, we're quite far from the information base that's needed. I'll just give you one example of that. The two states in Australia and 3 states have a mapping of tree clearing and data sets on where trees exist in the landscape, but there is no national mapping of where woody vegetation occurs in a consistent way across the country. So we can't yet assess the cumulative amount of our habitat and also the consequences of changes in that cumulative amount. So that's a kind of opportunity here through standards that really help clarify where in the landscape certain activities should occur, coupled with the information base that's going to enable us to, with confidence, determine where those lines on maps should be drawn.
And if I may just add to that, Senator, I think this, just to take a step back out, not knowing what all the standards or the full suite of standards will be really hampers understanding what the work each of the standards and what they need to do. So I think that is a really important point. At the moment, a lot of people are trying to guess at what will be the other standards and how they will all operate in concert. So while we might not have all of the detail about all of the standards, at least knowing what are the intended suite of standards and, making sure that that's comprehensive enough to actually provide the guidance required for each of these issues is really essential. But that makes it really difficult to sort of comment on, for example, the, specific standards as they're released without actually fully understanding how they're going to fit in with the jigsaw of all the other standards. So that's why we made recommendations for a number of standards that haven't been contemplated previously, but, obviously the regional planning standard was previously flagged, but it hasn't been again. So I think there is a need for some clarity around that as well.
Okay, last question then. So if these regulations that are currently being considered as drafts were made permanent, where would that leave us? Would we be in a good place or a bad place?
I don't think we would be satisfied that we were heading in the right direction if they were signed off as currently written. I think we're mostly on this call, I believe, enthusiastic about the prospect of good environmental standards and the value that would provide for both the certainty for business and the community and also certainty for the environment and environmental outcomes. We really think that the standards are a good mechanism, and that's why we supported the designation of standards under the reformed EPBC Act. But as they're currently written, they are not going to help. So we really need to actually improve the language in the standards. We need to add in the things that are missing. We need to add in cumulative impacts so that we can set objectives for that, so that we've actually got something to aim for when we're doing regional planning. There's some really fundamental things that have to go into these standards before we would consider them fit for purpose and before we would hand them to the EPA to administer, which I actually think is not a bad idea, having the EPA administering the standards, coming back to your previous question.
And, I think it's astonishing that we're here saying that these standards that were meant to be outcome-based standards, that was the whole point of putting these together, to set out what we would achieve, that we can't answer that question of what they would achieve. Things could go backwards environmentally very easily under these standards. They could improve, they could stay exactly the same. To me, any possible future exists under these standards, and I think that's what we would like to see change. And I think all the groups here today have provided a lot of suggested changes to wording that could help clarify a clear outcome-based standard, at least on these 2 example standards that we've seen drafts of.
And we won't know which future we're pursuing because there's nothing in the standards currently that compels measurement of our progress towards these outcomes that are currently not properly specified.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Thank you to our witnesses for the evidence today and the preparation, both in terms of submissions and the amount of preparation that it takes to appear at a committee like this and give the evidence that you've given. The committee will now adjourn for luncheon. We will return in 45 minutes, which will be 2:10 with the Environmental Defender's Office. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Get start. I now welcome representatives from the Environmental Defenders Office, both in person and via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, that's right. Wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Revel Poynton, Managing Lawyer of Policy and Law Reform at the Environmental Defenders Office.
Thank you.
Pass to Rachel.
And online? Sorry, for our radio witnesses online, can you please just state your name and capacity?
I wonder if it has started for them.
Oh. No, that's broadcasting. That might be separate.
Oh, okay. I'll just check.
Okay. Are you able to hear me online?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. And if I could just confirm names and capacities from both of you online, that would be wonderful.
Thanks. My name is Rachel Walmsley and I'm the Deputy Director of Policy and Law Reform at the Environmental Defenders Office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Rachel Chick and I'm a Senior Solicitor in the Policy and Law Reform Program at the Environmental Defenders Office.
Wonderful, thank you. I invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of those remarks I'll turn over for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for inviting us to appear before you today. We'd like to start by commending the committee for continuing their work on the EPBC Act reforms after the swift passage of the bills last year, given the amount of work there still is to complete the reform framework and ensure it's effective at achieving its aims. We understand that the committee is particularly focused on the national environmental standards, and with good reason. These standards are not just the centrepiece of Professor Samuel's independent review recommendations. Minister Watt has explained numerous times that they are a pivotal part of the government's intent in ensuring that the government's reforms of the EPBC Act lead to improved environmental outcomes. Minister Watt has stated standards will set the boundaries for decisions to ensure they deliver improved environmental outcomes. Importantly, they will also provide certainty and guidance for business by setting clear and enforceable expectations and uplifting the quality and consistency of decision-making. The draft Matters of National Environmental Significance and Offset standards unfortunately do not yet meet that commitment. The draft standards lack measurable, enforceable criteria and clear outcomes, as you've heard today. They are too process-focused and use vague, discretionary language like aim to, have regard to, support and contribute to, rather than enforceable, outcomes-focused language such as must ensure, must achieve, must result in. There is already significant discretion provided to decision-makers in the EPBC Act, including through the recent reforms. Extending vague language into the standards is a recipe for continuing the failings of the EPBC Act already established in Professor Samuel's review and the review prior. To achieve the laudable goal of strong environmental standards, they must set clear environmental outcomes, use mandatory language, including quantitative thresholds that will guide decision-making, and require monitoring and reporting based on quality data. They must explicitly address cumulative impacts to prevent the death by 1,000 cuts we are currently seeing play out across environmental decision-making. And they must also require consideration of climate change impacts on environments and species under defined scenarios, which incredulously continues to be lacking. For effective offsets, the standards must ensure the mitigation hierarchy is required to be fully applied, not just had regard to, and additional detail is needed to help guide decision makers on when impacts must be avoided, when it's okay to move to mitigation and what this entails, and then to apply the offset principles to all offset decisions. Environmental offsets have too often been relied upon as a mechanism to justify approval of damaging developments, despite persistent evidence that existing offset frameworks fail to deliver genuine, effective compensation for impacts. The standards must establish clear, enforceable requirements that ensure offsets are a measure of last resort and that, where permitted, they deliver real, additional, accountable and lasting environmental gains rather than entrenching further loss. And we're particularly concerned with the weak legal security provided for offsets under the standard, along with the excessive discretion around restoration contribution offsets. The standards themselves must also incorporate key international treaty obligations, the very reason our Federal EPBC Act framework exists. Australia has binding commitments under the Convention on Biological Diversity and other treaties, and these obligations must be explicitly embedded within the standards to ensure domestic implementation aligns with our international commitments. Noting this uncertainty still as to which standards will apply to which decisions, we recommend that the standards must be applied to all referral decisions at all stages of assessment, including referral, assessment and the final decision and conditions, and also be shaped to apply to important decisions like the development of conservation planning instruments. Importantly, the full suite of standards must be in place before any significant decisions are made, particularly those related to bilateral agreements or declarations in handing over EPBC powers to other entities. Committee, we'd like to also take the opportunity here to note that some decisions of the Environment Minister since the start of the year demonstrate clearly the need for more guidance around environmental decision making to ensure we do not continue the dramatic environmental decline we've already been experiencing to date. And we raise extreme concern over the decision by the Minister last week to apply the National Interest Exemption to the Alcoa bauxite mine in Western Australia, after it has been illegally clearing jarrah forests for reportedly 15 years, and then to put the project through a strategic assessment to remove the need for them to stop activities to address their illegal activities. This is a prime example of the amount of discretion and loopholes in our environmental laws. These loopholes have been exacerbated in many ways through these reforms and must be tightened through the regulations and standards. The National Interest Exemption has, on publicly available information, never been used for commercial reasons previously. Using such a wide interpretation of this exemption around the national interest means any activity could potentially argue for, any proponent of an activity could potentially argue for an exemption from our environmental laws. This undermines not just the purpose of environmental protections, but also the integrity in this framework and the rule of law. We raise concern also that the department has this week allowed bulldozing of nearly 3,000 hectares of tropical savanna and threatened species habitat in the Northern Territory without assessment under Australia's national environmental laws for cropping activities. The community is shocked by this outcome and the consistent failure to apply national environmental laws to agricultural clearing compared to other activities. Clear standards could and should assist with ensuring consistent application of the EPBC Act to all proponents, providing more certainty and integrity to the regulation of our environmental laws. We note also reports this week about the successful pressure put on the Environment Minister to weaken conditions on the Woodside Northwest Shelf, one of the largest gas projects in the country, after strong lobbying. These decisions outline clearly the need for strong laws for environmental decision makers to rest on and to provide certainty in how the decisions will be applied. These decisions also demonstrate the need for regulations to be passed which patch the holes left by the reforms last December. There is a need for regulations to clarify in particular limitations on the size and risk of projects that can go through streamlined assessment, for example, and also more transparency and accountability around the use of the National Interest Exemption. And to finish, I'd like to remind the committee that the application of the EPBC Act framework is to significant impacts to environmental species, ecosystems and places that are considered to be of national interest and national significance. This is not every and any proposed impact. It is intended to prevent the worst of impacts that jeopardise Australia's most precious and most threatened environments and species. It is therefore not just reasonable but essential that these laws and standards are clear, strong and enforceable and provide for integrity in environmental decision making. Thank you for your patience and we look forward to your questions, Senators.
Thank you very much. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, let's start with Alcoa then. As you say, the Minister's recently given a national interest exemption for the Alcoa mine in WA to keep clearing and expanding their mine. Despite it being in the middle of an ancient old-growth forest that's a biodiversity hotspot. And I just want to clarify, the national exemption, the national interest exemption has in the past been used for emergency type situations, yes?
That's
correct. What does that look like?
Responses to bushfires, where there is a need for, sorry, I'm just, I might take that on notice.
Yes, sure.
Unless somebody online can respond. I remember.
I guess, I mean, the department has always, the government's always said that it's for the use for emergencies.
That's
where
correct.
You can't go through the proper process, the time frame doesn't allow that, people's lives are at risk, or significant heritage or environment is at risk, so they have to, you know, it's the lesser of two evils.
That's correct.
Where you have to act fast. What do you think the emergency is here?
The reasons provided by the government point to seemingly the strategic interest in continuing bauxite mining, particularly due to the agreement made with the United States around creating products that will facilitate defence and potentially renewable energy projects going forward. My understanding is that there was a commercial imperative to support the company to continue without stopping, which normally you would, in that instance, if you've been found to be illegally clearing or illegally taking under an action, you would have to stop your activities to actually go through the referral process, have an assessment and a decision around what would be the enforcement mechanism, and to regularise your assessment and see if you actually can go forward. We understand the strategic assessment process is being applied here to avoid the need for them to stop activities so that they can continue to produce bauxite to remain financially stable as a company, from my understanding of the reasons.
So, I mean, that might be an emergency for Alcoa, but it's hard to see how it's an emergency for the nation at this point. 15 years worth of illegal activity. Who knew about this? Is this something that, as an environmental legal organisation, you understood was happening? Was there allegations that Alcoa has been illegally clearing?
On the reasons, it's clear that the department has been aware since 2011 of the activities being illegal and just communicating with the proponent and never stopping them from furthering the activities over this time. I believe that our colleagues in Western Australia have been aware of the concerns around this project for some time. There's an immense community concern with, I think, somewhere in the either 6,000 or 60,000. I forget the stats of submissions going in recently on the project, where they're also exempt from Western Australian laws, from my understanding, and there are concerns around them breaching even the conditions that have been placed around at them at state level.
It strikes me that this is not really in the spirit of the new rules and laws that have been put in place. Particularly a big part of the government's crowing of this legislation was that fines would be increased against illegal activity and they would be able to stop companies that were doing the wrong thing, stop work orders. Now, I mean, a $55 million fine is quite significant. The Minister's saying one of the most expensive ever, and obviously, but it's just a payment and they get now special provisions to keep going. And it feels like it's just the price of doing business, isn't it?
My colleagues have actually calculated per hectare the amount that has previously been provided for in enforceable undertakings, and when comparatively this is actually a very low amount. And if you compare it also to the penalties that have been put through in the reforms, and which will commence later in the year, which are laudably high in terms of
we're talking 700 million,
800 million, exactly. And my understanding from memory, and I can take this on notice, is that if you had actually calculated per hectare the rate of clearing against the rates that have previously been applied in enforceable undertakings, it would be somewhere in the realm of 800 million today as well, for an appropriate penalty to be provided. So when you compare those outcomes, it is a very low amount, and if you I understand it's 2 days worth of profit or close to, and when you're looking at the annual reporting from Alcoa. But we are happy to table a brief that we've prepared around this,
please.
If that would assist the committee.
Yep, it would. Thank you. Let me go to some of the specifics in relation to the standards and the regulations themselves. You've obviously got concerns that there's too much discretionary language still in the bill, and so therefore the standards and the regulations needs to be where there's some more clarity. Have you got a view? Have you got a marked up copy of what you think is required, or are you still at a kind of top level approach as to what you think should be in them?
Thank you, Senator. We're happy to provide a marked up version. We haven't yet tabled that with the committee, but we would be glad to. And my colleague Rachel Chick online can speak to them now to some of the amendments if that would assist.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, our concerns around the standards are that they don't meet the requirements of the Samuel Review around standards, which were intended to be clear, enforceable, granular, and precise and quantitative. None of which the MNES or OFF standards achieve, and this means that not only does it make it very difficult for proponents to understand the boundaries of the law for projects, it makes it very difficult for the community and for regulators to be able to seek to have those requirements enforced. Professor Samuel in the review provided a draft example standard for matters of national environmental significance, but was clear that that was just a starting point and that those standards needed to evolve to become more granular, more detailed. And in previous evidence to this committee, I believe, he described the intention for standards to be a straitjacket on regulators and on the minister in making decisions. So really moving away from the discretionary decision-making that we've seen under the Act thus far, and the language is still in the Act, but it's exacerbated by the wording of the standards. So in terms of what sort of granularity might be helpful and would go towards implementing standards in the way that Professor Samuel envisaged. The Samuel Review actually provided examples of this, so I'll defer to that. So examples are definitive mapping of critical habitat. The standard for threatened species could be expressed in quantitative measures to support recovery over a particular time frame with targets. Measures such as population size and trends and the area and quality of habitat available across the landscape, that is population numbers, hectares, threat management and years, should be developed. And crucially, hard lines and no-go zones need to be in the standards to protect critical assets and prevent unacceptable impacts So that's the level of detail and the level of specificity that should be in the standards for them to do the work that the Samuel review intended. And that's not what we have in the drafts that we've seen thus far.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And do you think, just going back to the Alcoa example, do you think that there should be direct regulations, for example, of what is and isn't in the national interest?
Ideally, yes, Senator. There is an opportunity in the drafting of the regulations to put in more accountability and transparency measures. Ideally, it would be more clarity as to what should be considered in the national interest so that it cannot be applied to anything. And then some further process around what evidence needs to be provided that this is actually in the national interest, some kind of establishment of that in a transparent way for the public would be ideal. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What about the restoration contribution charge? What have you got to say about that?
So this is, in terms of the standards, this comes through in the offset standard, and unfortunately where we see some reasonable principles being provided through in the offset standard, there is a need for some improvements to those principles which we put submissions in on. However, the use of restoration contribution charges does not need to be in alignment with many of those key principles, particularly like for like and timeliness. And so what this means is that and I know evidence has been put before you today of the various state frameworks where these kinds of charges already exist in New South Wales and Queensland, and the high percentage of proponents who use the ability to pay the government to deal with their offset obligations. And upwards of 95% of proponents will make that choice, and it's understandable. It's much easier for the government to address and find offsets. However, if those decisions are not made in accordance with the principles of like for like and timeliness, and also at the stage of the assessment of the project, you're having a situation where impacts to matters of national environmental significance that may not actually be able to be offset could be allowed to be impacted upon potentially inappropriately on the basis of some kind of offset being provided that will never come into fruition. And there's a need for... Our suggestion would be that at the assessment stage it be established whether an offset is even possible, and ideally the government will be producing protection statements and declarations setting out when an offset just isn't possible for an environmental value. And then for that offset to be established before the approval actually comes through, so that you're having certainty of compensation for these impacts. And I'll go back to my opening statement that we're talking about significant impacts to our matters of national environmental significance. And so it's essential that we don't, where these are already very threatened species and ecosystems in many cases, they cannot afford to have more impacts without actual compensation that's effective in being achieved. And so we're very concerned that the establishment of this restorations contributions charges framework without application of all of these key principles will result in increasing decline in our environmental values across Australia.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Bragg, do you have any questions? If there are no other questions online, then I will move on. So thank you very much to the officers of the EDO for being here today, for the work that went into your submission or submissions to the inquiry, and the enormous amount of work that it takes to prepare for a hearing like this, and the level of details.
Us getting a marked up copy of your changes. Thank you.
Yes, that would be very helpful. And if you've taken any other questions on notice, could you please provide answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible, but in all events before or on 6th of March, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Minerals Council of Australia and the Chamber of Minerals and Energy Western Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, that's nodding at the table. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Chris McComb, General Manager Sustainability for the Minerals Council of Australia.
My name's Stephen Brown. I'm a Principal Advisor at the Minerals Council of Australia.
Aaron Morey, the Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia.
Thank you very much. I'll invite you to give a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Sure thing. The MCA, well, it's good to be back. The MCA would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear again today to discuss the implementation of changes to the EPBC Act. This is an issue of critical importance to the Australian minerals industry. The Australian industry is committed to regulation that delivers for business and the environment, and it's a long-standing commitment. Efficiency outcomes for business and the flow-on effects of productivity, regional communities and the broader economy across all land-based sectors will only be delivered if we get implementation right. Our ability to supply critical minerals to support the global energy and technology transition and the opportunity it affords all Australians depends on policy certainty and efficiency. This means designing the regulations, standards, policies and initiatives in a way that does not act as a barrier to achieving these aims. It is also about establishing an enabling regulatory culture with expertise, modern systems and tools, a focus on facilitating responsible development and clear KPIs for delivery. The MCA strongly supports the government's commitment to accredit state and territory assessments and approvals, supported by robust assurance arrangements. This stands out as the most important efficiency measure for business, providing a way to consolidate multiple track approval processes. Implementation design must support this fundamental outcome. National environmental standards are the cornerstone of these reforms, and the MCA supports their establishment to deliver better outcomes for both the environment and business. In practice, the standards may be more important than the legislation itself. The legislation provides a platform for more efficient approvals, but the legislation cannot by itself deliver that. Efficiency will only be realised through state and territory accreditation, and it is there the standards set those core requirements. Well-drafted standards will provide clarity and confidence. Poorly designed ones risk delay, higher costs and increased litigation, with real consequences for housing, energy, critical minerals and, of course, the cost of living. For these reasons, we urge the government to progress but not rush the development of the standards. Hour-long briefings with our broad range of stakeholders is not sufficient. Time should be taken to properly workshop the proposals. Successful implementation will rely on appropriate testing of the standards and related policies against real-world scenarios. Industry is uniquely positioned to identify the situations where these may fail in practice. MCA with member company experts stand ready to work with government to undertake this testing to ensure these are workable, credible, fit for purpose and can do so efficiently over the coming months. The offset standards should be developed concurrently with a new offsets calculator for the offsets fund, a key efficiency measure. The new fund has the potential to deliver offsets in a more strategic way, using a landscape scale approach rather than the current piecemeal approach. The offsets fund must be accessible to all companies rather than only used in very limited circumstances and costly to make, otherwise it risks making itself redundant, losing the opportunity to strategically direct and fund nature at scale. We look forward to continuing our engagement with government and thank the committee for the opportunity to discuss this important issue.
Thank you. Mr Morey.
Thank you, Chair. The Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia represents WA's resources sector. More than 840,000 Australians rely on their industry for their jobs and livelihoods. CME and our members support meaningful reform to the EPBC Act, reforms that deliver on the government's stated objective of better for the environment, better for business. Whether the second part of that commitment is realised depends on the design of the national environmental standards. Getting those right is central to the government's economic and environmental objectives, from net zero to a future made in Australia. Ahead of his productivity roundtable last year, Treasurer Chalmers said, and I quote, "One of the things international investors say to us about Australia is we don't want to spend too long burning cash while we wait for approvals from multiple levels of government and other sorts of approvals. The Treasurer went on. So if we can speed some of that up, if we can make sure it makes sense, if our regulation is better, then I think we give ourselves more of a chance of achieving our economic goals, but also our social and environmental goals. We could not agree more. Unfortunately, as currently drafted, the MNES and offset standards fall short of the better regulation test set by the Treasurer. We consider the standards unworkable in their current form. We have, however, proposed practical changes that preserve strong environmental outcomes while restoring workability, and I'm happy to take the committee through those in detail. On the other three standards, CME has not seen them. However, should the committee wish, I can outline the key principles we think should underpin them. I do want to conclude with some comments on the process for developing the standards. We understand all 5 standards will be subject to just a 20-day consultation window prior to implementation. Given how consequential these standards will be for the economy, that time frame is plainly inadequate. Consultation needs to be genuine and it needs to be robust. Otherwise, we risk permanently embedding uncertainty and delay into a system that was meant to be improved. We cannot emphasise enough just how important it is to test the standards against real projects before they are finalised. At the very least, we need more time. If we fail to get this right, the future of our sector is at serious risk, and with it the thousands of families that depend upon us. But done properly, these reforms can strengthen environmental protection while providing the certainty investors need. As always, CME stands ready to work constructively with the government and this committee to get the settings right. We genuinely believe we can achieve an outcome here that is better for the environment and better for business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, I'll just take this opportunity to ask if you might elaborate on those 2 things that you indicated there, Mr. Moore, and if I might also get the MCA's view on this, which are the changes that you see or would propose to the draft standards that exist in relation to matters of national environmental significance and in relation to offsets, and then outline those principles for new standards that you alluded to, and presumably the MCA has a view on both those things as well.
Yeah, I'll provide a quick overview, and I will note that we have worked closely with the Minerals Council, and we absolutely support their submissions and commentaries on these issues. Look, at a very high level, when it comes to the improvements that are required to the standards that we've seen, one is around the timing of the offsets. What we have here is a situation where offsets are going to have to be secured or paid for completely up front. That's very impractical for the way that capital finance markets work. It's also very impractical with the way that mining operations typically unfold. What you may find is that land that was originally earmarked to be developed never gets developed, and so you could potentially have a situation where you are paying for offsets that are never required to be offset. Another key concern is around the restoration and recovery obligations, and in particular the obligations put on the individual project versus the landscape obligations. Some of the language which talks about having to provide for outcomes as opposed to contribute to outcomes is deeply concerning and unworkable, particularly when you think about, for example, Chair, some of the species such as migratory shorebirds, for which the international flyways, overseas breeding grounds are all pertinent to outcomes for that species. It's highly unclear how a project-specific offset will work in those situations to generate a net gain. There are the maintenance periods, which are specified at 25 to 100 years. This is impractical in Western Australia, where 93% of land is Crown land, generally leased out for 21 years. The ecologically sustainable development principle needs to be embedded throughout the standards if we are to truly achieve the better for business mantra from the government, and it's certainly consistent with Professor Samuel's. The baselines must be tested. If I go to the Pilbara leaf-nosed bat and the significant impact that feral cats have had on that species over time, we really do need to allow for adaptive management responses or alternative indicators of improvement given the confluence of factors impacting these sorts of species, which again was recognised by Professor Samuels. In terms of other principles, one of the key ones I would say, particularly with the First Nations engagement standard, before I pass to my friends and colleagues at the MCA, is clearly identifying the TO representative bodies that constitute the primary and authoritative point of engagement. There is clearly strong support for that in particular when it comes to a First Nations standard, amongst others which we will outline in our submissions, but I pass to my MCA friends.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So one of the criticisms of the pre-reformed Act from the Samuel Review was that it was highly prescriptive. And that was one of the key recommendations from the Samuel Review, was that the standards should not be highly prescriptive. It should not be about compliance, where compliance is achieved by ticking boxes to fulfil a process. So the MCA supports the Samuel Review recommendation that the standards should be outcomes focused rather than process focused. But unfortunately, the draft standards that we've seen continue to be highly prescriptive around procedural matters rather than focusing on outcomes. So outcomes-focused standards that avoid prescription of process are going to be crucial to ensure that standards can be implemented by states and territories under accredited arrangements. So I think what needs to be done, Chair, is to remove some of those prescriptive process elements. An example of that is the way the mitigation hierarchy has been framed in the M&ES standard. So if you take an example, let's say we're developing a mining operation in New South Wales, we would apply the mitigation hierarchy, and in New South Wales that's a 3-step process. You must avoid, minimise and then offset. But the way the National Environmental Standard has been framed, it's a 4-step process rather than a 3-step process. It avoid, mitigate rather than minimise, and then repair and then offset. And so while the principles are the same, in practice we could have situations where the documentation prepared by a proponent doesn't meet the requirements of the National Environmental Standard, even though in principle the same outcomes are going to be achieved. And so that's an example of where procedural prescription could delay assessments and make them more costly, rather than simply focusing on the outcome that we all agree on, which is prioritise avoidance and do offsets at a last resort. Another important element that needs to be changed is the way the objectives and the outcomes are framed in the draft standard. Because the drafting of the legislation says that all actions must be consistent with the standards, it's important that the outcomes and objectives in the standards are actually able to be achieved by single actions. So, for example, the objective that threatened species are protected, conserved and restored is not something that can be solely achieved by a single action. Proponents can only manage the impacts of their own operations. So if an external factor comes in and influences that and changes the result so that species are not recovering, that's something that's beyond the scope of an individual action. And so the standards, there's an opportunity now to reframe those objectives so that they're framed in a way that can be achieved and is reasonable for an individual.
How about being framed so that they actually do what they need to do, which is protecting nature?
That's right. So we can reframe the standards in that way, Senator, so that they are achievable and so that proponents are held to account and they can manage what's within the scope of their applications.
Can I just ask, in relation to that point, I mean, one of the purposes of this legislation in its amended form is to set national environmental standards that would apply across the nation, and where state standards don't meet those standards, they would have to effectively come up to the national standard. In the New South Wales example you gave, if you were meeting the federal standard and in relation to mitigation hierarchy, given the substantive overlap in content, you would be meeting the New South Wales standard as well, wouldn't you?
So in substance, yes, but the problem could arise where you don't meet the same terminology. So it's an administrative issue. In your documentation, if you don't have the same steps laid out in the same format as required by the national standard, see, that could prevent or could result in a decision being challenged because it doesn't align with the administrative requirements of the standards. And that's something we want to avoid. Obviously, we want to have them more principles-based so that we achieve the right outcomes rather than procedural-based.
Sure, but I mean, you could have your documentation heading say minimise and mitigate and deal with both, given the overlap, surely.
Well, that's where what we want to avoid is having duplicative documentation. See, it's fine for a proponent to prepare one set of documents for one jurisdiction, but should we really have to reword those to meet? So that's the sort of duplication of process that we think is an inefficiency of process rather than an environmental outcome that we're trying to achieve.
Chair, if I could just compliment my my colleagues' comments. I mean, fundamentally, if the standards are focused on outcomes, as Professor Samuel envisaged, then it enables all states to rise to meet those outcomes, regardless of the complexity of the regulatory framework in which they operate. So they don't have to undertake fundamental change everywhere in order to meet the Commonwealth bar. You take that prescription out, you focus on the outcomes, you're enabled then to meet those outcomes, whatever the regulatory settings you have, as long as you're able to qualify that they can achieve those standards. So my colleague provided one example. There are many, many examples in there of prescription that makes it either unachievable, as my colleague from Aaron from CME already raised regarding offsets, or some of those kind of administrative tasks which can really catch proponents out and catch states out in terms of trying to meet those requirements. Now, we're looking for a world where the Commonwealth leads in this space, it sets the standards, and the states are able to pick that up regardless of the regulatory legislative framework that they are operating under, and can work under that framework.
One of the challenges that's emerged, not just from the earlier committee process, but also from this morning's evidence, is this balance between prescription and flexibility. So flexibility to deal with the breadth of matters that will come before relevant regulators under the scope of this Act, and prescription, among other things, providing sufficient detail to permit consistency and certainty in decision making and potentially speed. Do you have a view, and I appreciate it's a relatively general question, on how to, where to reach that balance, or what the principles are that need to be applied in order to make sure that both of those goals are satisfied?
I think the balance is in setting objective outcomes-focused standards rather than procedural standards. One of the challenges that is before the regulators when trying to manage, our views and the views of environmental NGOs, for example, is that the business community wants this certainty, and the NGOs, of course, are seeking environmental protections. And for a regulator, the way to try that they will often try to balance that is by setting clear no-go areas, the way that works in practice is that a regulator during an assessment might find for example, they might look at a tree hollow and say that potentially could become a habitat for a threatened species. And so then the regulator, to be cautious and ensure there's clarity but also protection for that species, they will draw us a big circle at a given radius around that tree hollow. And that can be several kilometres in radius. And what they try to do is they would argue that provides clarity, so the business knows where it cannot go, and it also provides a protection. And that's that solves the issue for the assessment officer and for the regulator. But if you step back and think about it, that could create other issues beyond the scope of the regulator. For example, that could make it very difficult for us to achieve some of the other objectives that the government's trying to achieve. For example, on housing, if those areas are too large, it could be difficult to achieve our housing goals. It could become very difficult to then go and achieve our renewables targets. It could be difficult to develop critical minerals that the world desperately needs right now. And so
making choices.
It's all right. It's a difficult position to be in, and that's where the challenge lies. So we can offer our views, and other stakeholders can offer their views. But ultimately, what's needed right now is to sit down and work this out, go through this in a lot of detail with all the stakeholders in the room, rather than sort of throwing out ideas and pitching them in to the government and to the department and letting the department try to figure it out. I think it's best if we all sit down and work it out together.
And if I may just build on that, Chair, I mean, I think a more flexible approach in many cases will generate better environmental outcomes. I mean, if I look at Western Australia, and I think about the flexibility in, for example, the like-for-like concept when it comes to offsets. I mean, in WA, incredibly complex land tenure arrangements, very uneven habitat distribution, significant limitations on data. And so when it comes to bringing in, say, feral species control programs which expand the habitat range for threatened species, that flexibility is going to be really, really important. And as my colleague said, you know, or implied, focusing on that functional equivalence, looking at the species level recovery is going to generate not just better outcomes for business, but also better outcomes for the environment.
My colleague, Senator Walker, asked what I thought was an excellent question earlier today, and I'm to another witness, and I'm just going to repeat it, which is, in your view, what does success or improvement look like 5 years after the introduction of new environmental standards? What does this landscape reflect?
Sure. I think what we're looking at here in 5 years, what's our KPIs in 5 years? Okay, so from a business perspective, our KPIs are ensuring that issue around policy, duplicative regulation is no longer a critical risk factor for investing here in Australia, as it is today, as highlighted in the Fraser Institute report of survey of minerals industry CEOs. So ensuring that we become a place where we are looking at development that makes sense, responsible development very, very clearly. Secondly, we do want to see nature recovering, very, very obviously. We want to ensure that development takes place in balance with our environmental obligations, our responsibilities. Noting, of course, there are a range of other factors involved here. The EPBC Act does target a narrow range of species and matters, although you could argue it's largely duplicative in terms of the species component versus the state requirements. But and the Commonwealth is also not necessarily a manager of all of Australia's landmass necessarily. It's that sits with the states. But looking at recovery more broadly, more cooperation, more integration between the Commonwealth and the states. So we're working to those two objectives together. Yes, we have a thriving critical minerals industry. Our traditional commodities are thriving. We've solved our housing crisis because we can bring supply online, energy and everything else. But we're doing so in balance with nature. And we've got the data to support that.
Okay, that was going to be my last question, but I guess Mr. Moores alluded to an absence of data and certainly environmental and data sets necessary in order to implement aspects of these standards in Western Australia. Do you have any input on the proposed, appreciating it's still in a development stage, the proposed data and information standard that's under contemplation?
For the data and information standard, I think that relates to how proponents provide data. So it's a separate issue to the role of the new data office, the Environmental Information Australia office that's been established. I think that's the key really here, is that we enable that office to get about its work and collect data in a way that enables us to use the data to speed up approvals and to make sure that we are protecting the right areas in the landscape. In terms of the data standard, again, I think it just needs to make sure that it remains outcomes focused rather than a procedural in its nature. we do have some concerns with the way that from what we've seen so far, that it passes through the requirements down into subordinate policy, which is more appropriate for guidance rather than a standard. And so that could make its application to decision-making challenging, and could open up additional avenues for decisions to be challenged on data formatting rather than actual substance of the decision-making. But I think the key part here is a lot of I was listening to the previous witnesses. There's a lot of emphasis on establishing clear no-go zones in the standards, and it was implied that that was what the Samuel Review recommended. I think if you look carefully at the Samuel Review, it stated that that was a long-term goal, and that we do not have the data required to establish those no-go zones today, and so it's something that the Data Office can work on. They can work on building up their data sets to enable that sort of thing in the future. But in terms of the initial set of standards, we're not there yet with our data standards, and that's the way the Samuel Review had recommended, that we don't provide that in the initial set of standards.
Mr. Morrow, did you want to add to that? Otherwise, I'll move the call. Thank you. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to check in with the Minerals Council to start with. So, effectively, the legislation that passed Parliament in November does set out some definitions, but I mean the bulk of the work appears to be yet to be done in the regs, which we can see under the consultation that closed at the end of January. The National Environment Standards for matters of national environmental significance and the environmental offset. So, I mean, where does it all sort of end with this system we're going to have, where you've got a Minister of the Day making regulations which suit the government of the day, which is fair enough, and then you've got an EPA down the track that's going to be its own kind of bureaucracy making its own judgments. So where are we going on this magical mystery tour?
Look, I think at the moment we're still on a journey, Senator, in terms of landing in a place that we all want to get to, effectively. The legislation did lay the bones or the foundation for the reforms that we all need, and look, we all have there's mixed views in terms of the entirety of the reforms, but we are headed in this direction. We believe there's a lot of opportunity to get it right through the regulations, the policies and the standards and everything else, and the initiatives that are there to support the implementation of the regulation. But it does need to fulfil its overarching objective, which is to enable that accreditation of states and territories. If it doesn't do that, then we've ended up with a more complex federal environment overlapping an increasingly complex state-level environment. So that's not a good outcome for us at all. Secondly, we need to not just focus on, once we have got the regulations right and the standards right, implementation is everything. Who the new EPA is, their regulatory posture, their regulatory culture is going to be fundamentally important in terms of whether this is a success or not. And I can tell you from my experience over a number of years, it fundamentally changes the tone, the approach and the delivery of project approvals, depending on which state you're operating in. I've seen different states undertake reform their regulatory culture. I've seen states go backwards, forwards, Commonwealth as well. It's very, very clear that, a lot of work is done through establishing the policy environment, but a huge amount of work needs to be done to get that culture right. If you end up with a risk-averse, gold-plating culture that needs to know everything about everything from a regulatory perspective, then we're in trouble. If we're focused more on a regulator that's modern, has modern tools, has the data they need, and has expertise, then I think we're in a good place.
So, I assume you've made, a lot of detailed comments in your submissions about the regulations, the draft regulations. But in plain English, what is the outcome you're wanting to see in terms of these regulations once they're made? What sort of certainty do you think could be provided under the right definitions to protect the environment and to drive investment?
We think the best approach, Senator, is to set the goals and the outcomes that the Commonwealth wants to achieve through the standards, but allow those to be implemented by the states. The main outcome that we want to see is accreditation of the states and territories so that they can...
So effectively, so just so I understand, so your hope is we end up with, one approval system, but through the states.
That's correct, Senator. Yep.
Okay, so this morning we had the Tasmanian department here, and I asked them what sort of engagement they'd had, and they said that they'd sent off a message to the federal department, but they hadn't received a reply email yet. So I think they have got email accounts in Canberra. So hopefully that can be achieved. What's your sense of how that's all going? Do you have any insight into how these bilateral arrangements are being progressed?
We have an insight from our conversations with the department, not a close insight, I must say, that those discussions are taking place with some key jurisdictions, but clearly we don't have any detail in terms of where that's at exactly.
I could provide a perspective from Western Australia, Senator. There has been good faith discussions between state and Commonwealth level, but whether we can get somewhere all hinges on workable standards. If we fail to achieve workable, sensible national standards, then the scope and the ability to reach accreditation of our approvals system with the Commonwealth diminishes considerably. And so that's why this discussion and this set of feedback on these standards is so incredibly important.
Okay, so what you're looking for is you're looking for simple, clear, comprehensible national standards, and then you're looking for a series of bilateral agreements.
Correct.
That's two things you want.
That's right. Sums it up.
Okay, well, hopefully that shouldn't be too hard to achieve. Final question then. So, look, there is a lot of material here. It is very complicated. Just in simple terms, then what would you say about the government's current draft of the standards? If you were going to make one or two key critiques, what would you say could be improved?
I think they could be simpler. The current standards are very complex. They will interact in a very complex regime where there are statutory requirements in legislation and subordinate policy in protection statements and other documents, offsets, calculators and the like. So it's quite a complex regime that's being established, and I think we shouldn't bite off more than we can chew for the initial set of standards. I would recommend going with a simpler approach initially, and then, as the Samuel Review recommended, those should evolve over time and in pace with advances in technology and as we gather more data through the Environmental Information Australia Office.
Yeah, we have to remember there is a non-regression requirement after 18 months that comes into force once the standards are made, which means after 18 months we are stuck with them, whatever they look like. Hopefully they're in good shape, but taking it a more conservative approach and building on that in line with the Samuel recommendation originally is certainly our preferred approach.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for your submissions from both the Chamber and the Minerals Council. I think the point you made earlier and I just can't remember who made the point about wanting outcomes focused rather than procedural focused outcomes of standards is a point really well made. And we had evidence earlier today from some of the environmental groups, like the invasive species groups and others, making the same point. And I reflect on the way the offsets works in Queensland, where we've ended up with large portions of land being locked up and unmanaged, and we're getting poorer, less ground cover and poorer environmental outcomes as a result. So I'm really interested in your views on how we can, how the standards as we have been provided to date, we have only got several of them identified. Do you have a sense of what the full suite of the standards that are going to seek to regulate the environmental procedures will work?
In terms of the suite of standards, we're looking at the M&ES standard, we're looking at obviously the data and offset standard. There is a community consultation standard, I suspect, in the works, as well as Indigenous engagement in decision making, or an Indigenous engagement standard. I'm not quite sure what that's going to be called specifically. So that's my understanding in terms of the suite of standards we're expecting.
Yeah, my understanding is there'll be 5 standards developed initially, and there's a potential for more to be developed in the future after that. There's no limit to the number of standards that can be issued. So the 5 initial standards are the starting point, and of course, under the legislation, any actions to receive approval must be consistent with the standards, so with all of those standards. The challenge will really emerge because the standards themselves, the way they've been drafted, at least in the ones that we've seen to date, a lot of the requirements actually pass through into subordinate policy. And so they refer to things like protection statements, they refer to technical guidance that sits below the standards, and this we haven't seen yet. And so we've only seen a small element of what's actually required of developments. And it makes it really difficult for us to come up with firm recommendations on what needs to change in the standards, because we don't know exactly how they will operate in conjunction with other things. For example, in the offset standard, we've seen the principles in the standard, but we haven't seen the offsets calculator, which will operationalise a lot of that, and that's where we find out exactly how big or how small offsets need to be, which is a crucial element for proponents. So those sort of details we need to see, and we need to sit down and work through case studies with the department and with the government to see how it works in practice and how it influences development.
If I may, Senator, and yeah, was very keen to make that similar point. We really need to see the restoration calculator formula. We really need to see how net gain will work in practice, and we really need to test the full suite of standards against real projects. And our organisations stand ready to assist the government to enable them to road test the full suite against a range of projects. We need to know if new renewable projects will get up. We need to know if new housing projects will get up. And the only way to do that is through a very careful, robust testing of those standards against real projects. Our members are willing to bring their data, their experience, their actual lived project experience to the table to get it right, because we can't afford to get this wrong.
I'm pleased you make the point about members bringing forward their data, because, of course, it is primarily mining companies that are providing the data on Australian environmental conditions. We have huge gaps in data right across Australia, and it is only mining companies paying for environmental scientists that allow us to do this mapping through the studies that they do as part of their approvals process. So it's a point that I think that is often lost on those that seek to stop mining projects, that there's not an understanding of that connection between the activity and the science and the data that's developed in conjunction with the project, and then the some of the environmental projects that are conditioned as part of a project and allow that work to happen. I'm sure there are environmental scientists right across Australia who understand that they've been funded through mining activity, and we threatened that by getting these environmental conditions wrong. You know, ironically, that the biggest threat to environmental scientists' work across Australia might be environmental legislation. I also wanted to ask you, one of the 5 standards that you're pointing to is the Indigenous engagement standard. Given that we have native title legislation and I'm just blanking on the other one that is relevant around Indigenous engagement, do you see a risk that projects might have to comply with 2 different pieces of legislation around consultation, and you know, it will again add to the consultation fatigue that so many Indigenous corporations and communities tell me that they're suffering?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Senator. And look, it is a real risk. We absolutely have no problem with thorough, robust, sound, good faith engagement with Indigenous communities. That is what our industry does. We have a long history of doing so and evolving alongside our Indigenous communities that we work with and partner with in minerals development. However, what we may end up here, if we're not careful, is a standard that relates specifically to EPBC approvals, which may contradict, conflict, confuse the work we're doing in engaging with Indigenous communities on our land use agreements, for example, under the Native Title Act, Future Acts and the like. So, and in addition to that, at some stage, the ATSIP Act will likely be reformed. So how is it going to interact with that as well? So our only, I guess our key recommendation here is ensure that any standard that is developed specifically around Indigenous engagement for the purposes of EPBC approvals is very clear about what its purpose is. It's not, is it about agreement making, about broader issues? Is it just about getting input on matters of national environmental significance? What's the purpose of it in relation to the decision making that's taken place under the Act? No problem with good engagement, but what's the purpose of the standard? Secondly, ensuring that it works alongside all the other requirements in different acts. To your point, Senator, very well made. Cultural heritage, state, national level requirements, native title requirements also at different levels. We need to ensure that it functions in a very coordinated, integrated fashion rather than having, you know, the risk of different obligations for different acts, which creates confusion for everybody involved.
So what's your recommendation around that? Is that that the legislation, you know, what is your recommendations how we would solve the uncertainty of future standards?
With respect to the Indigenous engagement standard, Senator? Or? Well,
given that at the moment we're considering the drafting of the MNES and data and offsets, I believe they're the 2 that are released currently. So, you know, what does it look like for project proponents who are developing projects, and I assume at some point we'll have to meet these new standards that have not yet been printed off for consultation?
The simplest response, I think, is to ensure, as my colleagues both said earlier on, is to ensure they're focused on outcomes. That way they're fit for purpose under a range of different frameworks, regulations and so forth across Australia. I think it's just important that it operates in a way that brings all of this together and is able to be integrated into the different ways that we operate around the country.
My final question, Chair, because I appreciate we're coming up against a time marker. Can I ask both the Chamber and the MCA, what are your views on an offsets fund that you think it would result in better outcomes than what's happening currently?
Sure. Look, this is an issue, in fact, I've been pushing for many years from the MCA's perspective. Look, I think the real value here is, the key threat here to offsets is that, there's a concern regarding the landscape fragmenting from an environmental point of view, and that's fair. Creating offsets on a case-by-case basis, yes, absolutely, that's important to fulfilling our legal obligations, but also our ESG obligations more broadly. By having an offsets fund and providing access to operators of all shapes and sizes, all capabilities, big companies can do this really well, smaller companies maybe less so, provides an opportunity to create a pool of money that's strategically directed by a group of experts via government to make landscape-scale investments to connect the landscape, build resilience as it relates to climate change, achieve our environmental goals at that regional level, which is the missing part in all of this. I believe some of the earlier participants in the hearing today were talking about regional planning. We've been talking about regional planning for a very long time. It's very, very hard, right, to get all this together. But the Offsets Fund does enable us to get some of the way there, and it enables those big nature-based investments that people have been calling for a long, long time. Linking it to the nature repair market, for example, is one way of encouraging landholders to operate slightly differently, to encourage the creation of those types of credits and so on. So there's a lot of opportunity in that space if we can uncork it, so to speak.
I think in a nutshell, Senator, rather than having offsets scattered across the landscape in an uncoordinated fashion, the Offsets Fund will enable us to be a lot more strategic about where we position the offsets, and that will, for example, it will enable us to develop strategic corridors for wildlife. We can pool and have better connected areas for nature. And that will mean that for the same cost to proponents, we will achieve much better environmental outcomes.
Just Senator, just on a chamber perspective, and a WA perspective in particular, agree with the comments from the MCA, just noting that we have an existing fund, the Pilbara Environmental Offset Fund. So from our perspective, the scope to avoid duplication, where that may open up competing or inconsistent offset requirements. Our view is that we should be looking to leverage existing funds, or at the very least be mindful of the scope for duplication and minimise the impacts of that.
It's a point well made, and look, I'm not familiar with the Pilbara Offset Fund. I think that sounds like an interesting project to look into, because certainly I'm aware of offsets in places in Queensland that has resulted in less productivity, less employment for local community members, less activity and worse environmental outcomes. So a coordinated offset plan certainly resonates well with me, and I'm sure many others who operate in regional places. Unless you have anything else to add, Chair, that will do me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. And on that note, I would like to thank the witnesses from the Chamber of Minerals and Energy and the Minerals Council of Australia for attending today, for your work and submissions in relation to this inquiry and more generally on the development of the standards and the work that goes into preparing for an appearance before a committee. So it is very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please provide the answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible, but no later than March 6th. Thank you. I now welcome a representative from the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies online. Mr Pearce, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
Yes, that's correct.
Wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Warren Pearce, I'm the Chief Executive of the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies.
Thank you. I'll invite you to make a short opening statement before we go to questions.
Thank you, Chair. From our point of view at the Association, we're pleased to see the legislation passed last year. That's provided a solid framework for us to work with, but we are very much of the view that the heavy lifting is still to be done, both in the national standards, which are the core component of how we are lifting our environmental standards and outcomes, and indeed the regulations that will accompany them. We have seen only a small proportion of those. We've continued to meet with the department as well as the minister to understand when they will be forthcoming and how they'll be forthcoming, and understand we'll get a chance to see those through March and out into May and out for consultation. We think it's very important that those standards are able to be viewed together, and how they interact will be particularly important, and indeed that we've given them the appropriate flexibility within those standards, looking back to the Samuels report, which really tries to focus on outcomes rather than prescriptive requirements. And indeed, in our experience in dealing with the environmental assessment approvals process at both the state and Commonwealth level, the best outcomes are usually achieved where there's some flexibility to look at options and to try and articulate and land on the best outcome. And indeed, if we think that is one of the major recommendations of the Samuels review, and indeed it's important that we do it in that space. So we're ready to begin the consultation once the department is able to furnish us with the full standards, and indeed we'll continue to provide submissions into that process. On the back of that, the important gains for industry in this process really comes through the accreditation process and the ability to sign bilateral assessment agreements with the state and territory governments. We understand that most state and territories are now engaging with the Commonwealth, and we are very hopeful that bilaterals can be entered into by the end of the year, providing that reduced timeframe and cost for industry in using the process. My final comment would be, before taking questions, would be to say, when we lay down the national standards, it's critically important that we ensure we are, as much as possible, creating alignment with state and territory legislation and requirements. I don't want to see a situation where a new national standard might create further duplication. In this instance, I'm thinking of the First Nations Engagement Standard. Obviously, there is muted reforms to the the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act. There's also a range of state requirements through cultural heritage legislation, as well as requirements that we all work through in terms of native title. I think it's really important that those conversations are well discussed, particularly through industry proponents and state and territory governments, to ensure as much alignment as possible, so that we can be clear about the standards we have to meet, ensure that we are meeting them, and enable us to move through the process without creating new duplication. So we are optimistic about the process we're entering into, and hopeful that with the goodwill of all parties, we can get to national standards and regulations that are fit for purpose, improve environmental outcomes, and provide better outcomes for business and industry proponents. With that, I'm happy to take the committee's questions. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Pearce. I'll lead off with some questions. You've mentioned flexibility, and one of the recurring themes of this morning's evidence has been this balance between prescription and flexibility, flexibility to deal with the breadth of issues that will come before the regulator under the scope of this Act, and flexibility and prescription necessary to provide certainty and deliver the outcomes people want. How do you see that balance being achieved in the National Environmental Standards process?
Well, I think this is again coming back to focusing on outcomes. So I think as you go through these processes, there is a drive towards prescription because people want to try and ensure the outcomes they're getting. Unfortunately, what prescription does, particularly in standards in such a complex state and federal legislative environment, it introduces more complexity and more opportunity for conflict and for things to essentially contradict one another. If you provide a range of flexibility but focus on outcomes, then you're looking for the best outcome possible, but giving yourself the flexibility to manage the complexity of the system. And I think as we've all sort of learned over the last sort of 5 years in attempting to reform this legislation, and indeed the many iterations we've been through, this is already an extremely complex space. And so I think the standards you want to be at a relatively high level, but of course focused on outcomes. The more prescription you put into those pieces, and indeed into the regulations, will limit the ability for both proponents and for government to achieve the best outcomes environmentally.
Mr Pearce, do you think it's possible through the development of environmental standards to both achieve higher environmental protection but also deliver better outcomes on the development front?
Yes, I do. So I think it is undeniable that if we can get to a bilateral agreement that undertakes the assessments, so essentially the state and territory governments will assess against both the state legislation and the federal legislation national standards and make recommendations, you can cut a significant amount out of that process, potentially up to more than 12 months. That is a significant time and cost saving for industry. It enables us to be able to more easily meet the needs of the market and to attract financial investment for those projects. At the same time, we are signing up to national standards that lift the environmental standards at a federal level. And indeed, we're not seeking to shy away from that. We welcome those increased protections. What we want to make sure is that we preserve a more efficient process as we go through assessment and approval, and we want as much as possible to ensure alignment between the Commonwealth, the states, to ensure the bilateral agreements where the benefits for industry are mostly found can be workable as possible. So yes, I do believe that both better outcomes for the environment and better outcomes from industry are possible.
Can I just unpack that answer a little bit in relation to duplication? So as I understood it, you were saying that if it's done under a bilateral agreement by one body, then the duplication you're concerned about is largely eliminated, even though they would in effect be applying both the state legislative standard and the federal legislative standard.
Yeah, that's right. So in essence, it gives you the opportunity to separate both. But what has been happening is we go through a state or territory assessment process. Once we've concluded that, the federal process usually starts. Essentially, it really means you're doing it on a parallel basis. A state department is assessing against both those requirements. Ultimately, the approvals must be done by state and federal governments, but they're doing that based on the same assessment reports.
I'm going to do it once more, which is to copy what I thought was a very good question from my colleague Senator Walker earlier in the day. In 5 years, what does success look like post the introduction of the new national environmental standards from the perspective of AMEC?
Well, from our perspective, certainly what industry hopes to see and what we would consider success is that bilateral agreements are in place with all states and territories and are working well, and as a consequence have the support of the environmental movement and the community, that is a trusted piece of legislation that people have confidence in. I think one of the biggest challenges that the current duplication in the two processes through state and federal legislation create is a belief that in some ways state legislation isn't complex or comprehensive enough, and consequently things done at only one level don't meet high environmental standards. What we really want to see is this new legislation and these national standards recognised in our community as being well managed and well regulated by environmental agencies, and consequently that confidence in our system engenders confidence in our industry.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from coalition senators to AMEC? Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Pearce, good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation and submission. I want to ask you, often when we speak, we talk about the people you represent being not the big projects, the big companies, but those explorers and small caps who are seeking to move projects through to the next stage. One of my biggest concerns about this legislation is change and the lack of certainty. We've just heard some information about the 5 standards. We think that's what it's going to be. Potentially some duplication of requirements between the Indigenous engagement standard, cultural heritage, native title, not to mention the data and offsets, MNES, POMs and others. How do you see, given that we know that the small caps and the explorers are under so much pressure currently, the valley of death of approval times, how much compliance there is, the cost, they struggle to get investment until they get through this approvals program. How do you think this will improve the lot for those smaller miners who, who are so desperate for things to get simpler?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think that's an important consideration. The reality is complex and complexity in legislation and approvals processes makes it very difficult in how companies actually approach it and what capacity and capability they have to meet those complexity. Large companies have armies of people who are expert and able to support the level of comprehensive application that goes into that process. Not a bad thing. It's good that they're able to meet those standards, but it does make it more difficult for smaller players who don't have the same capability to marshal that to move through the system itself. So that's why removing the duplication between state and federal processes becomes really important. So the bilateral component will save anyone pulled into federal legislation and having to meet national standards because it triggers parts of the federal environmental legislation becomes very valuable to us and indeed all of the industry. But the one part I would focus on from the exploration piece, I think, is the First Nation standard. This is where I think I've got our would be most sensitive issue in the sense that and thinking about how the project pipeline develops. So in Australia, 2/3 to 3/4 of the mineral exploration is done by small mineral exploration companies, and they mostly, not always, but mostly look to make a discovery, project generate, and then turn it over to a larger company or then proceed through project development into operation. So if you think about how explorers deal with First Nations communities, we're the first on the ground. We need to come to agreement around heritage protection and native title in order for ourselves to go on ground, undertake exploration surveys. Now, the requirements there largely sit at meeting the state cultural heritage requirements. An exploration company is very unlikely, if at all ever, to be pulled into a federal environmental process which would require them to meet a First Nations national standard. So what we want to make sure is there's alignment between what happens at a state level, both in legislation and in the on-ground interactions between proponents and First Nations communities with the national standard, because the worst thing that could happen is an explorer goes through the state process that does not the same as the federal process, makes a discovery, turns it over to a larger company, that then finds themselves having to go back to negotiate and make agreement again. So I think this is one of these issues where I think the government and indeed the department is very alive to. We need to be very careful to ensure alignment between the EPBC First Nation standard when we see it, potential changes to ATSIP legislation and indeed the legislation that sits at a state and territory level. It is a complex playing field. It can be done, but we need to make sure that we are very careful in that space, or we risk simply recreating the duplication that we've been working so hard to avoid.
Well, it's I applaud your optimism, given that the number you're catching a bird, something. There you go.
Oh, apologies, Senator. The light goes off every 15 minutes if I don't move.
Fair enough. Sorry. So we know how difficult. Sorry, I missed that. I missed the. I'm applauding your enthusiasm. Because we know how long it's taken to get some of the agreements between states and the federal government, particularly in places where, we have a proud tradition of mining in Western Australia, like Queensland, and it will be, sometimes I think 4 years to get some of the agreements around forestry. I really hope your optimism is well served, because I'm worried about there being a real drying up of investment into those small cap businesses who are doing the heavy lifting of exploration and development of projects. So, what are your thoughts on the offset fund? We had a discussion previously with the previous witnesses.
Yeah. So we need to see some detail around the restoration offset calculator. That obviously hasn't been available. That is particularly important to proponents because it will give us an indication of the extent of the requirement and indeed the cost that goes with it. But we are supportive of it. Offsets are an important component of what we do I guess once you've moved past avoidance and minimisation, offset becomes one way of securing an environmental outcome and enabling a project to move forward. What we are very supportive of is offsets funds where multiple players can pay into, which enables usually government to undertake programs at a regional level or a landscape level or a species level rather than just in a particular footprint of the project. That offers the opportunity for better regional outcomes, better environmental outcomes, and gets away from this very individual nature of project by project approval. Equally, it supports the desire for regional planning because ultimately those things will complement each other, and indeed these will take a while before that work can be done and we can start to realise the benefits. But we have seen a lot of benefit from the Pilbara Environmental Offsets Fund in operating the Pilbara Western Australia. And it does give you an opportunity to really focus on some larger issues in the regional landscape that you just can't deal with or can't make a meaningful difference to at a project by project level. So I overwhelmingly see if that is prepared and well thought through, that can be very beneficial. Equally, it's one of those things that does need to be reviewed regularly to ensure actually you are getting the outcomes that are sought out of it. It's not good for government, for community to see money being paid but no environmental programs or outcomes being delivered. Equally, it's difficult for industry to defend our reputation around our environmental performance if indeed those outcomes aren't forthcoming from those groups managing the funds. So I think an important piece, but one that does require a lot of regular oversight and continued commitment to make it work.
Well, I think the points made by earlier witnesses about the standards being outcomes focused and not procedures focused is one that everybody should be in furious agreement on. Chair, I don't have any more questions for Mr Pearce. I'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. I think that concludes the questions for Mr Pearce. Thank you very much for your appearance today and the work that goes into these appearances, and you go with the committee's thanks. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you wouldn't mind returning those answers by the 6th of March, if not before. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I will now welcome representatives of the Australian Local Government Association via video conference. Thank you for your attendance here. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you?
Yeah.
Yes, wonderful. There's thumbs up. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
I'm Matt Burnett, Mayor of the Gladstone region, but appearing as the President of the Australian Local Government Association.
Wonderful.
And Amy Crawford, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Local Government Association.
Thank you very much. I'd invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite questions from senators.
Thank you, Chair, and to the committee for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of local government right across Australia. So the Australian Local Government Association represents 538 councils from our major cities to our remote communities. Councils are at the front line of environment protection every day, managing land and water, protecting biodiversity, running waste and resource recovery, and helping communities deal with climate impacts. Local government has supported the EPBC Act for a long time. We've been involved in the reviews because we know the system needs to work better for the environment, but also for the communities we serve. Overall, ALGA considers these reforms to be a significant improvement to Australia's national environmental protection system, but success will come down to implementation. As these new laws come into effect, it's vital that local government powers in strategic planning, land use planning, environmental planning are respected and not pushed aside. Councils know their communities, they know their local environments better than anyone. The reforms must not water down local planning authority or shift new costs onto councils without funding, and cost shifting is already a real pressure, as senators will be aware. We also want to see genuine streamlining between Commonwealth and state or territory requirements. Councils should be spending their time and resources protecting the environment, not trying to navigate duplicated processes and layers of regulation between different levels of government. So in short, we support the direction of the reform, but it must respect local government's role, avoid cost shifting and reduce red tape, not add to it. And if it's okay, I'll hand over to my CEO, Amy Crawford, just for some additional comments, please.
Sure.
Thank you, President. Local governments are uniquely placed to support the national environmental objectives because they are embedded in their communities and act directly on the ground. They know their communities. Our councils, they take care of land, water and ecosystems. They're managers of parks, reserves and protected areas, and they are regulators through land use planning, project proponents and approvers, so an impact there, and the backbone of Australia's waste and resource recovery system. Our councils act as mediators and champions of local environment, social, economic and cultural outcomes, and they value this through their community strategic planning, their operational plans and direct engagement with residents. Because of this, the councils interact with the EPBC Act in multiple ways, not only as project proponents, but also as planners, local managers and community leaders. The breadth of their roles means it can lead to cost shifting onto local government. So from our members, we have reports from Local Government New South Wales and Local Government Association of Queensland shows that environmental services are one of the most common areas where we see responsibilities and costs shifted onto local councils without corresponding funding. And we would not want to see that happen under these reforms. As the new system is implemented, the Commonwealth, states and territories must remain alert to that cost shifting risk. We need to make sure that it doesn't result in new unfounded responsibilities for councils, increased administrative burden, as President pointed out, or erosion of local government authority. Without careful look at these reforms, it can undermine capacity of councils to deliver outcomes on the ground. We have been closely engaged with the department on this matter, providing submissions into the standards, and we will continue to be actively engaged to ensure local government views are considered.
Thank you very much. Just give me a moment as I look around to see. Do you have questions to local governments?
I'll ask some questions.
Wonderful. Senator Hanson, yeah.
Thanks for being here. I just wanted to ask how much engagement, if any, you've had so far with the government on how the go zones and no-go zones will work.
We have provided input into the submission process, so the public call out to the submissions. Worked with the department, but still working on the lower level details, so not that kind of direct engagement at this stage.
You haven't got to that part of it. Obviously, there's a lot of views about regional planning, and I think people would like it to work, but if it but it's only going to work if local communities genuinely have a say as well. So what type of support do you think local councils are going to need for those that are going to be engaged in these bioregional zones?
Do you want me to jump in, Amy?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, I think Amy and I both said it around cost shifting. So if there's involvement from a local government point of view, there certainly has to be a corresponding funding allocation or requirement. What we've seen in Queensland when it comes to the new renewable energy projects that have been considered, before they can get off the ground, council now receives funding from the proponents to be able to assess them, rather than we were getting a lot of tire kickers coming in with projects that your planners and your engineers would spend a lot of time and ratepayer money on, are looking at projects that may not never ever go ahead. Whereas now new laws in Queensland particularly have made it so that councils can be reimbursed for the costs to assess those sort of projects, or even assess the CBA, which is the Community Benefit Agreement. So I think something along those lines to avoid cost shifting would be certainly good, and we do support regional plans.
Mm-hmm. And have you got any specific concerns in relation to how water resources will be considered under these processes? Because it's the impact on water supply, particularly for regional councils and of some of these big projects, and especially if they're given the green light, how do you make sure that your community's voices and concerns are heard specifically in relation to water resources?
Do you want me to keep going, Amy?
Yeah, no problem.
That's fine. Look, it comes down to, well, again, if councils can be a concurrent agency or at least a referral agency for some of these projects, depending on what the project might be. So if it's a hydrogen project using a lot of water, obviously that's something we would want to be involved in. In certain states, you have state development areas where the Queensland or that particular government looks after the approval process for projects in those areas. If it's another project that uses water for whatever reason, whether it's agriculture or whatever else, I think if it's impacting the local community, then certainly the local council should be, at very least, a referral agency to see what any concerns the locally elected community have for that project.
And what about for housing developments in particular as well? Obviously, we heard earlier this morning, we kicked off with a panel from the housing industry. Obviously, your relationship as local councils with housing developers, property developers, is constant. What are you hoping that these new processes and standards could do to help local councils in being able to navigate and really deal with what is often pretty powerful and cashed up interests?
I'll let you start with this, Amy. I might be able to finish off on it.
No problem. The real key that we're looking for here is a real clear understanding of what are the streamlined approval processes, because we hear that that's the common request that's coming out in terms of increasing the housing supply, is everyone who's throughout the chain having a really good understanding of what is expected of them and how long it will take and where they're heading. So we want to see a streamlined assessment process, one that our councils have a good, clear understanding of how it works, when they need to engage with it, and therefore when they need to hand it off to the next process, and that they can have a clear understanding of how long it will take in that process. Too often we've seen the process where planning delays are put back onto councils, but the truth is it has been handed off into the different processes and we're waiting for it to come back, and yet it still looks like it's on the council's books in terms of planning approvals. So we think there is a great way that we can get some clarity and consistency here, and we want to see that happen. Of course, we're early days. We want engagement and consultation on how all these standards and approaches come together, but that goal is good.
Okay.
And I just add that it's different in regional and rural areas as it is into the city, of course, as well. So quite often, and we know there's a national housing crisis, but quite often councils are considered to be the blame, when realistically that's not the case. Everywhere around the country I can see where councils have thousands, or communities have thousands of lots available to be subdivided or to be built on, and developers are either land banking them or for whatever reason saving them for more profit in the future, and then putting the blame back on local government. So we want to see more housing, absolutely, but we want to see environmental outcomes at the same time.
Yes, and just hoarding land and sitting on it obviously often then becomes a council problem too, because if it's not being used, it becomes an issue, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And then what happens with that is if it's a very prime piece of real estate, which should be developed, and then you get subsequent developments happen around it, and it costs more for councils to get the infrastructure to the further away subdivision. If you want to urbanise closer to where the services and the infrastructure are, it's better to develop some blocks than others, which is why you have private infrastructure areas and things like that. So land banking can be a concern, but some of the bigger concern is not just the developers land banking a whole section, it's actually where they've got them on the market and they drip feed 3 or 4 or 5 at a time just so they can get maximum return. And I understand that from a business point of view, but it doesn't give you necessarily good outcomes for housing.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from coalition senators? Senator McDonald.
Look, I think this issue of being able to release council land to achieve dual income of dual purposes of housing and creating better environmental outcomes. I mean, sometimes having an activity does mean that there will be an environmental impact, and under this legislation there can be, it's supposed to all be no net loss. How are you going to reconcile those two things, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, well, that'll be interesting depending on whether it's, if you're talking about us from a council point of view, if we're developing the housing, what we generally do for in my community in Gladstone is we have land that we make available to say an affordable housing company, and they develop that, and then obviously they'll be going through this process. The no net loss issue, or the no is certainly a concern for some people to address, but from our point of view, we're hoping to see any mitigation happen in the local community where it's actually the project's happening, rather than necessarily pooling it or trying to mitigate the environmental impacts in another part of either your community or another part of the state.
Okay, so you would prefer to see localised offsets. We had a discussion earlier, I don't know if you heard it, with some of the mining companies about an offsets fund, and I thought that was a good discussion to have, because it would allow coordinated planning of offsets and regional solutions. What would be your views on that?
I did hear that, and we're not necessarily opposed to an offset fund. It probably could provide pooling could provide some benefits. You just need to see, I guess, what the benefits will be, and be very clear about how it would work. It would be no good pooling the funds in Victoria and spending them in Western Australia, sort of thing. But again, back in my community, when you have major projects happening, often when one is assessed individually of others, the overall impacts are not necessarily understood until all the projects come online. I can use the 3 LNG plants on Curtis Island. You assess one at a time and you go, well, it's going to have this impact. But when you assess all three, the cumulative impact is certainly significant. So if more funds from projects like that could be pooled, you certainly could get better community outcomes than you could with a lesser fund.
Yeah, I can understand that. The idea of the 5 different standards being developed we're not sure what the other standards will be and when they'll be developed and how they'll come forward. Correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like from your evidence that you were saying it's not really council's challenge, it will be for the person who acquires the land or the project proponent to sort that out. Is that right?
Well, it depends on who's the developer. So I guess from our point of view, some councils do develop, and I mean my council has before. We've developed subdivisions in South Gladstone. Mostly, we stay out of that now. We let other entities do that, and most councils try and stay out. And certainly, some states are not involved in that whatsoever at all. I guess from a national point of view, we would see most of the development happen from developers, and we want to just make sure that it's streamlined for them as well. We don't necessarily we're not here about tying red tape up for anybody. It's about reduced red tape for all by making sure that councils are included in the process all the way through. So,
and we're sort of involved in the avoidance and mitigation side of things. So, as was mentioned earlier, we work through the framework, avoidance, mitigation, and then offset. Local councils are often in that concept of what the mitigation might look like, and we need that to be reflected early so that we can have practical considerations in those standards. So that's why we're making sure we're actively consulting early on these, because there is that role in there about what councils play for their community in avoidance and mitigation when the big projects come in.
Okay. All right. Chair, that's all from me to these witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. I would also like to give the committee's thanks to the representatives of the Australian Local Government Association for your attendance here today. We appreciate the volume of work that goes into making submissions to these inquiries, as well as preparing to appear before the Senate committee. If you have taken any questions on notice, I'm not sure you did, could you please provide answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible, and in any event before 6 March, on or before 6 March. Our next witnesses are the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water and the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, but we are scheduled to break at this point from 4 to 4:15, and at 4:15 we will welcome representatives for the department and the committee. Thank you very much. of the language I need to put on the record. Thank you, Broadcasting. I will now welcome the representatives of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water and the Threatened Species Scientific Committee. Thank you for being here. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, there's nodding at the table. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of that claim. For the Hansard record, will the officers at the table please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and just arbitrarily I'll go from right to left.
Professor Ian James Gordon, and Chair of the Threatened Species Scientific Committee.
Thank you.
Jennifer Kay, I'm the Acting Head of Division for the Environmental Law Reform Task Force.
Thanks.
Shane Gaddis, I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary for Environment Regulation and Heritage in the Department.
Thanks.
Blaine Wentworth, Acting Branch Head in the Environment Law Reform Task Force.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Any opening statements?
We'll save the committee's time. Chair.
Wonderful. Well, I might lead off. Could you just talk us through how in practice the national environmental standards would be applied by an assessment officer? Really practical and any relevant context, please.
So I'll start, Senator, and I'll get my colleague to continue. So the intention of the standards is to provide greater clarity, consistency and transparency for assessment officers. So it makes it really clear the standards which we're expecting applicants to meet. It makes it clear upfront how applicants are expected to navigate the system and what information they're expected to provide. And it also gives the community greater transparency because it's really clear how applications and outcomes are going to be measured.
In addition, we're anticipating that when referrals are coming into the consideration by the regulator, there will be a statement of how the proposal meets the standards, so that can provide a clear document to assess against.
Now, when an assessment officer goes through that process, they apply the standards, they reach a decision in relation to a proposal, they may require relevant conditions. What does the output look like? Is there a statement of reasons? Is there an explanation of that application that's then published or provided to the proponent?
Yep, so when a decision is made, there will be a publication of the recommendations that the regulator has put to the decision maker, which will include any conditions that are proposed to be attached and the reasons for those.
Senator, it's worth sort of reflecting on that one because that's not been current practice prior to the reformed legislation. So up until current practice is that people need to apply for a statement of reasons to explore what was behind the decision. The reforms have created more transparency in the process by having the department or the EPA publish the recommendation report that went to the delegate. So it's driving more transparency, and then in return we think we'll get better consistency and predictability of decisions by that process.
And just to understand this ecosystem, if you'll forgive the use of that word, you've got essentially the legislation, you've got national environmental standards that are published, you've got policy statements that'll sit next to those standards, you've then potentially got them augmented by protection statements, and then as we get decisions under the new regime, you will have then statements of reasons for particular proponents that sort of create the ecosystem that guides what will be and won't be approved under this Act. Have I understood that roughly correctly?
Yep. So maybe to go sort of back a bit further, so there's 9 protected matters under the Act. So we've reformed the Act to change the legal tests. So some of the legal tests have changed. Some of the assessment pathways have changed. In previous iterations of the reforms, some of the unacceptable impact criteria were going to be in the standards. The Minister wanted those hardwired into the legislation. You might recall at the last inquiry there was a range of views put to the senators about whether or not they should be in the Act or they should be in the standards. They've been lifted up and put into the standards. So an assessment officer now has clearer guidance around what an unacceptable impact to one of our 9 nationally protected matters are. Underneath that and between the legal tests and the unacceptable impacts and then the species by species specific guidance that you spoke about, that's the gap we see the standards filling in and allowing assessment officers to have a look at the decision, have a look at whether or not it's consistent with each of the standards. So the MNES standard sets out the outcomes for our nationally protected matters. The offset standard sets out how a residual significant impact needs to be compensated for. The data and information standard will set out both the information and the format we need to receive it in, but also give the decision maker and the assessment officer a sense of how reliable the data and the analysis is. So all of these start to build a picture for the assessment officer around where are the uncertainties, how close to an unacceptable impact are we, have they done enough community engagement, those sorts of things. So as they're drafting the recommendation report, they can go through and tick each of the parts of the framework. Protection statements will be critically important, as you said. That will then lift up a lot of the really dense information from conservation advisors and make crystal clear those parts that the assessment officer needed to turn their mind to. Making all of the elements of the Act and the regulatory framework clearer for the assessment officer and the proponent means it's easier for the assessment officer to engage with the proponent and they're both looking and seeing the same requirements, which means when you get to the end of an assessment process, there shouldn't be any residual disputes between proponents and assessment officers about the outcome. We can then go and have a clear recommendation report, more predictability of the outcome, and faster assessments.
You've heard, I'm sure, some of the discussion today, and it's not a new issue around this balance between prescription and flexibility in the standards and the relevant pieces that sit around it in the architecture of the Act. How's the department approached this issue, and at a general level, and then particularly with the development of the 2 draft standards, how have you sought to strike that balance?
I might go first and I'll get Ms. Kay to fill in the gaps. This is a real challenge, Senator. So you will have heard various views put to you today and in the last inquiry. So I'll go back to the same way as the last question. So there's 9 protected matters, right? So we're dealing with, assessment officers are dealing with World Heritage Areas, so they're assessing the Great Barrier Reef. They're also assessing migratory species, so it could be whales, it could be turtles, it could be those sorts of things. They're also going through, they're looking at water resources that relate to coal and coal seam gas. These things are all very different and they all have to be assessed in the same way. If we were to do it in a really prescriptive way, then the number of pages of prescriptive requirements that were into the Act and into the standards would be quite daunting. So we've rather tried to strike the balance with a more outcomes-focused approach in the standards and then have more of the detail in the subordinate guidance that will come next. So you might have heard a few people say today, we don't see how this is going to give us more clarity. Well, in a complex environmental impact statement, it's difficult to give you all of the requirements up front because you're dealing with lots of different developments. What we want to drive is that consistent standard around what we expect to see in those applications. We'll provide more guidance as we go through the process that will support this. There's 160 guidance documents which sit under this current piece of legislation. The Minister's committed to go through and review those and to make those clearer. The protection statements, the entire regulatory framework then starts to give you the prescription that people are seeking to have lifted up into the standards.
And so, sorry, I don't want to cut
you
off.
I was just going to say, I think you've also got to think about how the standards operate in the ecosystem of the Act. So there's a lot of, if, for example, the unacceptable impacts test that's the new part of the legislation provides a really clear floor for that people have to obey by in terms of the kinds of impacts that they aren't allowed to have. the standards are meant to be providing more of a ceiling in terms of the guidance around what good looks like for each of the protected matters as well. And so, as Mr. Gaddis was saying, it will be supported by guidance and by regulation that do provide more prescription, but by embedding it into the standard itself, it doesn't allow for the different contexts in which we need the standard to operate and the different kinds of decisions that the standard needs to apply to.
So the old lawyer in me says you're really looking at us at the national environmental standards as both addressing particular topics or subject matters, but at a level of principle that can then be applied to a wide range of potential proponents and potential activities that would be captured by the scope of the Act.
Yeah. The other thing to consider too, Senator, is we're looking at not just individual project approvals, but the standards apply to landscape scale approaches as well. So we're looking to apply them on an individual approval, then also for strategic assessments, regional plans, and very importantly, the way that we accredit states and territories for the outcomes that their assessment bilaterals or potentially approvals bilaterals, the outcomes that they need to meet as well. So there's broad application across the nationally protected matters, but then across the various accredited schemes that we're looking to use to reduce duplication.
So into that ecosystem mix is then, I left off regional plans or sub-regional plans. So that's another piece of relevant information. Okay. Taking a big step back, I'm a project proponent. What does my process look like if I'm trying to get something approved under the new Act? How do I work out when it applies, and then what are the steps I'm going through?
Yep, I might have a go at that, and then maybe Mr. Wentworth can fill in the gaps again. Sure. So, I mean, the first step when you go through and you're looking at undertaking an action is to do a self-assessment. So, I mean, ideally, you can design your project in a way that avoids significant impacts to our nationally protected matters, and you don't need to enter the scheme at all. If you can't do that, then if you can't mitigate those impacts, you need to start to go through, and under the new scheme, you'd go through and you'd look at the standards, you'd look at the information you need to provide up front, you'd look at the community engagement standard and start talking to people in the local community about how your project might impact them economically and socially. You'll start to do all your environmental impact studies and work through that material. You'll look at our standards, you look at the guidance material. Ideally, you'd come and talk to the assessment officers and have a pre-referral conversation about the sorts of information that you could provide and get clarity up front. The new Act incentivises proponents to do that up front so that you can access the streamlined assessment pathway. So we think roughly 50% of the projects that have been through in recent years can access the streamlined assessment pathway if there's clarity around the requirements for the protected matters that they are referring. So if you can get all of that information done in a fit state, run it past our teams in the pre-referral conversations and then refer it into the system, the Reformed Act, when those legal tests switch on later this year, you'll then be through a streamlined assessment pathway in 50 days rather than 70 days, and you'll have skipped a few additional time-consuming steps. So we're hoping that when we get all of the parts of the reform hierarchy together, that clarity will be there and it'll be simpler for proponents, faster and more certain, and then we'll be able to go through there with less arguments between assessment officers and proponents.
That's with the proponent hat on. How do, from the environmental perspective, how do we ensure, or how do the standards ensure that we've actually got better outcomes for the environment at the end?
Yeah. So, do we go first? I'll give you a turn. Otherwise, I'll go. Otherwise, it's a bit of a shame monologue. But so, Senator, as I mentioned earlier, it's not just the standards, but some of the reforms change the unacceptable impact criteria. So now there's better clarity around that bright red line about where an early no might occur. So those changes mean that some of those projects which went in and couldn't be approved have now been pushed out of the Act at that first step. The standards then, the matter of national environmental significance standard, then sets out the outcomes that a proponent needs to achieve with their avoid, mitigate and offset hierarchy. So there is now, those sorts of things were previously in policy, and there was we heard there was a great deal of discretion around how those things could be applied. The standards removed that discretion. You might also recall in the Senate debate, the legal test associated with the standards was shifted from not inconsistent with to consistent with. So there's now a slightly harder legal test around how the standards apply to. So that means that the discretion that was previously in the Act has been removed to a certain degree, and where proponents don't meet those outcomes, those principles that you spoke about earlier, projects can't be approved. In terms of offsets, there's a net gain test in the Act now that wasn't there before. That was in policy. So we've lifted that into the Act. It is now a mandatory obligation that proponents offset or compensate their residual significant impacts to a net gain, and the requirements for that are set out in a standard. Previously, that was in policy, and there was a great deal of discretion around it. So a lot of those environmental standards are now hardwired into the Act, and the standards give guidance about how to meet those requirements.
There's also, Senator, there's the no regression principle that's been built in, so it doesn't allow for the standards to be weakened over time, and there's regular review periods as part of it as well to make sure we're continuously improving the environmental protections that are set out in the standards.
And just briefly, I think you've touched on it, but these standards have been drafted in a way that's slightly different to that conceived of under the Samuel Review. What are those differences, and can you explain why those changes have been made?
So, thanks, Senator. The standards that were drafted under the Samuel Review were a really important input into the process, but there's a couple of differences. Partly it's because of the things that my colleague just talked about that have been elevated into the Act. So because unacceptable impacts and the mitigation hierarchy are now in the Act, we haven't needed to replicate them in the standard. We've also had to take into consideration things like international conventions that Australia is a party to make sure that the standard is consistent with those as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll now turn over to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Chair's asked quite a few of the questions I had in relation to where the standards conversation is up to. But I do just want to... Have you been given a deadline for the 5 kind of muted standards, not just the 2 we've got before us?
Yes, Senator, you may recall at the last Senate Estimates Committee hearings, the Minister leaned over to me and said that he would like them done by the 1st of July. So he is on the public record as committing, to the degree that we can, to get those done by the 1st of July, and we are working towards that.
And you think, and that's, you're on track for that, you believe? When will we see the drafts of the other 3?
So we're hoping to have the first 2 and the remaining 3 out for public consultation late March, early April. Mm-hmm. And they've got to be out for 20 business days.
Yeah. Okay. And just, can I just clarify in relation to the First Nations engagement standard? You must be close on that, given, I mean, originally the Minister was telling us that we could have seen that before the end of the year last year. So just wondering where that, is that a bit further down the track than the others?
It's probably on the same trajectory as the others at this stage, Senator. That's also, it's aligned with the government's cultural heritage reforms as well. So it has to move in tandem with those. Yes. So we are working through both processes at the same time.
Yes, okay. Could I ask, I want to go to some specifics in terms of how the law's being applied. Recently, the Minister gave a national interest exemption to Alcoa to keep clearing and expanding their mine, the world's largest bauxite mine in WA. This is a company that has been found to be in breach of the law. They've been illegally clearing for up to 15 years. What on earth is going on? And you're either, surely if a company has been found to be doing the wrong thing, they've got to be punished, not rewarded with some, workaround, which is what it looks like. And I think rightly so, a lot of people, not just in WA, right around the country, are pretty shocked that this decision's been made 2 months after we've had these laws put in place.
Before I get to the Alcoa situation,
Yes.
Senator, I just want to make clear that issue was in play well before the reforms passed. The exemption that the minister provided is under the old legislation, so it's not a subject of the reform, so it's not as a result of the reforms directly.
Yep.
But I will draw your attention to one catalyst as a part of the reforms, which did bring this about potentially a little quicker. During the Senate debate, there was some amendments brought, I think, by the Australian Greens around the prior authorisation requirements, so that the exemptions under the Act.
Yep.
What they did was they changed the exemptions for continuation of use of land to add a 15-year tree age essentially to it, which meant if you haven't cleared it, if the tree's on the property are 15 years old, it's no longer considered to be a continuation of use of land. A number of companies and actually sectors across the economy have been relying on those exemptions that came in 2000 when the Act was in force. The original provisions were quite broadly drafted, which meant there was a number of legal views about whether or not certain activities were covered by the exemption or not. The activities at Alcoa were in that area, so it wasn't clear whether or not Alcoa had a prior environmental authorisation for all of their activities. It wasn't clear whether all of the things that they were doing were covered by the previous 43A and 43B parts of the Act. So when the Act was amended, it became very clear quickly that what they were doing was no longer covered by the exemption. So while there had been ongoing investigations and conversations with Alcoa about the fact that they should be bringing their project into the approvals process.
Yeah, since 2011, the department's asked questions, right?
Yeah, asked questions, but I don't think it's fair to say that it was clear that they were breaking the law. I think there was two views as to whether or not they required an approval or not. When the reforms went through and that change to 43B came in, it was then very clear that they needed an approval. In terms of the package that the minister has agreed to, I would point out that there is quite a sizable enforceable undertaking, or a number of undertakings there, which deal with some of the impacts that are associated with that historic clearing. There is a strategic assessment associated with it to bring them back into compliance within 18 months. The national interest exemption is required to fill the gap for the 18 months, because there is a provision in the Act which means that you can't continue to take an action once it's been referred. So but for the national interest exemption, the entire operation would need to cease. So this is the department and the minister's way of bringing Alcoa back into compliance with the Act without ceasing the operation of what was considered to be a nationally important bauxite and gallium mining operation.
So is it right then to say that the $55 million is not a fine at all? It's just what is it?
It's a settlement.
It's a settlement.
I'd call it a settlement. It's in the form of an enforceable undertaking, and I would characterise it as a settlement.
And who cut that deal? Where did that come from?
Well, obviously the minister signed it, so the minister was the one who agreed to it, but it has been subject to lengthy conversations between my compliance colleagues in the department, the assessment branches in the department that have been looking at what approvals the mining operations need in the longer term, and Alcoa.
And how did we come up with the $55 million figure? What is that based on?
I think we're starting to get beyond my capacity to answer the questions now, Senator. I came prepared for a conversation about reforms.
Yeah.
I didn't come very well prepared with a granular description of how the enforceable undertaking was constructed.
Yes, but it has been quite a topical decision over the last 2 weeks. So I'd like you to take on notice. I'd like to know who proposed the 55 million and what's the basis of that? Was that put forward as an offer from Alcoa, or was it an offer from the government? I'd also like to know whether, because I understand that, so 40 million of the 55 is intended for offsets, 5 million for the Australian Wildlife Conservatory, 6 million for state government, and 4 million to the University of Western Australia. I'd like to know if the department has met with all of those other recipients, or is Alcoa the one who's negotiated that each of those groups will get that money? And then you understand my question?
I understand, and I have been involved in these processes in the past, Senator. So these things are normally negotiated between the department and Alcoa. Companies ordinarily come in on the low side and the department comes in on the high side, and we meet somewhere in the middle. So I would be surprised if the department hadn't had a conversation with those three bodies about how this might work, but I'll have to take it on notice to come back to you on the details of that.
The reason I ask is because, I'm shocked actually that the University of Western Australia, for example, is willing to take this money from Alcoa. Has that been to the University Council? Who's agreed to that they're willing to take this, what I would suggest is pretty dirty money? So let's just, if you can get back to me on, have they been spoken to, and where did it come from? Was it negotiated on behalf of the government, or was this Alcoa's suggestion? Are there any other cases? You've highlighted that this is because of, we now know that activity is clearly needed to be referred, and under the existing law will need to continue to be referred. Are there any other cases like this that have been...
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. You have an ongoing conversation with our compliance colleagues about cases that are in their system. There are probably many hundreds of cases that are referred to us over a period of time, so I'd have to go back and check.
I guess my question is specifically in relation to this 15-year and the land clearing obligations now. If we could have a list of other cases, if there is any, that fall under this this circumstance, that would be helpful.
Thanks, we'll take that on notice.
You said you've had some dealings with these types of negotiations before, so I'm hoping you can answer this question. Is there any type of legally binding document about this, or is this, when you say it's a settlement, what's the?
It's an enforceable undertaking, and it's legally binding.
And so in 18 months' time, what happens then?
Well, I would have hoped that in 18 months' time, Alcoa will have acquitted their obligations under the enforceable undertaking. Their strategic assessment is completed. They're back into compliance with the Act, and we are on with business as usual.
So, what if actually though the clearing of this land is not okay?
Sorry, you might have to clarify that. Not
okay.
okay.
What is meant to happen within this 18 months? They want to keep expanding, right? So what happened? Will there be any change? Is there any change between yesterday, today, or in 18 months' time, or in 2 years' time, in terms of Alcoa's behaviour and operations?
I'm still not clear, Senator. So I think you're asking me, are they going to change their behaviour?
Are they going to continue to clear this?
Well, they have.
Forest?
There are a series of obligations that they've made under the national interest exemption that they'll need to go through and acquit, and that's around. I think there's some payments there for offsets that they need to make. They'll need to engage with the department effectively around the strategic assessment. If they haven't brought themselves into compliance with some form of authority under the Act for the 18 months, they then hard up against the fact that they're operating without an approval and they might need to cease operations. So, I mean, there's various pathways the government could choose to resolve that. Could be an extension of the national interest exemption, could be in the form of a national interest approval, or it could be that they need to cease operations. But that is a deadline now that Alcoa needs to meet to get an authority under the Act to keep operating.
Thank you. The use of, and I understand why this was attractive to use this national interest exemption, but can we just be clear, it's never been used for anything like this before, has it?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. My understanding is it's been used potentially in excess of 20 times, normally for short-term arrangements. I do know that it has been used for example, it has been used for the Northern Endeavour, and that's the decommissioning of an oil and gas facility in the Timor Sea, which is an ongoing activity like this, but one in which the proponent went into liquidation and the government was left responsible for the residual part of that project. So it can be used for longer term activities. So I don't know that it's fair to say it's never used for longer term activities, but it has often been used for emergency responses like fires and floods and things like that.
I guess the emergency here was Alcoa having to stop making so much profit for a few months while they got it sorted. I mean, it feels like it's more of an emergency for Alcoa and their profits than it is for the Australian people or the nation. Someone pointed out here today that the $55 million is a week's profit for this company. Like, it's nothing.
I couldn't speculate on that, Senator. I don't know.
Could I ask on notice for you to give us the communications between the department and Alcoa about their land clearing and the grey area, the question marks over whether their operations were indeed compliant over the last 15 years?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, but there could be quite a large amount of files and they may be subject to certain legal professional privilege, so there's some complexity there. I'm happy to take it on notice.
I'd like you to take it on notice. What I would like is documents, briefing notes, official letters between the department and Alcoa, since the question was asked in 2011 as to whether this clearing was indeed legal. Because I would argue the department at any point over the last 15 years could have stepped in and done something. It shouldn't have had to be an amendment from the Greens on the floor of the Senate in relation to a broader bill. Like, Alcoa's been on people's radar for quite some time.
Just to be clear there, Senator, so the enforceable undertaking was well advanced by the time the Greens amendments were on the floor of the Senate. So this would have been brought to a head at some stage this year, but that precipitated the change in Alcoa's position because it was very clear with that amendment that they were no longer compliant. So,
but why has it taken 15 years to get to that point?
Because there was obviously two positions about whether or not the exemptions applied to Alcoa's operations.
Okay. Thank you. Could I ask, in relation to the national interest exemption, because now people are looking at this and going, well, hang on a minute, we thought this was for emergencies and this doesn't look like an emergency except for, for Alcoa. It's not a national emergency, it's an Alcoa emergency. How will the national interest, if anything, exemption relate at all to any of the standards?
So the national interest exemption switches off all of the parts of the Act. So
yeah.
if a minister were to consider that an action was in the national interest and worthy of a national interest exemption, it switches off all of the parts which require approval, which means the standards don't apply.
Mm.
But as we went through before, it is rarely used. It's not something which is routinely used, and it's only used in exceptional circumstances, which is what we found in the Alcoa case.
Okay. Now, I did ask you to take on notice, is there any other circumstances like this? And are you aware, any of you at the table here, are you aware of any other case right now where the national interest exemption is being considered?
Where the minister is considering the national interest exemption? No.
Okay. I think that's... I've got other questions, Chair, but I'm also conscious that Senator Bragg is sitting there and we're kind of running up against the clock, so...
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Bragg.
Right, thanks very much. Look, I'll try and fly through the questions I have. So, I mean, effectively, this is one of the only areas, or maybe it's the only area, where the Commonwealth has any kind of planning controls when it comes to housing. So, how does it go at the moment in terms of a person wants to build some houses? How long does it take to get an EPBC approval?
How long for a house? I mean, Senator, it depends on the complexity of the housing estate and where it's located. So, as I said earlier, for relatively straightforward projects, if they're not complicated and proponents engage with the system and put the right information in early, it can be as little as 50 to 70 days. For some of the larger, more complex projects, if proponents aren't putting their information in, it could be, well, it could be as long as the proponents take to put the information in the form that the assessment officers require it. Just to be clear though, the government has asked the department to prioritise housing efforts over the last 6 to 12 months, and there has been a substantial improvement in the clearance rate for housing projects. I don't have the details about how that's gone before me. Do you have that in your pack? But I will come back to the committee.
I guess my concern is that I think the Minister was quoted as saying there was as many as 30,000 ensnarled in your process up until last year. So what happened? How come there were so many?
Sometimes it can be because the proponents aren't providing the information in the right format. It could be that they're not motivated to answer the questions the assessment officers are providing. It can be...
It's all their fault.
No,
yeah.
It can be... Sometimes it can be that the assessment officers are working on other priority projects and they haven't had the time to focus on that. So there's a bit on both sides, Senator, for these things.
But I mean, we're in a housing crisis, right? So I would have thought like having 30,000 houses caught up in Canberra's bureaucracy is a pretty bad outcome. How many were caught up in the process in 2022?
I'll come back to you on that one, Senator, because my understanding of that there was a historic underinvestment in this area up until 2022, and the current government has put more resources into our assessment officers. That has allowed us to deploy more assessment officers on the backlogs for housing as well as renewables. So
so you're saying 50 to 70 days best case, and in the worst case, I imagine it's several years, is it?
So I've got some figures here to hand, Senator. There's currently 96 housing projects under referral or assessment. The government has given the go-ahead to 77 housing projects supporting over 59,000 homes, and this includes 20 approvals under the Housing Strike Team on 24th of August 2025, supporting an estimated 17,000 homes towards the 26,000 home target set under the Productivity Roundtable.
Okay, so they've cleared 17 of the 30,000?
Yep, of the 26,000.
26,000 you say?
Yeah, 17,000 of the 26,000 that was set at the Productivity Roundtable in August.
Okay, so how many, so at the moment you've got 9,000?
Yes.
You had 26,000, you've cleared 17, and now you've got 9,000 houses sitting there.
Well, there may have been more that have come in since there, Senator, so it might be more appropriate for me to take this on notice because that's how many towards the target, but there may have been more referred since that are in the system now. So I'd be more comfortable if I could go away and take on notice. What I'm trying to give you is a sense that...
This is not a complicated undertaking. We're looking at stocks and then flow. So the stocks are what you already had. So you had 26,000 blocked up in your system. You pushed through 17,000. It sounds like you got 9,000 left.
Senator, the 26,000 wasn't the number that was in the system. It was the target that was set at the productivity roundtable. So,
well, how many were blocked up then?
So I think we'll need to take that on notice, and we'll come back.
We don't
know. Not yet.
So, Senator, as you said, there's stocks and flows, but the system's not in equilibrium. So while there might have been that many in the system and a target in August, what I'm asking for your patience and forbearance with is for us to go away and look at how many more have entered the system since that date.
But it worries me that you don't know. If you had, the Treasurer had this big economic round table in the Cabinet room where, frankly, not much has been achieved, and now you're saying that you've pushed through 17,000 approvals, which leaves 9,000 left based on my very basic arithmetic, and then you're saying you don't know how many more you've got that have come through since August last year. Chair,
just to be clear, if you could help me out here, we came today prepared to answer questions about the reforms and in particular standards. We didn't come here today prepared to answer detailed questions about the number of assessments of housing in the system. So it's very hard for us to answer those off the cuff. We want to take those on notice and come back to the committee in the ordinary way.
Well,
this is germane to the issue. This is the whole purpose of the reforms. I mean, the Minister, Murray Watt, has talked about improving houses, and so I would have thought you would have come with the capacity to answer some basic questions on how many houses you've been approved or how many houses have been applied to be built.
Well, I think it's clear that there's a difference in that expectation. The witnesses have taken the question on notice. I think they're entitled to do that if they don't have the information at the table. So if we can move on to the next question, Senator Bragg, I think that's the appropriate course.
Okay, so we'll have to. All right, so that's a dead end in terms of any more questions on housing, is it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You asked a specific question about numbers. The witness has said they're not able to answer that currently. They've taken it on notice. They'll come back to you with the answer. It's not a dead end on the topic of housing. It was just a dead end on that question for now. The answer will come back to you at the appropriate juncture.
Okay, so just so I've got it clear, so you'll come back on how many applications you've had since August?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, if that's the question you asked, we will come back on that. Senator, perhaps we can help you with questions about how the reforms will improve that pass-through rate.
No, I'm just trying to size the problem first, and then I'll come back to you with some more questions. But the basic point of this exercise was to work out, well, how many are in the system, what are the stocks, what are the flows. You say you've got some information, you don't have all of it, you're going to come back. And then, obviously we won't have another hearing, so it doesn't exactly give us the best possible opportunity to provide accountability and scrutiny, but that's okay. So that's that issue. Then I guess what do you then hope to achieve from a process point of view going forward? I mean, how fast do you think you can now approve new applications?
So, Senator, the reforms contain a lot of quite important features which will help speed up things like housing. So one of the challenges with housing approvals that we see at the Commonwealth level, and not all housing developments need to go through Commonwealth approval, only a proportion of them do, and we'll come back to you on that because I think that proportion is actually quite small. So what we're hoping to do with the reforms is to engage with states and territories through bi-regional plans, through strategic assessments, through those sorts of things, so that the matters of national environmental significance can be designed into the release of land for development. So if you can avoid the sensitive areas under national environmental law, if you can set up clear regional plans with consistent rules for proponents to engage with, we're hoping that that gets the Commonwealth largely out of the housing by housing estate approval process. If the states can engage with us on that planning process, get our constraints recognised in their planning regimes, it can really move through the system faster. We're hoping that we can also use assessment bilaterals with states and territories to reduce the duplication between Commonwealth and state. So proponents then only engage with the state through the assessment process. At the end, the state provides the recommendation report to the minister and it's approved, ideally with no additional conditions when the state does a good job, like we see often in New South Wales, and we can move out of the duplication space but still maintain strong environmental protections consistent with Australia's national environmental law. So there's a number of features there that we're looking to speed up. I spoke...
So the draft regs will intersect in some way with the bilateral agreements, is that right?
The draft regs will interact with the bilateral agreements. So maybe I could lay the framework out for you a bit, Senator, so that it's clear. So there'll be draft regs which come in to support the new legal tests. They will then intersect with the standards. So the standards are themselves in a form of a regulation. They are a disallowable instrument. They will come in, they'll be made by the Minister. There'll be another regulation which shows which parts of the Act those standards apply to. And then they will be used through both individual approvals, landscape scale approvals, regional plans, strategic assessments when we accredit states and territories.
So, but in all cases, you need a bilateral agreement to make this more efficient, don't you?
Not in all cases, Senator. So you can tailor the tool to the challenge that the state or territory may have. So
but isn't that what the industry wants? Doesn't the industry want one approval set, not two?
I think, Senator, what I'm trying to say is that you can get to one approval set, not two, but you can use different tools to get there. So you could use an accredited assessment pathway, or you could use a strategic assessment like we have used in Sydney around the Cumberland Plain woodland. There is a strategic assessment that we use in Melbourne around the urban growth boundary, which then requires only a state approval and not a Commonwealth approval. So there are a number of different tools that we can use under the Act to reduce the duplication. Accreditation is one pathway. Strategic assessment, regional plans are other pathways that you can use depending on the appetite of the state.
Right, so you're not necessarily seeking a bilateral with every state and territory?
The Minister is on the record as saying that he's seeking an assessment bilateral with all willing states and territories. But what we're also saying is that in certain circumstances, a strategic assessment or a bioregional plan might be a more effective tool. In addition.
The Tasmanian government gave evidence to this committee today that they'd sent you an email and you haven't responded to it.
I'm not sure that that's factually correct.
You got emails in Canberra?
We do have emails. I did check on that, Senator, today, and my understanding is that a meeting is in the diary for next week on that. So perhaps there's been a miscommunication.
That's good.
That officer also spoke to me yesterday about this same topic. So perhaps the information in his brief might have been overtaken by events.
All right. Well, maybe I can come and bring a cup to the door and have a listen in, see what you're talking about. Okay. But you're planning to try and do these bilaterals with all the states. Have you had meetings with all the states about this?
Yes, we've had multiple meetings with states and territories. We do that multilaterally, so we do that with them all in a room together, and we had a senior officials meeting with all the states and territories just today, where we asked them to bring forward their views around where we might use landscape scale approaches, as I said, strategic assessments, bilaterals, and also regional plans. We have had numerous conversations with states and territories since I took on this role in July about the appetite for reducing duplication. So I think it would be mischievous of the states to say that they have not heard from us about the opportunities that the reform legislation provide for them for reducing it, for working closely with us and reducing duplication.
So one of the things that I think the Minerals Council said in their testimony today was they were concerned that there was a 4-step process in the mitigation hierarchy, which was, one more step, for example, than in New South Wales. So I imagine one of the things you're trying to do is to work out a way if you can standardise these things and find common ground.
Did you listen to that one? So it could very well be, Senator, that I think we've added a separate, and I'll come back to your notice if I get this wrong, but I think that we've added another step. I think it's avoid, mitigate, repair and offset now. And I think you'll find, that's actually consistent with what some of the industry proponents have been asking for. So some of the submissions that I've read around the inquiry, they are seeking for a recognition of some of the mine site rehabilitation activities that they undertake periodically. So that additional step actually seeks to respond to some of the requests that the MCA's members have put to us.
Okay, so basically you passed legislation in November. What's your timetable to get these MOUs or these bilaterals done?
Ideally, we would have assessment bilaterals in place with the states and territories at the same time as the new legal tests come into force later this year.
Then ultimately if that's achieved, then it's effectively the state that makes the judgment, yeah?
It's effectively the state that does the assessment. Then the state works with the proponent, does the assessment, provides the recommendation report to the minister at the end. The EPA will provide an assurance overview of that recommendation report, make sure it meets the requirements of the Commonwealth's legislation, including the standards, and then that goes to the Commonwealth Minister or a delegate in the EPA for a decision. So
so the Minister can delegate the decision on approval?
So the Minister currently makes roughly 2 to 3% of the decisions under the Act because there are so many. It would be a terrible burden for the Commonwealth Environment Minister to have to make all of those decisions, and it would slow things down to an unsustainable level. So we expect that the delegations instrument to the EPA would be comparable to the delegations instrument to the department currently, with the slight shift being that the revised legislation allows for delegates to make decisions under direction from the minister. So there is there's slightly more control for the Commonwealth Minister under the new legislation than the previous legislation.
So what level of the department currently makes the decisions when they're delegated by the minister, which is most of them, as you say?
It's generally made by our Band 1s, so SES Band 1. Some are made by SES Band 2 or Band 3. Beg your pardon?
DepSec?
That's General Manager, Band 1.
General Manager makes a decision. Okay, and so, but in the future, these decisions will be made by the EPA?
Which will still be public servants, and largely the same officers will shift across into the EPA at the same levels.
But the EPA it has statutory appointments.
Wait till Bob Brown's leading it, and then then it really will be independent, Senator Bragg.
Thank you. So, is it this organisation? It has statutory appointments coming in.
There is one statutory appointment, that's the CEO, and there'll be a machinery of government change to shift officers from the department into the new statutory agency.
Okay, so the CEO's delegate effectively. The CEO's staff make the judgments.
Well, it will be in the CEO's purview about who within the EPA would make those decisions going forward. But bear in mind, Senator, there are numerous decisions that need to be made, and there needs to be a balance made and struck about the ability for very senior public servants to make numerous decisions. So it needs to be delegated to the right level, otherwise we end up slowing the processes down by having too senior a person making decisions.
So then I guess my question is, you have an independent organisation then making decisions that have been delegated by the minister, who's an elected person, part of the government.
I wouldn't quite characterise it that way. So,
how would you characterise it then?
The way that the independence operates is that the CEO of the EPA has independent powers as it relates to compliance and enforcement, delegated powers as it relates to assessment and approvals. As I said, the delegation instrument allows for the minister to make any or all of the decisions, but would delegate to the EPA those ones which were routine or those ones which the minister considered appropriate. So there's not a call-in power. The minister can and will make any or all decisions that they see fit under the model. So it's not independent in that form.
Okay, I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. I just have one further question, and it was a question asked earlier by my colleague, Senator McLaughlin, and I hope he'll forgive me simply cadging it, but with Professor Gordon here particularly, I'd like to hear the answer to it, which is, how will we know under the new Act and the various standards that we are not only stopping biodiversity loss, but also improving or unwinding some of the damage to biodiversity that's been done over the years?
Thanks very much indeed for that question. So there's a couple of points, one of which is that the Threatened Species Scientific Committee is here to provide advice to the Minister around the threats there are to ecological communities and threatened species, and to bring those ones that require support through legislation into the list of threatened species under the various different categories that there are, right? So I think the list itself is an important part of trying to work to ensure that we can protect the species and ecological communities that are threatened within Australia. So that is one of the key roles. The second is, you asked around restoration. That would be part of the offsetting process, and we talked about the mitigation hierarchy earlier, which includes a restoration or an offsetting component to it. And so that would be seen as a way of bringing resources in to be able to support activities that are currently listed under the conservation advice or the recovery planning process, which says that these things need to be done for those threatened species and ecological communities in order for there to be a positive benefit for those species and ecological communities in the long run.
And does what you've just described fall under that category or principle of net gain in terms of what's being required to do by offsetting?
That's another good question. I think there's still some work to be done in terms of understanding what net gain means, and so I wouldn't want to guess what it is that net gain means under the legislation until we see that in terms of its definition. But ultimately, we are all, I think, interested in ensuring that there's a positive outcome, which includes a reversing of the decline that there is in Australia's unique biodiversity in the long run. So if that is what net gain means, then I think that is where things would fall.
And sorry, this is now multiple questions, but this will be the last one. Where do we look for where this will be measured or reported on in future? I think one of the earlier witnesses, who was not from the department, gave the answer. Maybe it's the State of the Environment report. Is that the right place for us to be monitoring?
So Information Australia, I think, is an important player in this, as you called it, an ecosystem, to provide us with the information around how we are doing in meeting our objectives of improving the condition of Australia's unique biodiversity. And I've just forgotten what the State of the Environment report, I think, is a fundamental part of explaining to Australia's public what that both the baseline and the transition from baseline that there is through the investments and legislation that there is in place.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. If senators have no further questions, then I will say thank you very much to the officials of the department and Professor Gordon of the Threatened Species Scientific Committee. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared, to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance, to the Secretariat for their unfailing support, and also to my colleagues. The committee stands adjourned.
Thanks, Chair.